Welcome, one and all. This is KJ, and this is the Scariest Movie Ever YouTube channel. And tonight, we get to do one of my favorite things that we do on this channel. I'm hoping you guys can hear me. I'm looking right now. It's looking like, there you are. Okay, you guys are here. Good. Just checking. You never know. With the system, the way it's set up these days, you never really know if you're actually being heard or if you're live or if the show's going to stay up. You just don't know. We're living in turbulent times, crazy times. I was just thinking about that earlier today. Again, I'm always thinking, but just thinking about the times and how incredible it is that we get to be the generation to see all this unfold. And there shouldn't be any fear, shouldn't be scared. It may be easier said than done for some of you, but it really is about your faith. Having faith that God is in charge. He knows what's going on. This is part of the plan. It has to play out. And he's got you. He's got us. So no fear. But tonight we get to do something I love doing, and it's these live shows where I'm going to put the link to join me in the live chat here. I'll put the link over in the chat room in just a little bit. And what will happen is this, in case you've never done this, or even if you have and you didn't know, once you click that, there's a separate room you're going to kind of be moved into, and it holds 10 different spots. Okay. So some of you may be trying to get in after I put the link up and you can't get in, but I'll post it periodically throughout the show just so people have a chance. So the 10 people come in, fills up usually pretty quick. And then I just go right through one after the other and just talk to you guys. A few things I'll ask you to do. One is, let's not use the V word. This website is really hardcore about the V word, right? So you can just say V, makes it easier. We understand, or just whatever word you want to use other than the obvious. That's definitely a big one right now. Other thing, just make sure your volume's down in the background, because I know you're watching and then, you come on and some people forget and there's an echo there. And in case you forget, I'll remind you, but please try to remember that. And you won't be on camera. No one's going to see you or anything, so don't worry about that. And you may be a little nervous or something, and don't even worry about that either. I'm not hard to talk to. I'm not hard to talk to. I'm easygoing. I'm very interested in talking to all the people I get to talk to. I always am. And because you all bring so much, it's fantastic. And I never know which way it's going to go. It's one thing I really like about these shows as well. So you know what? Without further ado, let me go ahead and grab that link. Oh, let me just do a quick shout out to say hi to everybody. Hello to all the moderators. A big shout out to my Patreon and PayPal supporters, folks. Thank you so much. You're helping me stay in the game, and I really appreciate you. And check all my links below, guys, if you're looking for other social media that I'm on, because I'm on a bunch. I'll put a lot of links down there. I'm peppering all these sites with my videos and shows. Been doing that for a little while now. So check that out. Check out some of the other links, just in case something ever happens. Not that I expect it. I should be, right? But I don't. I pray about this stuff. But, if something happens to the main channel here, you'll find me on all these other places, because I'm never going to quit. I'm not going to stop. This is what I do. I'll be doing it no matter what. So I'm gonna still be doing this one place or another if they take us down. But even with that, I don't talk about that a lot. I don't project it. I don't sit around thinking about, oh, what if I lose? You can't live like that. I just pray about it. Say, Lord, I'm going to keep doing my work. Please keep the channel protected and around. Then if not, then I know that he's got a window open for me. You close that door, there's something else coming. I'm rambling. Okay, let's go ahead and get over here and let me put this link in for you. And give me a second. There it is. And I'm going to put it in right now. And then I'll give it a little bit, give it a few minutes. And there you go. Okay, there's the link. I'll just chat with you guys a little bit while people start coming in. BitChute, I shut down the comment section on several of the videos and shows I recently posted over there. Just because it's an incredibly toxic website when it comes to comment sections. It's the most wicked and degenerate I've ever seen. It's like 75% of the comments are just really nasty, over there. So to me, there's no point. But, you guys let me know in comments later if you want me to open it up again or whatever. But I don't know, man. But the comments are open everywhere else on my website. Rumble, Brighteon, all over the place. Another thing, I've had a few people write me about the scariestmovieever.tv and kind of acting like I'm trying to, trick you guys and to give me money to do that. It's like, no, like I told that person, dude, I gave you 5 other choices that are free to watch anything I upload. 5 that I gave for all the uploads I've been doing lately. One of them is the scariestmovieever.tv, where I also been uploading my shows. Right after I finish them, I download them and I upload them there as a safe place to keep them. I don't get banned there. I won't get censored on the scariestmovieever.tv. It's a good safe spot, and it's like $4 a month. So again, just to make that clear, I don't mind where you watch the video. If you want to support the work that way, that's fantastic. If not, that's cool too. I'm not an arm twister here, and I'm not begging for your coins. Let's just make that clear. All right. Anyway, look, I've already got a full house. I'm going to go ahead and get started. Thank you all once again for being here. Let's have a good night. We always do. All right. And I'm going to go and start with Miss Holly. Hi, Holly.
Hi, KJ. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear.
Oh, great, because I got new podcasting gear and I'm wet behind the ears and don't really know how to work it.
That's okay. I know how that goes.
So, KJ, I've been following you for a while and I've wanted to say hello for a long time. I really appreciate your shows so much. It definitely helps me come to terms with what's happening out there. And I wanted to thank you so much for your channel and your hard work, and to say hi. And really, I don't know what else to ask you, but I'm sure, like, once I get off, I'll be like, oh boy, Well, actually, I have a question, come to think of it, not to
Sure.
bombard you or take up too much of your time.
Sure. And thank you, by the way, too. I appreciate that. Thanks. Go ahead.
Oh, you're welcome, KJ. My pleasure. So what do you think about ex-super soldiers? Because I am one, or I was one. And I know you bump into a lot of different rabbit holes in your line of work. And I was just wondering, have you had I don't know, just any thoughts on the topic?
Yeah, I actually got kind of fooled by somebody who claimed to be one. This is a few years ago, named Rocco. I can't remember his last name. Remember that?
He gave me a runaround. That's right. I remember, KJ.
Yeah, he tricked me. I did a show with him. And then the more it kept going, the more bizarre it got. And I'm like, okay, something's going on here. But eventually we figured it out. But I do. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was definitely him. And he pops up every once in a while. So just keep your eyes peeled.
Thanks. Yeah. But you know what I do? Obviously, I believe in it because I've read all the studies, and China is really big about trying to create the super soldier. Russia is involved in some of that as well. So I definitely know a little bit about it. What do you want to share with us about that? How did you get involved in that? Let me say this quickly to the people. For every call, I try to make sure we got at least 10 minutes with folks. Sometimes it's shorter, sometimes a little longer, but I always try to keep it reined in the best I can. So can you tell us kind of succinctly, like, how did that happen with you? How did you get involved with this?
Well, for me personally, I was born into the projects. So I think that it started with my grandfather because he was on a minesweeper ship during World War II. And he would come home and tell my grandmother how the military would give the soldiers and him LSD and marijuana just to see what it would do. So I think they were experimenting on him. And so from there, they tracked me. I was born into these projects, and there's a little bit more to it, but in case people aren't familiar with this type of stuff, I'll just try to keep it on the light side of things. And yeah, short, quick, and sweet. But
it's okay. Go ahead.
But since the time I was born, they had me in a deep underground military base. So I was born into these projects. I lived half my life in a dump, and the other half was a normal life like the rest of everybody's lived. So I know it'll sound fantastical, but in my absence, a clone was left in my place. So I lived a double life. And the things that Russ Dizdar talks about on shatterthedarkness.net is very much real. Joseph Mangley was one of my programmers, and he was saved during Operation Paperclip at the end of World War II. And I remember him, and he would run experiments on me and the other children, and a cage was my home. And he treated us awful. As you can imagine, all of us were kept in a cage. So we would suffer electrocutions, and we would see other children be mutilated and tortured to death. And that was a part of programming to fracture our minds, but also desensitize us, dehumanize us. And we went through just sheer torture. But I was kind of born into it.
Holly, let me ask, like, what year was that you were dealing with him?
Well, I was born in 1974, and I'm not quite sure, but also in those early memories, I think it was around the age of 4 or 5. Majestic 12 did a rescue attempt for us children, and I think that was, the last time I saw him when I was a child, because then they took us into their custody.
Dang, and how did you ultimately get out of this? Do they try to keep tabs on you in your early years, or?
Well, I've been chipped, obviously, so I definitely rely on the blood of the Lamb, Yeshua HaMashiach, to be bigger than all of this. But they actually let me go. I think they let me go because I was their experiment, and they spent a lot of time and a lot of money on me. But I think they also let me go as a sick sort of way to flex their muscles and say, ha, look at what we've created under your noses and with your tax dollars. And what you said, KJ, about China and these other countries doing these super soldier projects, that is absolutely terrifying to me, because now you're going to have a bunch of maniacs running around that are demon possessed, chipped, and just not
Yep.
home. Yeah, not home.
I think Google I'm pretty sure I read this story maybe about a week ago, but they're preparing something for the military. It's going to be these kind of VR headsets they're going to wear. And we already know, right? I was in the military, and you're government property. So they're really going to go after the military folks. So yeah, I've been waiting on seeing more of the super soldier type stuff come in here to America. And yeah, they're going to do it because they want everybody. It's the Internet of Things, is what they call it. They want everybody literally connected to the internet.
Right.
Even their bodies, right? So when you were kind of in the dumbs, I know you were younger and all this, but did you ever remember hearing them mention anything about the Illuminati or any of the kind of satanic stuff surrounding these people?
Well, it's funny that you should ask. I was definitely around Fitz Springmeyer and Cisco Wheeler wrote a couple of books about the elite Illuminati. So I do remember the Rothschilds being in the Dumbs and the other Illuminati families as well. I spent half my life in the Dumbs, but I remember those families. I would have to say I don't think they're human like you and I, but
yeah, I'm with you. I think they're the serpent race. A lot of the bloodlines.
Yeah, the sons of the Nephilim, or however you word it. Yeah. So I'm going through a forgiveness process where I'm trying to forgive people who put me in a cage and forgive myself too. And I would have to say the Rothschilds are number one on that list to try to forgive. I know that sounds weird, but I just also have to put down a heavy weight, and I don't need to carry any of this anymore. So, it's a process to deprogram and come to terms with everything and get right with it. So forgive me if I word myself a little off.
No, you're great. I'm glad you mentioned the Dark Awakening, the Black Awakening as well, because that's something I've been following. I've done some videos on it as well. They hint at it in a lot of TV shows, even American Horror Story, things like this. They hint about these satanic super soldiers in a sense, a bunch of dark, the people on the other side of the terrors. They're people who are programmed, and they're waiting to come out and cause chaos and kill, right?
Yeah. When I read Russ Dizdor's Black Awakening in April 2015, I had heard of him on the internet a couple months prior. When I found out about a conference he was doing, I met him, and he gave me that book, A Black Awakening, and it's super satanic, super soldier. And so what I did when I was reading that, I got towards the end, and all of a sudden I had a recalled memory of me in front of a big German man with two women, and they were in German fatigues, like army fatigues. And, or no, I'm sorry, I was in front of a German man, and I remember standing up and in German saying, "I'm the troops for the Antichrist." And when I had this flashback of a memory, I called up Russ Dizdor's SIIU team and I said, "You know what? I think we got a problem and might want to talk about this." And they took some time to spend with me talking about my memories coming back. But he's having a conference come up April 23rd and 24th in Ohio that I'm going to attend. And he's going to train us how to expel Ekbalo in Yeshua's name, darkness when it possesses people. And he's going to train us and equip us how to deal with that when we confront it face to face.
Man, that's great. I love it. That's great. And I'll just say this is random, but there's a little gym I go to close to where I live, and I was there the other day, and there was a guy in there that, he's the guy that was lifting the weights, and he just dropped some and kept making noise. Just me and him was in there, and he kept talking to himself really loud too. I had my headset on, but I could still hear what he was saying. He would just blurt out random phrases. One of them's this. He kept saying, "Let him in, let him in." He'd drop away. "Let him in then." And then one of them was, "I hear you. I hear her." Say, "I hear her. I hear her." And just dropping weights. I'm like, what the heck? I mean, but I just, I had another weird experience at this gym with another guy on a treadmill. He turned sideways and he stared at me the whole time while he was sweating and going, ah. And I talked about that one when it first happened several months ago. But when I see stuff like that in the real world, that's what I always wonder is, boy, am I dealing with one of them? Is this person filled with it, or are they just a little nutty, or what's going on? But anyway, I know that's a bit of a ramble, but you know what? You started us off so solid, Holly. You're the type I could probably talk to for a very long time, I'm sure.
Oh, likewise. If you'd ever like to do a show, I would welcome it so much, KJ. But I could talk to you forever too. So.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to go through those experiences, but I appreciate you sharing what you did.
Oh, likewise. I'll give you time back to you and your audience, but thank you so much for letting me get to say hi to you, because I love you, KJ. I love your channel, and I love everyone in your chat room. You're great, and thank you for everything you do for us.
Oh, you're awesome, Holly. You're welcome, and thank you so much. And take care. I'll talk to you next time, okay?
Sounds good, KJ.
Okay.
Have a good night.
You too. All right, man. We're off to a heck of a start. Now we got... I don't know if I've ever talked to Desert Trance before. Hey, Desert Trance, have you and I talked before? Right, man, we're off to a heck of a start. Now we got Desert Trance. He's right there. Talked to Desert Trance before. Hey, Desert You've been a friend here on YouTube for a long time. Can you hear me? Now we got Desert Trance. He's right there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Hey, do you mind just turning down the volume a little bit, please?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Awesome. Yeah. Hey, have we talked before?
Yeah. You had Dana Ashley was on.
Right. Yeah. Oh, hey, do you mind? I can still hear myself in the background. I'm sorry.
Okay. Is that better?
Yes, let's see. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, thanks. How you doing, man? Nice to talk to you again.
Good, real good. Thank you.
Welcome.
I have a few questions I want to ask before I forget.
Sure.
Do you remember a kid out of Europe or in England that you had on called Understanding Conspiracy?
Yeah. He's. I don't think he's still doing anything, but he did a good series on the clowns and the Nephilim.
Awesome series. Yeah, I was wondering because he's gone dark for the past couple of years, and if anyone
he disappeared.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I'm getting used to it, which sucks. But I just like we all are. I mean, so many of my subs or channels I was sub to are gone, and videos are disappearing. And really what it is I think a lot of times it's very disheartening. When you're on this website and it's against you and it shadow bans you and holds you back in your videos, and you're a smaller channel like he was. I think his name was Paul, I think. But
yeah,
it's it bums you out, man. Like Puritan Pictures was a YouTube channel that used to do a lot of the similar stuff I covered type. He did his own way. But he shut his channel down before all the hardcore censorship started and shut all of his videos out and said, "I'm just going to dedicate my life to the Lord and I'm quitting." Back then, I'm like, dude, this is how I see that I've dedicated my life to the Lord. And many of us are the same way. It may not look religious enough for a lot of people, but it's at the heart. This is what it is. We're exposing darkness. And that was a bummer. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
No, soldiers on different fronts. You know, I mean, these guys
Yes.
meet with families and school or education, whatever, or work. You know, what I mean, can get in the way of it. So
That's true too. Absolutely.
another guy, like my little son, would even quote him all the time: like, share, subscribe, or whatever. I'm out. Is Richie? Richie's gone too. He's not in the streams anymore, like
Yeah,
on
that's.
YouTube.
I'd seen that, and I didn't follow Richie. I had some weird little beef there because I guess he's talked bad about me on some of the shows in the past, and people would
He's
tell me. And
so
again,
yes, he's so bipolar with everybody. Enter the Stars too, like because he was on your show. I remember once, I think, with Anthony
yeah,
Patch.
way back,
Yeah, years ago.
man,
And it
years
was
ago.
just
Thanks for
me.
following that long.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I stumbled upon you, and Freeman was my very first one to kind of take me down the path, and then of course we've all gone down the Alex Jones.
Yeah, and Freeman's another one that stopped doing work.
No, I like again. I'm going down memory lane, and you're a good source because you can actually make contact with some of these guys. Like understanding conspiracy is why I was asking, but Freeman's all just through his website and then Stitcher and other places like that. But he's still got new stuff coming out.
Oh,
I
does
just
he?
found that out about a
Darn.
week ago.
Okay, good to know, man. I thought he was completely gone, but I was on the Freeman train early on too. And my only bummer with him is always that I don't think he's accepted Christ. He's more to the astrotheology stuff, and I think he buys the lie that Christ is like another myth, like Osiris and all this. You know?
Well, you know, I'll notice with him too. He panders to the guests. Like he had Skiba on. You damn near think he was a Christian by the end of the show.
Really?
You know, when we had Rob Skiba, and so he
Yeah.
kind of plays around, and he always does a big puts himself on a pedestal. Like he'll have a guest on, and you'll hear the same stories of
Oh, really?
like his he's got connections because of his dad and his mom, whatnot. And I don't know, it's just there's a pattern, I guess, with him. That's kind of
Sure.
But I discovered a lot of new stuff. I loved his stuff with Tex Mars, the preacher.
Oh gosh. Yes, Tex Mars. Folks, if y'all haven't heard of Tex Mars, TEXEMARRS, I think is how he spells it. Please look him up. What another great Watchman.
He has really good books too. Tex Mars and Freeman did a symbology book that's just like a beautiful picture book to have as a reference on the coffee table if you have friends over. And hey, what is this? And instead of being the weirdo trying to explain things or trying to find a deleted video on YouTube, you can actually reference it right there. It's like something to be held in your hand, which, like, with everything being erased and the noose is tightening around all of us everywhere in every facet, business. I mean, even like to look at the crypto markets and what's happening there, there's a shift coming. And
big time.
Well, like you, I cannot believe, like, we fight the same battles. Like, I'm so happy my parents are on the same side or on the same side of the fence with me. Like the fishbowl analogy you said, as far as like the vaccine goes, COVID. Oh, thank goodness we stand on the same side. I can talk to them. You know what I mean? But like, it would hurt my heart. Like my neighbor, he's worked with the local news, and there's a Mormon and murderers mystery thing on Netflix. And I was talking to him about if he was familiar with it. Are you familiar with it?
Well, not that part, but if you want to, maybe you know this. You know who Bill? Is it Schnoblin? Is that how you say it?
Yeah,
Bill Schnoblin.
Yeah.
Okay, he did. What did he do?
I think we're talking about the same thing where he tried to blow up some people in '84 because he got caught scamming.
No.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. No, this is a different guy, Bill Schnoblin. I think I don't know how to spell it, but SCHNO. But he's a watchman, and he's a guy that had been high up in the Illuminati and other secret societies for many years, and he exposes all this stuff. But he did a really good lecture on the Mormons and what's underneath the Mormon temple in Utah, the Freemason stuff, the rituals, all the crazy, creepy crap. But Bill Schnoblin, maybe some people in the chat room know who I'm talking about, and they'll spell it out for me. Schnoblin. But yeah, he's a great one. He's a good guy, as far as I know. I can tell. He talks about Jesus, you know.
Like, I love references like that. And your other one, Tamara. Like, I'll talk with my girlfriend and I'll show her videos from Tamara with she does the crazy ones with the eyes and a lot
Oh,
of
Tamara Magdalene.
yeah.
Yeah. She's something else. I hope her channel stays. That's because
What
she uses a lot of copyright stuff. Was my only concern for her. Go ahead.
oil and water between you guys. You are so crafty with the way you present it, and you'll take us to the edge, the same part of the pool. You know what I mean? If I made the deep end of the pool, where she'll get right into the guts, the nasty and the crazy. I'm like, how is she on still? But it's so cool to see like that. But in some of these videos, it's just like I can't watch this jittery editing right now. Do you know what I mean? I need more of a story, or I don't know.
No, she does great, man. She just posted one with an anomaly over the White House, and I found 2 clips on that and other things I'm going to add in. So I'm about to do a short one and probably put it on, not on YouTube, but yeah, even that. I love that. She found that good footage of the creepy. Who knows what that thing was sitting at the table in the G20? Did you see that thing? It looked like right?
The giant. Right?
Yeah, the giant, and it looked like it literally manifested out of dark matter. So that was a really cool one. And, now that's the toughest stuff to get people to believe too. Yeah, my experience has been all these years is when you show the people the really weird stuff, it's always, it's a balloon or it's a digital artifact, or whatever. And that's just that's the world we're in. Remember, right? Most people have scales over their eyes. Even the most religious amongst us are the worst, and I've had so many issues with religious-minded Christians over the years, not understanding what I'm doing, thinking I'm being a little devil or something. And again, it's just, you can't, it's hard to break through, but I'm grateful I can do it online because I'm not good at this in real life. I was at a dinner recently and somebody was asking if I was going to get the V, and I said, no. I said, no, it's a hoax. And then the whole table's like, record skip. I'm like, oh boy, here we go. So I kind of got into it a little bit, but I just had to back out because I want to maintain coolness with everybody. But I could easily isolate myself by getting hardcore on this with people in real life, It
reminds me of, I want to go back to my neighbor. There's a documentary on Netflix about some scam that happened in Salt Lake, right? And he's on the news. And so he's actually, did you see me I'm on episode 2 at the end, yada, yada. But the way I've always seen him, I have a son, and they did a little neighborhood party for school and everything for all the kids of the neighborhood. And then they're the grandparents of the neighborhood, him and his wife, Lucy, and the 2 of them, right? A beautiful little crafted home with all the plants and a little gnome garden and cute dogs. And literally one day he's right next to the park. We have a little pocket park. We'll always end up in conversation. And he's literally almost begging me, KJ, to vote for Biden. We never got political, and I all I said was this: I go, Carrie, my goodness, if I would see him put his hands on my daughter, or my son, or my woman, anything like that, I would knock his jaw out. And look what he's done in 40 years, dude. And it's again my team. He's on my team though. He's on the 49ers. Come on, get a 49ers hat.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, people. I'm amazed at how in this day and age, even the alien stuff, I got kind of a cool comment where someone brought up it's man-made, and another guy, no, it's this, and I just put one word, simple, interdimensional. And the other dude cremation of care and Baphomet, and just talking in symbols, which are words, right? And both of us agreeing. And to me, I go, there was a time when they were called demons. The language is so powerful now. To change it to something like it's an alien or this is a pandemic. The word pandemic, this has been so grossly perverted. A vaccine's not even a vaccine. Love has never been love the way Hollywood's presented it. We're in it's so sad, this mental war. And to see my own neighbor who I've had, and then me, I need to let it go because I was so angry at him. You know what I mean? I was like, in my head. But oh my goodness, it's we have this perspective, different perceptions, and where we're standing in the hill, you can see the sunset so different from different angles.
Totally. That's why I'm grateful the Lord has provided us, I believe, in this time with a peace with all this, because He knows we're being separated, and He knows that's tough on a lot of people, right? You're looking at family and friends and loved ones and all this as if they're strangers, at times. My
girlfriend lost 2 friends because of me, just because I don't even a situation happened and she's like, you're so brave to speak like that. Well, man, it's like a natural reaction. Your body pukes when it needs to. You know what I mean? If you have a
yeah.
And I can't, and I do, you at your dinner party, it's like, you catch yourself in the moment, almost hearing yourself speak. You have to backtrack. You have to kind of give some comfort, almost in the sense you're like, man, I'm being kind of a bitch, but no, I gotta have some respect.
It's true.
You can't just go off. You can't just shoot off at the hip. But people don't want to listen to facts. People like how validated are we? All of us are now with them pulling back a vaccine because it's dangerous and because of the reactions.
Oh yeah, no, it's true. But even with that, I mean, it's how much information is being fed to people anymore, and all of the good stuff, the real stuff's being shut down mostly because even some of my acquaintances, they don't even believe that YouTube's censoring. Okay, these are like acquaintances of friends and stuff, and they're like, "Oh, how's it going?" I'm sorry, it's been good, but YouTube's being a jerk, and no, people have a hard time understanding that YouTube's censoring. This is like, again, that's why I spend a lot of time alone. And there's no knock on anybody I know or friends or anything. It's great, and I need them around, but I'm good with spending more time alone. And I'm just waiting, just like everybody else. I feel like it could all, if the harpazo's coming, I feel like that could pop off any time now. Like I really feel it's that imminent.
I mean, nothing is solid. Everything's so in movement. Like what you, like a comment that you said the other night about, the immigrants, like it's happening so fast. I'm like,
yeah.
Oh my gosh, like overnight, like the floodgates.
Overnight.
When we don't see, like another thing on the vaccines, them pulling back the one, I saw a very interesting comment. They said that was the only one that didn't have, I don't know, the tracking in it. I don't know. You get so many bits of information. I'm sure you're like me. You find yourself just screenshot. So I'll get back to this because it disappears. And then you just got mindful of info, but the best way to validate, I feel, is to always have the names correct, like the gentleman who invented the vaccine.
Yeah.
It escapes me, but when you want to bring this stuff up, you have to bring up his name and what he thought of Bill Gates, what the tests look for, and that's right there, black and white. And still, people are going out and begging for something, but they'll look at you cross-eyed if you light up a joint next to them.
Oh, of course. I've been dealing with that for years. KJ smokes weed, and because I've been honest about it. And even my last video I did, it came out to 4 minutes and 20 seconds. And I didn't mean that, on purpose. And then after I uploaded it, I got people, KJ, yeah. And again, it's like, y'all don't even get it, man. I mean, I was a medic in the military, and I'm not a fan of medicine, modern medicine, though I know it has its place in certain areas. But if we can find a holistic, all-natural cure from the Lord, man, I'm down for that, right? So, but marijuana, people have asked me through the years, how can you focus on this stuff and And I'm like, I tell you, man, marijuana is a bit of my medicine. It helps me at the end of the night to just let it go. Yeah, just relax a little bit, not think about it, watch something dumb. I'll watch a lot of dumb reality TV, and it's just a way to kind of silence the mind a bit. You know what I mean?
Yes, for sure. And moderation too. I mean, you can
absolutely
blow out your mind for a whole day, or you can have it as a reward after a long day's work.
That's it. It's a reward. It's a good way to look at it. Hey, anything else you wanted to share with us, Desert?
Yeah, I want to ask about your gun laws and how things are looking in your state.
I'm in Oklahoma, and we're going to be probably one of the last states that bends a knee to that kind of a thing. But then again, It's a crazy time we're in, so I'm not sure. I mean, the city I'm in it's probably the most liberal city in the state. And I didn't come here for that, but I do like this city, and it's got cool coffee shops, and it used to have great music venues, man. I mean, but no one's playing music. I'm lucky. I went and saw Black Moth Super Rainbow. It's a band. I went and saw them, just before this thing hit. So last live show I went to, and it was freaking fantastic. But I like the weird music. But so I dig but I dig the town, but it's just very, whatever. So if anything comes with guns, this will be one of the towns that'll probably be, but I don't care because I've got guns, and and my feeling is, the other day I was driving, and I felt like driving to the bookstore. So I was like, okay. And I went and didn't even know what I was looking for. Then suddenly I saw the word in my head, homesteading. So I went and bought a book on basic homesteading to add to my preps I have. But I wonder sometimes if the preps we're all getting right now isn't for us, but it's for the people left behind, if that actually plays out that way, the harpazo, I pray for it, man. But I'm on both. That's why I tell people I'm prepared to have to go through it, or I'm prepared to, hopefully just get out of here. Nobody wants to be here for the worst time in history ever recorded, right? The last 3.5 years of this world is going to be a true nightmare, right? So, But either way, I'm good on my end, man. I do pray for the harpazo, but I know that if I got to go through it, it's fine. It's just like it's like you're running a race and you see the end of the other road, right? It's like, oh, okay, I just got to make it a few years, hopefully help some people. And
I got bad news, KJ.
What's that?
It's souls like you he's going to keep around to help us during all the bad stuff. So sorry.
Hey man, I'll tell you something with that. I get these crazy little fantasies in my mind. I'm a writer and I'm imaginative, but about doing that, about using guns on these people and about breaking people out of things. And I pray all the time, like, Lord, if I have to come up to that, can I kill them? Is it okay? And I'm sure it will be at that point, but trust me, my mind said it's already there. I would rather go, but if he leaves me here, I know there'll be a reason, and I'll fight. We'll do it.
I agree. To me, there's so many like holes, and I am in Utah. You know what I mean? So we're wide open on our gun laws and the training and stuff. And I have military friends, and I do jujitsu and MMA, and have a dojo with like Ramji Najim from UFC. Josh.
Cool.
That type of stuff. So I know where I sit with other men, and I'm just I'm 5'10", whatever, athletic build, nothing. I'm a little person in this world. And I look at my training as far as like my gun movement and just the med kits, and I'm so much in my infancy. And so I, like anything else, like practicing a free throw, how many thousands of them do you have to shoot before you can do it in front of an arena full of people booing you and whatnot? And it's the same thing with this. I think fitness, of course, spiritual fitness is so key. What I see in a lot of my circles, and where I worry about everyone having all the latest kit and water filters, is no one knows how to apply them, or even like a first aid kit. And it's for me, myself, like I feel so lacking as I look at a Walking Dead, The Stand type of scenario.
That's what it is. It is. I'll throw this out quickly too. A few people are mentioning in the chat, because I have a chat next to my window here on this, about you're not supposed to kill and all that. But didn't Jesus have his people sell their bags, right? Their bags for knives and swords, not to be nice and shaken. It's like, guys, we're coming into the end of the world. So if we're here for it and we got to deal with it, you're going to have people trying to take your stuff. You're going to have people, the military people coming in. You have robot dogs running around. People think I'm kidding. It's true.
That's the side of the AI side. Like in my mind, like everything we envision too, I'm so Walking Dead, I guess, visually, like the way I see everything, like my landscape and the mountains. But you start putting drones into it, like one of my gun dealers, I guess, to put it that way, looking at night vision. I mean, it's ridiculous. You can have some of these guys are running around with rigs on their heads, 35,000. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then so he was telling about heat imaging is a better way to go, like the Terminator thing, because you can actually see heat traces and whatnot, and you can get into it for cheaper and yada, yada, yada. But again, is this all for naught? Am I just leaving it behind for the next guy?
That's what I would like to hope that's what it is. That ultimately that's what it is. But, again, I'm good. I'm not scared to die. I've lived through near-death experiences twice, one of them being a heart attack. And I'm good, man. I'm cool. We'll see where it goes. Anything else you wanted to share with us?
All I want to know is, so if it does happen, are you going to make a run for the border, get back to Costa Rica?
Gosh, yeah. I mean, I would be actually back, and I can't go to Costa Rica because I owe them $30,000. But
what about Nicaragua?
Yeah, well, I would go. What is it? Michoacu, Peru.
Peru.
Yeah, Peru's a place that I've been looking at online for a very long time, and it's already in my head. And I know the place I want to live, and you can live cheap. And I love Central and South America, and that's why even. Right. Go ahead.
We've been looking too, and the pricing, like the way your money transfers too. My goodness, like
it's
are
so
we
good.
Like sometimes
it's so good.
The beach and
That's it. Yeah, it just gets you. I was trying to be established in Costa Rica before the accident, but I was about to get a bank account. I was really moving everything out of America completely. But again, God does his thing, and you got to do what you got to do. You got to go with the flow. And I came back here, but I also have a mother and father who I love a lot. They're still with me, so that makes it worthwhile being out here. But if they weren't here, man, I'd be on the road or in another country. Personally, watching from the sidelines. But anyway, man, I better go ahead and let you go and move on. No offense, Desert. Just to bring in some more folks. But is there anything else you wanted to say at the very end here?
Yes, I want to thank you for all your work. I'm so appreciative of the few battles I get into with people in comment sections just overstating an opinion. I can only imagine what you do. So I thank you again, brother.
Thanks, man. You're welcome. I appreciate that, and always nice talking with you. Stay good out there, and I'll talk to you next time. Okay.
Be safe.
Okay. See you later. All right, guys. Moving on. Got some great guests already. This is awesome. I got Battered Kitten coming up here. Battered Kitten, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Sounds like you got a lot going on back there.
Yeah, it's raining out right now.
Oh yeah, same here. Cold and rainy. I like it. I got my Amish fireplace on. I got hardwood floors. It's going to work out.
There you go. Oh, there's so much going on right now. It's crazy.
Indeed.
Keep track of everything and link everything together, and everything just keeps falling into place together.
And also, I want to ask you just if you can get closer to the microphone too, please. I having a little trouble hearing you.
Yeah, it's really sensitive sometimes. It's a new mic. Is that better?
Much.
Okay. Oh, I don't know if you remember, I called in before, and I get really nervous, but
Oh, that's okay. Don't. It's okay. No worries. We're just having a conversation. Don't even think about other people listening in or whatever, man. It's just you and I talking. So what's on your mind?
I don't know. I had so much lined up like that I was thinking about, and it just slipped away from me.
Well, think of the most important thing you wanted to bring up.
I just think it's so crazy how people are so enthralled with technology and can't realize like what's going on. Like I keep seeing this thing from Elon Musk about the Neuralink.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Battered Kitten. I'm still having a hard time hearing you a little bit now.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Is that any better?
A little bit. You still sound far away, but let me see. I think that's okay. That'll work. Let me turn this up. Go ahead. That should be fine. I had my stupid vol. That's a little better. I have my volume down over here.
Okay.
So go ahead.
But yeah, just like implanting the chip in your head, implanting it in your hand, like that is the definition of the mark in the Bible. Like it's all right there. I can't believe people can just look over the Bible and say, "Oh, that's hogwash," when we have archaeological proof, geometrical proof, like everything. It just drives me crazy.
Well, those words in the Bible are becoming more clear. That is, it's a narrow path to Christ. It's not what people think. It's not what I thought coming out of the church what a narrow path meant. But now that we're really living in this moment right here, and it had its own meaning back in the day before the end times, but now here we are, and it's becoming very clear how it's going to be a narrow path. Because I look at all the religious people I know and church-going type folk, and they're all in on it. My parents' preacher was bragging about getting the J&J recently, bragging about it. My parents told me. That's where we're at, and what it is it's like, will you trust the Lord with everything in these days, or are you going to fall into this system? Are you going to buy a lie? That's what I should have told the people when they asked if I was going to get the V. I'm like, I'm not going to bend a knee to this lie. It's a lie. The whole thing's a lie. So I'm not going to fall prey to these lies. And these lies right now are different than other lies in the past necessarily, because these lies will kill you. It'll maim you. It'll mangle you. So no, but that's just the time we're in, my friend. And you know that. I know it's crazy and weird. And I wake up every day just like, wow, we're here. This is it. I've been seeing it coming for years, but like now it's so clear. I mean, I remember doing it for years ago. I was talking about this stuff and there was nothing solid I could show people in the world. I could show them the symbols. And now it's like, it's right here in your face, folks. Here it is. And the symbols continue. But go ahead.
Oh yeah, and people just want to coddle themselves to sleep and not, because when you realize the implications of the truth, like it becomes so heavy. But a lot of times I think that comes from people not being able to trust in God.
That's
why
it.
it weighs them down so much,
Yep. And then a lot of us have to deal with heaviness because I'm a feeler, really like a natural empath, and it's hard for me to be around these people and tell them the bad news. I read something I don't remember the man who wrote it, but it was all about being a watchman or a watchwoman.
Yes, I
And
read that. I
wasn't
remember
that
that.
great?
It
Right?
was. It was so awesome.
When I first read it, it almost put tears in my eyes. It was like, that's so like the life I'm leading and so many others out there. And it just to see it in words was perfect. But we're the ones who have to deliver the bad news to people, even though it's not bad news, but they see it as bad news. You're basically telling them your reality is completely fake. Satan's absolutely real, and he hates you, and he hates all of us, and he's going to steal, kill, and destroy. Right? Like most people are thinking they got their kids, so they got their lives and their work, and they don't want to think about it. But whatever, it's that time, you know. And unfortunately, a lot of those people we care about and love aren't going to wake up until after the AC shows up. Maybe then they'll wake up. Let's hope.
Yeah, we can hope. So I think a big part of it is people get so attached to this material world. It's like none of this even matters. There's so much greater things awaiting us, on the other side. Like after all of this is done.
Yeah, I can't wait.
I can't either.
Anything else on your mind then?
I did. I had stuff on my mind, but it's just so hard to remember right now.
That's okay. That's okay. If you can think of one of them, we'll cover that. If there's anything on the top of your head you can think of.
Well, I definitely believe that Satan's in the church. God talks about the synagogue of Satan. In all these churches, they're getting handouts for promoting the vaccine and giving them at the church.
Yeah, it's
all
that.
paid.
Yeah, it's everywhere, and that's not going to be. We're not going to be able to avoid that because it's just going to keep going. They've got the technocracies behind it. They got celebrities, politicians. I mean, the entire right. So, but that's again, it's that's the dividing that's taking place in humanity, and it's their time. It's the enemy's time to do this. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, and the other thing you were talking about fighting for God. I think the commandment "Thou shalt not kill" was meaning like don't kill for no reason. Don't just go out and kill people for your pleasure, because then there's another verse in the Bible that talks about if a man comes in your house in the middle of the night, you kill him, you're just in the eyes of God. Like you're protecting your family.
Good stuff.
I think when it comes down to protecting our family and standing up for God, then it's acceptable.
Yeah, I'm with that. I'm with that for sure. And again, there's always going to be Christians who are against it. We're not supposed to kill. I mean, every time I've mentioned that with guns, oh my God, but that's on them. I'm not going to let that be a me thing. That's on them. Yeah. And they're going to be wishing they had a gun if some of these BL plus M or Aunt Farta folk, kick in their windows and their doors and start coming in, or whoever it is. You know what I mean? And this is again, it's a touchy subject, I know with some folks, but I know that I've got mine for a good reason, and hopefully I won't have to use them. I don't want to. Hopefully it's for somebody else.
Yeah.
But anyway, go ahead. We got a few more minutes. We've got about 10 minutes almost. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
Oh, I keep losing it. But one thing that I'm glad about, I'm in Florida, and our governor right now, he's rejecting the V passport and all that
DeSantis
stuff. And I just hope that he keeps doing that, or whoever replaces him will carry that on. But I just know that it is coming, so.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's coming. And some states, it may be a thing where some of the red states break off, and they, don't do it. And the other blue states push it a lot quicker. And we may see people flooding into America is going to be divided. It already is spiritually and a lot of other ways. So literally divided, we could see
it's going to get worse and worse and worse. It's just going to keep building up. I mean,
that's it. And we, remember, we have to remember that we should have peace in these times. And if you don't, try to draw closer to the Lord and pray, whatever it is. Maybe you need to read more of the Bible or whatever it is. You got to find your peace in this and accept it,
Yeah,
and,
definitely.
Right.
It's His will be done.
Yeah. And we're lucky to get to see this. It's amazing.
It really is. It's incredible.
Well, hey, anyway, I guess I'll let you go unless there's anything else you had for us, Battered Kitten.
No, that's it.
Well, it's nice talking to you again, and you sound like you're doing good. And just hang in there. Remember, it's no reason to be fearful and getting scared. I know it sucks when we see people we love that might be falling into this whole thing, but remember, everyone has free will, and all you can do is try. And if not, just pray for them, and let's see how it all plays out.
Yeah, definitely. And thank you for your work, KJ. I really appreciate everything you do. You bring so much light onto YouTube. I want to get onto your other platforms too.
Cool. Please do. And thank you for that. I appreciate you, Battered Kitten. And nice chatting with you, my friend.
You too. Have a good one.
Okay, you too. Bye bye. All right, guys. Next up, G Fishy. G Fishy, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah. How are you doing?
Awesome. I am good. How are you? And Chubbs, how are y'all?
Oh man, Chubbs is great. Thanks. He's over there chilling right now.
Oh yes, I got 3 cats of my own, and they're all pretty like lazy and fat, and just happy to
Isn't
live
that great? You gotta love them.
Yes. Oh yes. Well, it's kind of interesting because like the day we live in right now, it's crazy times. So I'm here in Oklahoma as well. In Patreon, so I'm a little north of that little European box. Um, here in
Oh
Central
wait.
Oklahoma.
Oh, so you're pretty close, huh?
Yes, very very close. Central Oklahoma.
Yeah,
Um,
nice.
so yes, and also I kind of involved in the community a little bit, so different random things. So I love fishing a lot. So I'm with a
Oh
lot of the
yeah.
people that fish a lot and talk to a whole bunch of random strangers from all kinds of different backgrounds and. Um, I'm with a local police agency too, so I work under like it's not with officers, but it's with a little kennel
Oh,
for
cool.
dogs and cats and
Hey, and it's not to cut you off, but quickly, just in case your audio is coming in very broken. I don't know if there's anything you can do. I just want to make sure I hear you clearly. It's coming in a
yes,
little choppy.
yeah, I don't know. My car's a little bit weird. I'm in my car right now, so
Oh, you're in your car. Okay, let's say we'll make do then. We'll make do. So
yes,
you're
I'm sorry
working
about
with
that.
the. You're okay. So you're working with the law enforcement. You said more towards the animal side of things.
Yes, so I'm with the kennels, and so we work with dogs, cats, anything the city takes in, we take care of.
Cool.
And so I work with a few officers, like right next to them, but also, with just regular people that work there. And it's
Cool.
cool because I get to work with them and get to see different things going on in the city and how their perspective is on all the things happening around the world. And I'm very blessed to have my supervisor, primarily because he's on the verge of being awakened, which is kind of
Great.
weird to say, but yes. And so he's more, a lot of these things that are going on in the world is a little bit crazy. He he's he's always trusting God about everything, but recently he's just been so overwhelmed with everything that's going on, and he's a little bit scared for him and us, all of our employees and everything. So he's always telling us like, hey, I love you, you're cool. Just because one bad apple and one agency is there, don't give a shit. Don't care about
Yeah.
those bad apples, but we're here, we're good, so keep doing what you're doing. And so yeah, I might just jump around a little bit.
You're okay.
But yes, and I'll say one thing that's getting me kind of worried is censorship. Everything that's happening with your channel, with various other things happening on YouTube, it's very like heartbreaking that that people out there are allowing this to happen,
Yeah,
allowing
and they're
different things
enjoying
to
it. Some
yeah,
of
and
them are
they're enjoying
enjoying
it.
it. I just read a
And
thing a few days ago that little Susan from YT is turning over power to censor to other governments. I need to put that story on the next KJ's What Happened. But I mean, she's saying, yeah, we need help. People need to help us stop all the misinformation on YouTube. And that's how they keep getting me on from showing y'all clips where they're talking about that V. So I think I've got that on a lock now. And we'll keep riding this bus till we can on YT. But again, if it all falls apart, I'm not just going to go away like other people have in the past. A lot of people have just quit. I'm not going to quit. There's no, and if anything, you got to just try harder. If they did that. But yeah, I mean, the censorship thing, it totally sucks. I put it in the movie, Scariest Movie 2020. But it's here, and again, we've seen it. It's nothing new under the sun. It's the same Marxist type tactics that have been used before, really satanic tactics. That's my new video for YouTube showing the root of all these movements and groups goes back to the devil, which shouldn't be a surprise. But that's all it is, man. It's we're seeing Satan's spirit at work, right? And he's trying to, and what they do in history is once they silence you, then they round you up and they kill you. So that's why I know we're not far away from real madness, but perhaps that's what the restrainer is all about, that we're still in the time of grace, and the harpazo comes, let's say, and then that's when grace leaves, and it's just going to be law, and it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good for anybody, right?
Not at all.
Yeah, man, it's definitely hardcore with the censorship. I'm grateful I'm still here. Like I said, I removed a lot of videos recently. I may be doing more of that pretty soon and just putting them on other platforms just in case. But like I said, I'll ride this bus till the wheels fall off.
And even further. I know
Yeah.
you'll go even further. Just find every single which way to get to us. And we really appreciate that.
Thanks, man. I certainly will. Yep, and my movie is still doing good. It's got it into 15 film festivals overall now, and it had 4 awards. So, that's all good. I don't talk a lot about it, but even that, man, is just, I pray about it all the time, and I want that to get to the people, and, so we can reach people offline too, and just all around the world the best we can. And I told you, I've done billboards in the past to put the movie up. You do whatever, but, anyway, enough about me. Anything else on your mind? What's going on, man?
Oh, nothing much. Another thing I'd like to see is I said a little earlier, I'm really good with like fishing around my area and like talking to random strangers. So every perspective you can think of, I've talked to people that's been there, done that. People that's been convicted of felonies, people that are priests, or different, just way different perspectives. And one thing that I've noticed from everybody is that we all care about each other no matter what, and that's kind of thing is like the censors, the media, and a lot of these other things are kind of making it to where it seems everybody's against us, no matter who they are, where they are, what they think they are.
Everyone's it is that everyone's against Jesus. Everyone's against the Holy Spirit, right? That's really what the underlying thing is.
Yes. And like one thing I've noticed from a lot of people that I fish with is that, we care about each other no matter like anything. And just the love and the passion of just being with each other out and, just fishing. We may only see each other once in a year or see each other like many times throughout the year. And we're also nice to each other. So just everything, just like that like brotherly and sisterly love, like that Jesus talks about in the Bible, or that's talked about a ton in the Bible, is that we always have out, whenever we're fishing, or,
Good. I'm glad you do that.
Of course, there's bad apples, and there's always going to be that, which is sad. But,
yeah, man. But I'm glad you're finding your peace, though. That's a big deal right now,
Oh, yes. And especially at such an age, I've heard like people at like 20 or 30 or 40s, like still, they're in like that dark point in their life. But I'm over here at 19 and, already at this perspective.
I love it. I'm proud of you.
So another thing is, this is my second semester in college, and my college is about the most liberal college in the state.
Probably close to where I live, I imagine.
I'm not for sure.
It's not that okay. Cool.
It's not down there. It's more north of there. But
let me ask: is it up in Tecumseh, or not Tecumseh? South
of that. Yes, it's.
But I love that area.
Oh yes.
Yeah, because they have Northeastern up there.
Northeastern. Yeah, I've heard about that. It's I don't know, something about that. It is. I don't know.
It's very small. It's a small town. It's Tahlequah, yeah, or not Tecumseh. It was Tahlequah is what I meant. Go ahead.
Tahlequah. Oh no, this is more just like a few more miles north of you. So it's like that, just the central part of the state, that big city there, like right in there. But it's more one of those liberal colleges, and one thing I see is that everybody's like, we gotta love each other, and be together. But not more of a conservative Hispanic male. So being that, everybody's like, screw you, like you're not part of like the group. And I'm just like, well, what happened?
Yeah, you sold out, man.
Where's the love? Yeah, and I'm just like, where is the love? Like y'all say love, but there's no love. So I'll just go with Jesus and the followers, and
man, I'm proud of you.
Love. Oh, yeah.
I'm glad you got that attitude at 19, and I'm glad you're good with being alone and feeling alone, I'm sure, at times, and because we all deal with it. And good for you, man. You got it. Yeah, cling to Christ, man. Cling to Christ. You got it. Go ahead.
Oh, yes. And I love this community, too, that, from all, like I said, all different perspectives. We're all loving each other, and no matter how crazy we might sound or how idiotic we may seem, we always love each other.
Yes.
But yes, it's amazing. I love this community, and I love that I found your channel, and these followers of Christ, and all the admins and moderators, and everybody just love each other. And I always love seeing Tamara in the chat. Always saying hello to everybody. It's amazing, and y'all are just a great group of people, and I love being with y'all and
Thanks,
strengthening
man.
my love of Christ as well.
You're welcome. I'm glad you're here.
Used to be in a really, really deep, dark spot where I really didn't know what to do with my life. And I thought about, just ending it all at least 6 times.
Wow.
I watched my mom literally get on a chair and was about to do it. And
wow.
It was just at that point, it's just like, what in the world is happening with my life? What am I doing? And that was when I was, I think, 13 or 14. And I was sick home from school. And if I wasn't there, I don't know if my mom would still be here.
Wow.
So that's the point that really, what is going on?
How's she doing now?
Oh, she's doing a lot more, but she's doing a lot better. Back for around that time, she was with a dude online. Of course, online relationships don't always be the best.
Yeah.
But she was also more into, paganism and satanic, reading the satanic Bible and that stuff. And I'm just like, Mom, you cannot do that. That's what's causing you to, get to this point in your life.
Is she not doing that stuff anymore?
Oh no, she's not at all. She's
good.
She's doing more of the Bible, like reading more of it and going to church, and following the word of Christ. But she still has those. She still has those times where she's just like, what? Like, why are these things happening to us? Why is the world coming to this point? But there's always y'all that always help, and
that's
my
it.
grandma's part of this group as well, so that's great.
Great, man. Yeah, no, it's a part of it. It's Satan hates us. We have to remember that. My last video, I showed some of the clips where, people are loving him on TV, and it says it's Satan's coming out. Hey, it's all good. No, man, he freaking hates us. And when you become one of Jesus, or when you become one with Jesus, and you're one of God's kids, oh boy, buckle up. It's a part that some people don't want to hear, but it gets tougher.
Oh yes, and like those shoes that came out with like the satanic stuff, I'm just like, why was that even, put out there? Why are people even like supporting that? That makes no sense to me at all.
It's a sign, and it goes to show you that all these years, like me and other people showing the signs and symbols and things or whatever, but now we don't even have to work that hard for it. That's what it is. We're literally, right? We're in the time of tears, and we're close to, the bad end of it all. So of course, it's all starting to manifest and become really obvious and blatant. That's all it is.
In history, like, they tried to at least cover it up a little bit. And now they're just like, we don't care. It's just, it's going to be covered up. They don't. It's crazy.
Yeah,
and
it is.
Your movie, I showed my mom and my grandma, and they were like, how did we not see these growing up? And
Thank you.
Like, it's because of the system. The system is everything. Government, media, Satan, and the evil, just evil everything.
This is his joint. Remember, he offered it to Jesus. I'll give you all this if you just bow down, right? This is Satan's joint. Yeah, this is his place.
It's crazy. All we gotta do is just grow closer to God and grow closer with each other.
That's it, man. We have to occupy. Yeah, we got to occupy while we're here, and it's tough. I just talked to a friend this morning, and even him, I was telling that I take a lot of breaks through the week. I take a couple days. I won't look at the internet or my phone, and I go to the lake, one of the lakes out here by me, and I'll hike, and you know what I mean? We got to keep balance and try to keep peace. But anyway, anything else on your mind?
Oh, no, not at all. Just, wanted to share some of my stories. And
I'm glad you did.
I was just awoken like the end of 2019. Right as the whole everything started, I was starting to become like awakened, and just everything started falling into place, and I started, seeing everything. Just
I love it.
Be there, and I was just like, what?
That's what I love it, man. Well, I'm so grateful that you woke up and you found Christ.
Oh yes, and I'm so grateful to have you as as just being here and sharing the word, and no matter what White Tea is doing, you're always here, and with the jab and all this stuff going around nowadays, it's just like, wow. Like, I would have taken it 100%. 100% aware
Oh,
of it.
sure.
I never learned about you stuff, and like all these
Yeah,
different things that the media is covering up that we don't see,
so
and
much, man. And again, isn't it
so much.
just, it's crazy, but it's awesome.
Oh yeah,
Anyway,
absolutely,
hey, well,
absolutely.
well, man, much love to you, G Fishy, and I'm seriously so proud of you at your age. I love talking to the younger folk, and I'm proud of you, man. Keep going, keep watching over your mama, and y'all take care, okay?
All right, thank you very much. So you have a good one. Thank you
You
for
too. Bye
everything.
bye. Oh gosh, I'm sorry, G Fishy. I didn't mean to stop you there. I just cut you off, but you're welcome, and thank you, man. It was nice talking to you. And I'm going to jump over here next to Mr. Will. I'm going to put the link back in just a little bit, okay, to the show. Hi, Will. Are you there?
Hey man, can you hear me?
Hey, yes, sir. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Yourself?
I'm great. I always enjoy doing these. It's good spending a Friday night with you guys.
Yeah, that's awesome. I've been waiting a while for you to do this because it's been a while. So
Yeah.
yeah.
What you
Um.
got for us?
Uh. Honestly, there's like so much to talk about, but I like to kind of just keep it unscripted and just sort of go with the flow and chat and stuff rather than
Cool.
all these dot points. But because otherwise I could just go on forever and ever. But yeah, I've been at one of your shows before a couple months ago. I'm
I may
from
remember that.
Yeah, I'm
How
from
are you?
Australia.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right. Oh, good to talk to
yeah.
you again, man. I'm sorry I don't remember, but I talk to a lot of
No,
people and I
that's
do
all
a
right.
lot of videos, and my head's just cluttered with everything. It's always
Nah,
end time stuff with me. How can I stop it? I can't. But go ahead, man.
that's all good. No, I'm from South Australia. I'm from Adelaide, so all the
Are
way on the
they
other side of the.
are they being Nazis out there with you guys about the masks and lockdowns? I think I asked you that last time. Has it gotten
Yeah,
better, worse?
I'm trying to think what's happened since then. It's just been just stupid down here. Like they're locking us up when for over one case here and there in all the states, but then reopening up every second, every day. It's always just changing. It's so
Ah,
stupid.
it's all
1 second we're
contradictions.
locked down. Like we got locked down here because of I don't know 10 or 20 cases or something, and then it's just scary. And as soon as I saw this news story, so what happened was I actually well I think previously when I was talking to you all good here specifically where I was it was all right, and I went on like a just a camping trip with my friend to get away, and during that time, like we literally had no reception, nothing. We just wanted to like declutter our minds, and it was great. Um, and in that time, we were mucking around, saying stuff. Oh, I bet you the city's all in lockdown, this and that, blah blah blah. And then next thing you know, there's all these uh, rangers and stuff out looking for us, telling us to get back to Adelaide, get back like home. That's like long story, really short. And we were like, "What's going on here?" And this we were like literally in the middle of nowhere, and we were so surprised how they found us. But I don't know, someone rang and told them where we were, and they were looking around.
Oh,
It's
see,
kind
that's
of
probably it.
it's pretty
Honestly.
funny. Yeah, it's pretty funny though. But yeah, then this ranger rocked up and was telling us, "All right, you guys got till midnight tonight to get back to Adelaide, or you have to stay here for like 7 days with all your food, whatever you got here, because you're not allowed to go anywhere. This, that, mandated masks, mandated this, distancing, lockdown, not allowed to leave the home, not allowed to walk outside, not allowed to do this." We're like freaking out. We're like, What's going on?" Because we didn't have any like Facebook, nothing. We did no clue what's going on, and yeah, we had no clue. I lost it. I was so angry. Um,
Yeah,
and
it
then we had to
probably could have
drive all
been
the way
a.
back.
I'm sorry, I
Sorry,
was going to say you're right. It's probably tattletales, most likely, but go ahead.
I
There's a
don't know,
lot of that
but
out there now.
yeah. So and then we had to rush back home before midnight and unpack the things and stuff. And I cannot stand the news. I just want to puke whenever I see anything on the news. And that's why a couple months ago I just got rid of Facebook. I got rid of like all social media, everything, and I've never been better. Like I've never been richer for it, honestly.
Good for you.
Um, And I tell people that sometimes, and they just think I'm bragging. But I try telling people it's for your own benefit. Seriously, like,
Absolutely.
um,
That's such a psyop, the whole thing, and that's why it causes so much depression and sadness in people, right? Because
Yeah, exactly.
everyone's creating their own fake reality that's much better than their real one. So you got people who are sitting in a
Yep.
crap 1-bedroom apartment or something, and they're like, "Oh my god, everyone's living their best life, and I'm a piece of crap," But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, no, exactly. And yeah, like I said, like I've never been richer for it and stuff. But yeah, and I see that all the time. People just don't want to. They just want to be trapped in their bubble, playing games or whatever. And
Sure.
I like doing those things here and there, of course. But just people, and how like with all this new um stuff coming out with social media may be wanting to use facial scan you and stuff for verification,
Yes.
all that. So yeah, at the end of the day, I'm just saying, if it comes to that, forget it completely.
Yeah.
I'm not interested at all. Like, people may call me crazy, nothing,
Well, that's where we'll all have to run to, like, Rumble, BitChute, Brighteon, all these other sites and stuff. And Odyssey is doing live streams now. So I mentioned on my show the other night that if something happens to KG's What Happened channel, I'll just go to Odyssey. There'll be other options, but we're going to keep getting pushed off into these digital ghettos, if you will, or digital trailer parks. Just they try to hide us as much, but we'll make it through. But
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Just quickly, what I was saying about before my camping trip, what's crazy is because when I got back, like I said, I don't listen to anything on the news. I'm not interested. It's all just propaganda and lies. And it was something about a pizza bar, like someone went in the pizza bar and contracted, the V or whatever.
So stupid.
And
Yeah.
but then everyone's freaking out, and then we went into this immediate 7-day complete lockdown, like, and shut work, everything, and that was just crazy. But then it only lasted 2 days because it turned out, well, according to the news narrative, the guy lied or something, and this and that, and the story wasn't what they said at first. And then the 2-day lockdown was over, everything back to normal. And it's like, it just shocked me how quickly the masses just believed that straight away. Like, they can just flick their beliefs and thoughts in an instant. Like, the news and the government tells you one thing, and then they believe it like straight away.
Yep.
And it's like my friend had been reading 1984, and it reminds him of the is it like the new think, or where they change their thought process just in the blink of an eye, just because
they
they're told
inverted
that.
everything. Yep, they invert everything in 1984, and right, absolutely, they changed the languages.
It just freaked me out how just by the click of a finger, the masses can just switch their focus, their beliefs, everything.
It's scary, but it's going to get worse, right? Because we're living in the great delusion has been sent, and this is all a part of it, I believe. So it's going to get worse, but the cattle are going to keep acting like cattle. And a lot of these people, like I said earlier, that really sucks is the people that we love and care about, some of them are going to wind up rushing and getting that mark, that final digital tattoo, or whatever it is going to be that they use. Because they're so freaking enslaved. Even the people now that are getting the V, people are, oh my gosh, it's a mark of the beast. No, man, not yet, but it's getting you ready and it's conditioning you.
100%.
Yeah, they're going to keep coming up with new variants of the the C19. It's right, just like Songbird, and then people are going to keep getting more V's, and then they're just going to be conditioned for this. So it might take. Who knows how long it'll take? Then go ahead.
Yeah, but I can't wait till everything goes back to normal. As everyone says. Right. I get that all the time. It's just one thing with the V is that, like, a lot of people, I don't know if it was, I can't remember if it was on your show you were mentioning this or somewhere else I saw it or something, and I noticed it as well, is that a lot of people are actually wanting to get it, not to, it's weird, like their mindset is, I've never heard someone say, hey, I'm going to get my V to become immune to the virus. It's always, I'm going to get the V, so I can travel again. And that's just the crazy thing. Like, that's where everyone's mind's at. Like, they're not actually thinking properly about what it's even supposed to be for.
They're not using any logic, man. There's no reason, no critical thinking, honestly, and that's what it is. They're not
literally thinking. Yeah, it's literally just about, just give me the thing so we can go back to normal. It's not about, hang on a second, like, what's actually going on here.
Yeah, there's a Google commercial they just put out where it's just the search engine on Google, and they keep typing, like, lockdown this, da-da-da. Then they start removing lockdown and V and all that, or lockdown basically, and whatever it is. And it's like church and, parties, just say lockdown or whatever. And then they remove that. And then at the end, they're basically saying, once you get the V, all of this comes back to us. So it's the programming. I've talked about it before, the 3 Ps. You got perfectly programmed people surrounding us, and
Oh,
they're right, and they're triggered, and they get triggered really easy too. So it's crazy, man, but it really is full on MK Ultra, just on every level in society. You know, people are just heavily being programmed right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it's just freaky as well. Like that video you uploaded the other day about like all the transgender and stuff, like increase.
Yeah.
That I've been aware of that for a while, and it's really it's just scary. Like seeing the increase in that, and then like you think now we got a few politicians and stuff that are standing up for a lot of things and all that, but it's not really now that well, it is. I'm worried about stuff, but it's more just the future politicians and stuff that are growing up now, and then the younger generation that's rising up is the real sort of frightening part about. Yeah, that's the scary part when I see that all these new kids rising up and stuff. It's just so sad.
Well, even like even the few politicians, we have a guy Jim Jordan out here in America that's been doing some good stuff. There's a few politicians that are fighting and trying, but the sad part, again, not to be the bummer, but this is again, I'm seeing history replay itself. So what comes next for the few people on the right that stand up is they get destroyed. That's why the system's going after Matt Gaetz. They had a CNN thing not long ago where they were talking about that. It was Project Veritas. It was an undercover thing, and CNN was literally talking about how they're just propaganda and they do this and they do that. But yeah, sorry, I lost my train of thought there. But go ahead, man. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's all right. Yeah, I don't know. And
oh, I'm sorry. I remember quickly. So that's what happens in these other countries. What happens is the people that fight against the incoming Marxist system or leftist system or whatever, they get destroyed in the media. And that Project Veritas was saying on CNN, it was a guy saying, we're going after Matt Gaetz just because he's too conservative. So we already see that's literally happening. And then what happens after that is you get political assassinations. You get people starting to get you taken out. So I'm waiting on mysterious suicides and things like this from some of the people on the right that are trying to fight this someday. That's just me, but okay, that's it.
Probably no, it's probably already happening. Like just in the lower sort of what do you want to call it?
They just took out a lady that was fighting against the V's not long ago with a mysterious. I think it was a mysterious.
I think I heard something about that. Yeah.
Yeah, so they are doing that with a lot of the holistic doctors, and people fighting the V are disappearing.
I just find it so hard to just be around a lot of people these days. Like I
think that's okay.
Yeah, like it's just
embrace it.
Yeah, there's nothing else more than I'd want than to be aware of this rather than be sucked into false reality and not know it.
And you don't want to be spending days on end around people, even though just so you can be around people that are completely brainwashed by this system. I mean, it's tough to do. You know what I mean? There's only so much conversation you can have with some of these people.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, they just get triggered and they're just too fixated on their phones and their Facebook and their TikToks, and oh gosh, it drives me insane. So I kind of like you in a sense, so I'd isolate myself, but at the same time, I do enjoy going out and when I can and my friends and all that. But
same here. There's nothing wrong with that.
What is like? Can I just ask you something? Sorry.
Sure.
If because I get a lot of people like, especially like Christians and stuff, saying, well, what's so bad about the V and stuff? What will happen if I take it or whatever? Like, I'm not too sure, like, what to say to them. I kind of just explain about morally and how I feel about it and how it's rushed, this and that. But like, do you reckon there's a spiritual sort of attachment to like this one now, or I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it does. I'm starting to think of it because I'm actually doing a compilation video with all the people who are harmed by the V, because it's coming out every day. There's new ones. And they're even forcing mentally handicapped people to take them down in California. And I've got video of that too. I can never put it on YT, but I'm going to put it up over the next few days along with my Washington, D.C. video. Other places, I'll let you guys know. But the point is that, yes, I mean, it looks like Morgellons or something weird is on the swab for these things, and I'm finding more proof of that. I didn't want to make a video until I find proof, but
is that the black thing?
The black thing.
Yeah.
It reacts to heat and water. Well, there's news stories coming out that are literally talking about that. They're calling it something else like phosphate or I don't know what it is, but it looks exactly like Morgellons and which is a whole other rabbit hole we can go down. But yeah, I'm putting it together. And what I tell people is I'm nice about it. And I'm always like, hey, man, I told my parents this. It's the first one in history of these that was never tested for 4 to 5 to 10 years on humans and animals. And like now they're testing it on children. Now I showed y'all stories coming out. They're wanting to get 12 and under. They want to start testing it on kids live, right? And I'm like,
I've seen that. That made me sick.
me too. And I'm like, folks, don't y'all see how wrong this is? They didn't test the thing they're forcing in you. And now they're going to start testing it. Now we'll test it after we've given it to people on children. Okay, guys. Like this is, but again, man, it's just one of those things where you have to come to an acceptance and realize that some people are never going to break out of the spell, and we can try, but we have to realize it's the end of the world, and it's not going to be pretty. And some people are going to go to hell, which wasn't reserved for them, but they're going to go there anyway, and it's going to blow, for a lot of people. But I hope that helps, man. Is there anything else, Will, you wanted to bring up before we go?
Obviously there's heaps, but just quickly, but that's obviously I won't take up too much of your time. But just quickly, another thing, obviously, on top of all this, I hate is just the whole. There's just so many agendas and propaganda. Obviously, the racial stuff you can go on for days and days.
That's
That
gross.
is just crazy. I see that like just little glimpse of it, and it literally just makes me so angry. The stuff I see sometimes, and I don't even watch the news or anything. I just see little snippets here and there, like the whole push for veganism as well. Like, oh my gosh, I actually work at a supermarket, right, and the amount of people I've seen such an increase in people asking like for like vegan products and stuff, but they're not just asking like, oh, where's your your fruit and vegetables and stuff. It's like, oh, where's your vegan pork roast? And I'm just like,
right.
oh my, are you serious? Like, if you're gonna be vegan, just eat some carrots and some fruit and veggies. Not God knows what's in this stuff you're putting in your body. Like, do people not even understand?
The meat things a bit. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's all right. But yeah, the whole because I love meat a lot, and I just see the push to remove it and all this stuff. It's really it's just scary. It's just scary to think. Like, literally, people can't comprehend it. But like, honestly, in my mind, like I literally see in the next couple years, like it'll be very hard to access meat. Like, be very expensive at least. Like ridiculously unaffordable.
It's part of the forced food shortages, all that's coming, and with the meat, Bill Gates bought all that farmland you probably heard about, and now he's pushing the created the fake meat, right? So that's a part of their agenda is to wipe out meat and to basically get all the people who can't afford anything anymore in the near future, most likely, to have to eat all this fake meat they're creating, and that'll be another way to put things into our system from these evil government Luciferians. You see, it's disgusting. But I see it too, man. I did raw foods actually right after my heart attack for about a year, and dropped weight I didn't know. And I'm like back to high school size. It's crazy, but I dropped tons of weight doing it. It was great. But then I started getting sick because I wasn't eating enough meat. I had circles under my eyes. I was pale. I was like a skeleton. It was getting bad. So now I balance it out. But I love meat too. I'm right there with you. But it's a big push to get rid of it, man.
And then the trans thing, it's just so many. It's
all
ridiculous.
All on top, man. Well, Will, it's always good talking to you, man. I appreciate you always. Anything else you want to share before we go?
Just real quick, is that all right? Just like I just want to share a real quick thing about how I see God's hand like over me sometimes, and this just gives me just sort of peace and hope that God's looking after me and His people, I guess. Just because I have a history of some health conditions and stuff, so I sometimes go for checkups to the hospital, and like it's not mandated as much now with masks and stuff. I think when it's really busy they mandate it, but it was mandated like a couple months ago, and they had that lockdown or whatever, and like I'm so against it. And I can't, because I have a heart condition. I struggle really hard to breathe with it. I'm hoping if it ever like gets mandated this or that, I can actually have a legitimate excuse not to wear it, which would be great.
Exactly.
I just remember it was just freaky because I went to the hospital and they were wearing masks and stuff, and I was like in the queue, and everyone's wearing them and I'm not wearing them, and I just tell them I have a condition. They don't really care. But then this other time I was like waiting in the queue, and then this young Asian lady walked up to this nurse to ask where like her room was, and then she wasn't wearing a mask, and the nurse just had a massive go at her for not wearing a mask and was freaking out, and she didn't answer her question until she put a mask on. And I was like shocked. She was like right in front of me. I was sitting down, and then
That's what it is. Dumb.
and then I wasn't wearing a mask. I was sitting right like next to them, and then the nurse like looked at me, and she was asked me, would you like a glass of water? This and just looking at me, smiling and everything. I wasn't wearing a mask, and she didn't even care. Nothing. Like she just served me in like normal, whatever. And I was just shocked because I was just like, wow, like
God had you that day. It sounds
like. But it has happened. Stuff like that's happened multiple times where they just don't care that I'm not wearing a mask. But like, it's not even me saying anything about my condition or whatever. Like they mandate it for everyone else, and they don't say anything to me. And I think it's funny, but also just like, wow, God, I think God's gonna.
I like it.
Look after his just true followers of Christ, and those people that really.
Oh, I'm sure. And I bet that nurse, after she threw the fit in that lady, went to the other room and recorded a TikTok video with her cleavage hanging out or something. Anyway, hey, Will, you're a pleasure, man, and it's nice talking to you again. And just thanks for sharing everything with us, man.
No worries, man. Thanks so much for having me on, and I just stay safe, not from the V, but just from all the tyranny and whatever's going on.
Hey, you too, man. Stay solid. I know we're watching the world fall apart around us, but at the end is a paradise forever. So it's going to be worth it.
Man. We'll just enjoy the show.
There you go. Let's enjoy the show. Well, take care, man. God bless you.
You too. Thanks so much. Bye.
See you later. All right, guys. Moving on. Thanks, Will. I've got Arch up next. Hi, Mr. Arch. How you doing? Oh, I got to unmute you. I'm sorry. Oh, you have to unmute on your end. I'm sorry. There you go.
Hey, KJ. How you doing, buddy?
I'm great, man. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, man. First time calling in.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm glad you did.
Thank you for everything that you do for the viewers. And I think you're a guy that wakes people up. And I mean, everything I know about symbology, I've learned from watching your videos. And,
oh, thanks. You're welcome.
Probably the only YouTube video person that I follow consistently.
Thank you, sir. Unfortunately, there's not many left, right? I mean, gosh, I've lost so many great channels I loved. I'm sure you have too.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, a lot of them get redundant, but you've always got fresh stuff. Sometimes it's a little uncomfortable to watch, but
yeah, thank you.
It's a really good work. I really appreciate it. So.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. And I appreciate scaring some folks out there. We have to, we got to shake some of them awake. But thank you, Arch. I appreciate it.
No problem. I'm using this. This isn't really my name, but I'm just using it as a
that's okay.
Stage name here. But I've mentioned before about I experienced an NDE in 2012, and I had asked 2 comments, I think, that if you would ever do a video about that. And
gosh, I don't remember, but go ahead. I need to because I'm fascinated by them and I'm interested. Go ahead.
It is. It's a thing that really affects the person, and most of them, I think that they try to explore. They have questions, of course. It's a big experience, but and they go towards the new age stuff and kind of get off.
Yeah,
a little
that's
bit.
it, man. I wanted to ask you quickly, not to cut you off, but have you heard of a young lady on YouTube named Sylvia Isaacson?
The name sounds familiar.
Okay, you can look her up later, but her whole YouTube channel is dedicated to interviewing people who've had near-death experiences.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I mean, I saw some that were just fantastic, but then, unfortunately, there have been a couple that seem to almost dip their toes in the new age stuff, and it's always a turnoff to me, right? Anytime they take the light away from Christ, I know we're in some trouble,
You bet.
But,
I agree.
But I'd love to hear your experience. You want to share it with us?
Sure. It's easier to do here. Nobody really knows me, so.
There you go.
Well, mine was from an overdose. Accidental. Deer hunting. So that sounds bad that I was taking regular medication and I just had a reaction to a new medication I was taking didn't combine well with the other.
Okay.
And it was fluent. I mean, like stepping through a door. I saw Jesus's face in a tree. I was looking through my scope and I saw the shadows that had Jesus' face. I'm like, wow, that's cool. God's everywhere. But it looked really it was like the reversed light was dark and dark was light in the shadow. And you could see his face. And then I glanced over to the rocks and I saw that exact same face in the rocks. And I immediately got frightened. But as soon as I did, I got hit with the light. It was over my left shoulder, and I was calm, just super calm. And
So I'm sorry. I want to get something straight though. So you had the overdose with the mixing of the things, and then the first thing you thought or saw was you were looking through the scope at the tree and saw the face. Is that how that worked?
That's correct. Yeah. Well, I was deer hunting, and I noticed a lot of animals coming in. More
Okay,
than
good for it.
normally. It's a place I'd hunted for 11 years, so usually went with my dad, but he wasn't able to go that time. And yeah, so I saw the face in the tree in the shadows of the leaves or whatever, and then I looked over into the rocks, and there was that same image. I mean, identical. And then I was like, uh-oh, And as soon as I did that, got hold of me, and I heard, "Look for me, and you'll find me," and ask and you'll receive, and then something else, and then I just felt like enveloped by pure joy and love. I mean, something that you would give everything you've ever had and everything you'd ever get to feel again. It's supernatural. It had to be. It was just so incredible and very exciting. But it's also very, comes with a lot of baggage, because now that you have that knowledge that we continue after you die, when you do stuff that's not right, because I'm a sinner and I'll always be a sinner, but there's a lot of guilt involved in that. So, and it's a very lonely experience, I think. So people,
I'm sorry, quickly, I want to say that's a good point, and I wanted to share that with you too, because even sometimes in my own life, I leave my ego out of stuff. I've always maintained the best I can, just humility with all this, but there are times I've been like, wow, God gave me such a cool gift that I get to use, but why am I still doing this stupid sin? You know what I mean? Like, I'm the same way, man. Even though I haven't had a near-death experience, I feel you, because you feel so much shame. I'm like, man, I should be better. I should be cleaner. I should be closer. But we still fall and do bad things sometimes, Go ahead.
It's true. I mean, the body is sinful, I guess. I mean, I was not religious. I didn't know that what he said or what I heard was scripture at the time. I did tarot cards, astrology. I was going down the tubes.
And he wanted you. He really wanted you.
Yeah, I think so. Well, I'm skipping ahead, but I went through the floating where I was like, what am I doing? And I could actually look at myself, and I was smiling, looking into this light. And I could see why you had a near-death experience, correct?
No, I never did. But I mean, when I said near-death, I mean like I could have died a couple times, but I didn't. Go ahead.
Well, people say a tunnel or whatever, but it just looked like a beam of light. And the light was, the warmth and the love that I felt. It was just incredible. It's indescribable. But I start feeling like, wow, I kind of feel like I'm floating. But I looked at myself, and I'm smiling real big. And that was kind of weird, And then I don't know how long it lasted like that. It just seemed like forever. But then I felt myself floating up. And I look down, and I see the deer stand. And obviously it's me there, but you're not thinking about it. It's just, it doesn't register. It's like, what is that? You know what I mean? And then as soon as I realized I was floating and I was up above, I slammed back into my body. Tears come to my eyes. It's just like, whoa, and it was an incredible thing. It really was. It changed. It changed
That's
my
amazing.
personality. It changed my outlook, and even my wife said it changed the look in my eyes. Because I was very intense.
Does she know Jesus herself?
Yeah, she was. I'm married to a Mexican national woman, so she was heavily Catholic.
Right. Yeah.
Since changed to just, she got the KJV Bible, and
there you go.
And she was kind of thinking. I said, I don't know what happened to me. I really didn't understand for years, actually, that what I died, because I was here, I was fine, I didn't get it, and
right.
And I kept asking and writing people, and like people on YouTube, and I had this overwhelming urge to read the Bible before I was 50 years old. So I only had like 3 months, so I got an audio book and listened to it, and it was just an urge.
Urgent it felt, huh?
Yeah, and I think what God was saying that day was to learn about Him. I think it really was to. I think that the Bible and the words of God are a conduit to Him. you feel closer. In my opinion, that's what.
Yeah, I think that's what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
That's
And
beautiful,
I get why
man.
these people, they have a lot of questions. I mean, I did, but I was going back to my wife. We went to see this play in part of Florida, and it was about Jesus, and it's a big production out in a barn, and they have horses, the whole thing. Just a great production, and they asked for people to be baptized afterward in Jordan, their rendition of the Jordan.
Yeah,
River.
cool.
And I said, well, my daughter and I will do it, but I don't think my wife will because, and she decided to do it. Well, which shocked me. And that was the turning point for her. She was crying. She was afraid what her parents would think.
Aw.
Really a big deal. And she took a shower and we could hear her screaming. And we went in there and she was laughing and crying and so excited that she felt this presence that everything was, that she did the right thing. And since then, she's been totally no more married, none of that, no idol worshiping or.
Oh, great. Arch, I'm so glad you shared that, man. That reached some people out there. I know it did. A lot of recovering Catholics in this group.
Yeah, well, I hope if anything, I just say, hey, this isn't us. I mean, this body, I asked my wife the other day, I said, I wonder what my name is. Because it probably isn't Scott. I wonder what God calls us.
Yeah, man. I can't wait to find out all those mysteries. Do you feel that? It's going to be so cool.
Yeah, it really is.
I got a lot of questions myself. I can't wait. Anything else? Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead, buddy.
I was just saying, what else you wanted to share with us? Go ahead.
Well, I'm just noticing the uptick. I'm here in a part of Mexico where the skies are getting very interesting, to say the least. And I've noticed
yeah, I bet.
the big uptick on Mavi, and I mean, even here, what we've seen is very unusual. But I think that I obviously feel that they're fallen, of course, and I think that people that want to see them will see them. I mean, I think you can almost.
You can, what's the word? There's videos of people. I know a couple guys that do it, not personally, but Prophet Yahweh, y'all can look up, and Robert Bingham. Yeah. And they're guys that will go out there and be talking to the skies and come back, my friends. And here come orbs and right. And it's okay. Here's a weird side story for you. I did a live show many years ago called Rigged Reality Radio. It's y'all can find it over on my KJ Osborne YouTube channel. I've got a channel. And this is from years ago. I had Enter the Stars and all these other guys on there. I had a lot of, yeah. Thanks, man. He's fantastic, and the shows were a lot of fun back then. Jeff Z was on a bunch of them. But the one show that really haywire is I finally got a hold of Robert Bingham myself, because I don't know if he's still around, but he had a YouTube channel, and it was always him bringing in these UFOs, and some of them were flying humanoids. Really amazing. They're shapeshifters. They're demons, in my opinion, or fallen angels, which is a spirit of a fallen angel is a demon, right? So anyway, whatever it is, it's all the same kind of little grouping to me. But I tried to get him on, and man, I mean, his side, my side, technically things were going bonkers. We're having trouble with our headsets. We couldn't talk to each other. When I was going live, it just went totally off the rails. I felt that was something spiritual, like maybe God was saying, don't deal with this guy or something. Maybe I went too far, bringing one of those kind of people on. I wasn't sure. And again, guys, not to bash this Robert Bingham, please. I don't want anyone to go to this channel if he still has one. And KJ says that I'm not that way, but I think he's an earnest guy, but he's, as far as I know, but he's dealing with demons. And a lot of these people don't realize what they're doing, I think,
I agree too. I come from generations of table tippers. I don't know if you're familiar with that term, but
no.
Table tippers they would ask questions and they would put their hands on the tables.
Seances.
Yeah, back in the old days, and they would answer questions that nobody could possibly know. My dad told me about it when I was older, that they did that, and his parents did it, and he actually did it with his girlfriend, whose dad was a preacher, and they believed they were talking to angels, which I think they were, but I don't think it's any different than that. I don't think it's any different than the Ouija board. I used to be really into UFO studying, and we would see stuff that was very strange, and just some weird stuff happened at the house, to the point that we bought a house in another state. So it was very strange,
Well, I bet you see a lot of things like you mentioned in Mexico, because I lived in Costa Rica for a while, but I've always been into this kind of research. And my point is that the best supernatural, paranormal, UFO type videos, even sky doing strange things. It's always South America, Central America, Mexico. I think also because there's so much witchcraft in some of those places that there are portals that are allowing more things in. That's just my opinion, but go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Right down the hill from where we're at, they do rituals, I guess, for rain or whatever. And they're having explosions all the time, and you can hear them dancing. And we're on the top of a hill, or a mountain, basically.
Wow.
Or volcano, I don't know what it is, but there's a big valley down below, and you can just hear them echoing, and the explosions are so loud. I mean, it rattles the windows. But they say it brings the rain. They say it's some kind of, and that kind of thing is all.
It's all bad. It's all bad because the dark spirits they'll give you some nice things for a while, right, temporarily, and get you more sucked in. It's once they know they got your soul, it's over, right? That's when people die in weird accidents and do crazy crap, go nuts. Anyway,
yeah,
go ahead.
my brother went the other direction. When I was younger, he was into darker stuff, and he now is living homeless in LA with schizophrenia. So,
wow, sorry to hear that.
Biblical type thing, but
it really is. Yeah, if you keep letting that stuff into you and letting your body fill up with that kind of dark energy and all that, dude, it's a bad road, man.
I joined in IANS. I don't know if you're familiar with that group.
No, what is it?
So I could interact. It's people that have experienced near-death experiences or something similar to it.
Tell me about it.
I've attended them, but they seem to draw the new age, some stuff. And believe me, if anybody, I'm very open-minded about things now.
Sure.
Which I wasn't before, but I am now. But some of that stuff is crazy. I mean, it just sounds
Yeah.
Looney Tunes, which people are probably thinking what I sound Looney Tunes too, but it's
no, I know what you mean. Some of these people probably talk about the Ascended Masters, or maybe they've seen the Ascended Masters when have their near-death experience. I've seen that in some NDEs, and it always turns me off. A legit, real experience. I'm always waiting for them to mention Jesus. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, I'm not sure.
Both of my experiences, Jesus was present. I had a vision, a waking vision in 2016, almost 4 years after my NDE, and I was watching a video on YouTube on my Alienware laptop, right? And I'm watching a Mark Sargent video, and I think it was called Under God's Dome.
Mark Sargent. Okay, there you go. Sure. I know. I've heard the name. I think he's a flat Earth guy.
Yeah, he did a really good job. Well, he got to the point where there was an illusion, and this is one of the things. It got to a point where there's a picture of Jesus. It was saying how your mind can play tricks in you or create stuff, but whatever. But you look at the picture of Jesus and you can see him, right? So I listened to it, and I thought it said, look at the picture and then stare at a wall stare at it for 4 seconds and look at a wall and blink. So I did that, and all of a sudden I started blinking and I couldn't see anything. I'm like, I can't see anything. And all of a sudden I got this really crazy vibration, like just really crazy vibration, and then clouds going clockwise and opening up in the middle to reveal, and that's going to sound crazy, everybody's listening, but a field on a narrow path, and right in the middle of the path was Jesus. I mean, he didn't have a sign saying Jesus, but he was everything besides.
You knew.
Yeah, he was very tan, high cheekbones. I mean, you knew the hair coming out, but it looked like he was glowing, but it was actually a veil over his head. But nothing was said. I just see him, and he's just looking at me, not smiling or anything. Doesn't say anything. And I find myself coming over in front of him on this game trail or a cattle path or whatever. But in the background on the horizon, there was these crazy clouds, almost like cartoon battles, where there's lights going and lightning or whatever, like they're fighting in the old cartoons, and you see it boom, boom, boom. But it was a bad storm. But I got right up to him, looking at his face, and I was just, of all things, I didn't say anything, I just had my mouth open because I was in shock, basically. But how well he was groomed, his beard and mustache were perfect. But with that, he
interesting.
He turned away and looked back towards the horizon, and then boom, I'm right back. And that was it. It was over. Nothing said, but very odd. And I just kind of think that he was telling me that sorrows were coming, that something was coming. So.
Oh man, look, you don't sound crazy to me. I love that. That's beautiful. It's fantastic. I believe you. And wow, you're so blessed to have had that. I've heard of other people having these day visions too. Not many. but I have heard some, and it's just fascinating. What did that do for you after that happened? And like you said, your overall feeling was it meant that there's kind of a storm coming, and that's true. Even that I did a video on this a few years ago, a compilation of all these movies and TV shows where the characters are saying there's a storm coming, right? Because even in that, there's that programming because there is a storm coming, right? We know the AC's coming soon. What did it do for you, though? I mean, after the whole thing, you kind of settled in. I'm sure you told your wife.
Made me nervous a little bit because he didn't talk to me, and he wasn't smiling and he wasn't frowning. But you start questioning, and I didn't drop on my face, but I didn't see my body. I mean, I just kind of was floating around. I just saw him in the deal there, and he seemed gaunt but healthy, but very high cheekbones, a tall man.
Wow.
Good looking guy. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm married and stuff.
I gotcha. It's okay to say that. Yeah.
Let me tell you.
Yeah. Good on. I wouldn't expect anything less, even though he's described as a mediocre looking man in the Bible, right? And as an average man, I think it's more of a description, but this is his,
a tanned California surfer guy.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but with a white robe and a veil over his head. But he had the long hair coming out, just at his shoulders, and
I love it.
It was awesome. It was really awesome. So I think it gave me more questions, and I mean, I'm all in now. Obviously, after all this. Before I didn't have anything to do with it. I thought he hated me really, but he loves me, and then I know if he could love me the way I was, that he can love everybody out there. I mean, he is love. He's just pure love.
Boom, right there. I love it. Somebody needed to hear that. I know a lot of people probably do, because so many people feel, I'm so horrible and sinful and dirty. There's no way God wants me, right? That's the devil whispering in our ear.
Yeah, it is, because this gentleman, our king, is pure love. Really, that's what I really took from it. But I also thought that in thought, I mean, because I can picture just like I was there, though I'm starting to lose his face image a little bit, but. That's the only thing I could draw from it, that I was coming up to a storm. And I'll tell you, I kind of, as you say, people start trying to find answers. So I had my wife video I did a 7-minute video on telling my testimony of my MD and my vision.
Where can they find it real quick, please? People are going to want to see that.
Well, it's really bad because there's chickens and everything, but Servant of God on YouTube.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
Servants of God. So where was I? I lost what I was thinking. Oh yeah, okay. So I did a 7-minute video of my testimony of this, right? So I listened to a guy, John Oates. Right? I think that's his name, John Oates. He did reverse speech.
Okay.
The CIA used it to find out the truth, right? So I said, well, I'm going to take this video and play it backwards, and if it confirms what I'm saying, people know that I'm telling the truth, so they won't be questionable. I used to think if I tell anybody, nobody will believe me, right?
Yeah.
So I played this backwards, and I got it said so many things. I stretched it to 21 minutes, and it was incredible. The things, and perfect speech, no backmasking or anything like that. Just it starts off. It says, "I'm the verse of Noah." That was the very first thing it said. And I could go through a whole thing on it. And I think I have videos on it out there, and I'm horrible with videos. So if you can last 3 minutes, God bless you. So,
well, that's a fascinating, that's one of the ones I've used throughout the years to kind of at least try to shake people awake a little bit so I can go a little deeper, is I used to have a recorder device. It was an app on my phone where you could record your voice and it'd change the tone and whatever. I thought it was funny, but it also had a backwards saying you'd record something, play it back. Well, one thing I would do is show people the Obama, yes, we can.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Right. Thank you, Satan. Clear as day. And people would, and I'm like, yeah, now let me show you the money, it's on the money. Right. So anyway, go ahead.
Well, I've gone all the way up where I wasn't planning on talking about that kind of stuff because it's, the ND, then more importantly, to get that across, that I'd like to see some videos. I mean, you're pretty much, I watch you more than anybody. I mean,
thanks.
So I really enjoy that. And you're a watchman on the wall for sure. I mean, you're an educator, and I just appreciate it personally that the things that you do. I watch TV shows now, which I never watched TV, but I watch to see the symbology that you've mentioned in these shows. So, like
You see
Evil,
it,
I
huh?
think that's a good show
Yeah, me too.
that says stuff, but you can see it, and the things you talk about, it's true. It's predictive programming or whatever you said, residual magic, but they tell you what they're going to do before they do it.
All the time. Hey, you know what? You gave me a great idea. Here's what I'll do. I'll do a live show because I don't know how many people would have this experience. It's the only reason why. Maybe I'll do a survey on the channel first, but I'll find out if enough people would come onto a live show. I'll just call it "Tell Us Your Near-Death Experience," and we'll see how many people show up, and I'll give them a platform if they're willing to do it. So, folks, maybe let us know. I can't read chat, but let us know in the comments once this is uploaded if y'all would be interested in that. If there's somebody that want to tell your story.
I would love to hear it. It's a very lonely thing, and only in situations like this where people don't know me. I mean, I know you can see me here, but it's uncomfortable. I mean, I told my cousin, who's a preacher, and I could tell, and I'm not, and I don't swear on anything because God says not to. I mean, I tell you, if you believe it, not, it's okay. But I could tell he didn't believe me, and it was very hurtful for me to, and I didn't say anything, but I could tell that he didn't believe it, and I thought the one person that would be him.
Man, I know.
He's passed. He's passed away by now. But
yeah, that's one of those sorrows we carry, isn't it? With the whole thing, with understanding, seeing what we do, and living in a world that's blind. Really.
Yeah, it really is. But it's the most wonderful gift, besides my daughter, that I could ever get is the gift of knowing. But
yeah,
it comes
man.
with baggage for sure.
Well, Arch, look, you've been amazing. Thanks for sharing all that with us. The folks will go check out your YouTube channel, Servant of God. Oh, don't? Okay, then don't.
No,
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to help if you wanted it.
I appreciate it. No, I don't do any monetizing or anything like that. I just was putting it down there because
no worries.
Well, man, about it, so.
Well, I'm glad you stepped out and did it with us. That's cool. And
if you do a show like that, man, I'd love to hear it.
Hey, I'll put it up and we'll see if the people are interested. We'll check the comments later. And man, God bless you, dude. Thanks so much, Arch. You're awesome.
God bless you too, KJ. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Take care.
Take care, buddy.
All right, guys. Going to keep on moving on as we do. Let's see. We'll get a new background up here. We had that earlier. Do that for a little bit. And I'm going to jump over to SZA. I'll tell you who's in line here. SZA, This Mortal Coil, Mike D, Great Hope, Terry, Sammy, Fictional Machines, Midnight Lantern. So we got a full house right now. I'll keep moving, and I'll put the link back in the chat in just a little while. Thanks again, folks who are waiting in line. Thanks for your patience. As you see, we just kind of fly by the seat of our pants with these things. So SZA M, let's see if you are there.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
How you doing?
Oh,
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool.
Hi. It's
Hi.
It's Shazam. I know.
Oh, Shazam.
Like
That's okay. Nice to meet you.
Spelt out too much. Yeah. How are you
I like
doing?
Hey, I'm great. These are always fun. Everyone's been awesome so far, and it's Good Friday night. How about you?
It's all right here. It's all right here. It's just chill for me and my family. So
That's good.
I'm just
Chill's
happy I
good
got
these days.
on.
Oh,
Yeah.
me too. What's on your mind?
See, they were clowning me in the chat because I was like, I'm making talking points so I don't take up this man's time. So
You're
this
okay.
is what's happening.
You're okay. Go with it. Go for it.
First of all, shout out from Hampton Roads. I know you love this area because you talk about it all the time.
Oh my gosh, I seriously do, man. Yeah, Virginia Beach, Norfolk, all of it.
Yes,
Newport News.
Come visit. Let me know.
I'll let you know
because I'm about to hit my 20. So
hey, we'll go to that water park in Williamsburg. I love that place.
See, I'm over near Yorktown, the beach there. That's my jam.
You're kidding. You know what? That was the last unit I was stationed in was Yorktown, Virginia for the Coast Guard. I was a medic at the OCS there, for the Officer Candidate School. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, I guess.
Cool area.
Some of the points I would like to hear because I'm listening to people. I get amped up when I listen to these shows.
Cool. Thanks.
So, first off, let's talk about the trash on Netflix. Netflix and all the other programming that's out there that have been like, I seriously eye roll watching some of the stuff that's out there. It's like,
Yeah.
it's so blatantly out there. I'm like, how did I miss this for so long? So it's like,
Man, Netflix got so after Cuties, I canceled my subscription. I don't even have a Netflix anymore. But sometimes I'll find the movies, in other places online where I can find them, and I'll watch them just if I want to do a video or something. But yeah, after Cuties, and it just I'll see the titles and stuff in places. Wow, I mean, it's
well,
just full on programming.
I thought about doing it, and I always kind of go back to the word on stuff, and it's like, to me, I think that we're supposed to see, so we let other people know. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna hold off on that note.
Well, I'm with you on that, and I'm certainly not trying to be self righteous or anything because
No, I get it. I get it.
right, but because also I'm already taking in so much dark stuff as it is. Honestly, like with what I do, I'm constantly looking into
Oh
the
yes,
abyss
you
to
definitely
report.
have to pace
Right,
yourself. I get it.
right.
You
So
have
that's
to
all
pace
that was.
yourself.
But
But
also it just started getting too expensive, man. I had so many of those apps. I looked at my bill one time, like, oh my gosh, I don't have the money for all this. It's like it gets crazy.
yes, it gets carried away. Everything that you hop onto, it's like, hey, give us money. And it's like, oh,
Yeah.
seriously, I don't know you.
Well,
But
what is it that woke you up on the Netflix? Anything in particular?
well, I mean, it's just okay. So, my thing, my jam, it's probably why I click with this channel so much is that I like the scary, spooky stuff.
Me
Like some
too.
stuff I won't touch. The Lord will tell me, listen, Trick, no, okay, it's not happening. Like, don't do it. Other stuff, I'm like, okay, I can get into this. Like I don't know, you get into aliens or you get into. I mean, I think it's in everything. So, I mean, I've spoken to a pastoral friend, and I'm like, I mean, this is legit a guy that is going to school to teach people about Yeshua. And I'm like, well, so what do you think about the return or the popularity of the new gods? And or the old gods. And he was like, what do you mean the old gods? I was like, Marvel, DC. I
Yep.
mean, these are all old gods. I mean, I just spoke to my mom last week, and I think we were going jewelry shopping, and she was like, oh, did you want anything? And I was like, no, because if you look at the stuff, you have hella patrons on jewelry. Like, you have old gods, you have astrology
Yep.
signs, you have stones and gems, you have
Yep.
suns, stars, and moons. I don't need that on my body. Y'all wondering why things are going wrong in your
Good for
life,
you.
and bada boom, you just put a patron on your body. No, thank you.
Yeah.
So
Good for you.
I get it. I mean, it's so crazy because I'm first gen American, so you have a lot of stories from, you know, where my mom and my dad came from,
Where are they from?
and
I'm curious.
well, I'm from New York. We moved down to Virginia in the '90s, which was trash already, but um, it
Yeah.
was it. My mom is from St. Kitts and my father's from Trinidad,
Oh, that's
so
awesome.
yeah. So
Do
you
you ever go
have
there? I'm sorry to cut you off. Do you ever go
oh
out
no.
there?
Oh no, they asked me, and I was like, "Didn't you tell me y'all left there because it was hella poor?"
Oh
And they're like, "Oh yeah, I mean, it was kind
yeah,
of
yeah,
this
right. That
sort
okay.
of way." I was like, "No, I'll stick with the resorts and
Yeah,
the resorts and the cruises. I'll do that. I'll do my trek around
sure.
Europe a couple times before I decide to go." I
Yeah.
know it sounds shallow. Don't come at me in the comments, y'all. So,
No, I think
but
travel's great. If I'd be doing it more if I could right now. But yeah, I mean, I like to
no,
stay close to the
I
fam right now. But yeah, go ahead.
well, yeah. I mean, right before everything went down, I actually took a little trek around. I can't even remember all the countries I went to. I went to Ireland, Greece,
Cool.
Italy. Um, I went to France,
I'm jealous,
and
man. You've gone to some
so
great places.
yeah, I'm gonna try and do it again after the whole retirement thing. Maybe have some refreshments that I couldn't
There you
imbibe
go.
in beforehand.
Yeah, sure.
But all in fair game. Do not, get drunk until drunkenness. Right. We know that line.
Right. I
Anyways,
don't even go at people with all that. I've never been a sin picker. I come from
yeah.
religion and religious stuff, and those people aren't bad. My family church and all that, really, it's really good people. It's just
Listen,
that.
some of the drugs that people be on, I can't mess with. Like actual medical pharmakia kind of stuff.
Oh
I
yeah, I don't
cannot
mess with any of
touch.
that
Yeah, I mean, and I
if
am
I can.
speaking as somebody that has maintained a lot of things for my job, and like I have aches, pains, and all kinds of things going on, and I still can't take it. Like it's not for me.
Good for
So,
you. Yeah.
uh, but even speaking with like my parentage, and speaking to people that are coming from other countries, it seems like they forget a lot of the stuff they told us when I was young. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like there's
Like
certain
biblical
things.
type things or
Well,
life
not
lesson
even
type.
just biblical stuff. There's a lot of superstition that comes from it. You don't mess with old gods. You don't mess with symbols. You don't, you know, I
Right.
mean, it goes as far as throwing salt over your shoulder kind of thing.
Because a lot of
But
those people know the power. There really is power in that stuff. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, so when you talk about like people mixing stuff nowadays, it's like no, 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 you don't mess with that. You don't touch that. I forgot. Like you forget. I mean, it was so deep when I was young that like my siblings and I used to call um the space in between like awake and asleep, the in between space. And
Yeah.
like we would sit there, you know what I mean? Like we would know that we were there and we would have discussions. We still have discussions about it. But I mean,
You
we're
reminded
one.
me. I'm sorry to cut you off. There's
No, you're fine.
something I read a long time ago about a culture. I don't know where they were located, but they were teaching their children how to lucid dream. They
Yeah,
actually, right? It's really cool that they taught their
yeah.
kids how they're to maintain a sort of awakeness during their dream period. But go
Well,
ahead.
even when you do that, you have those protections around you. I mean, I still pray about it. I still have sleep paralysis. I mean,
Oh, do you? Sorry to hear that.
no, it's not. It is what it is. I am a child of God, and I know that. I was talking to people in the chat about it. I'm like, y'all are talking about the B word and all this stuff. Let's not forget that we are still considered in a very old generation. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
we're in fact probably a peak generation because we get the techno side of stuff. You can't bamboozle it can bamboozle us on that end of the
Yeah.
spectrum. But at the same time, like we know our brothers and our friends and our sisters, and we're gonna stand by them because we're still old heads about stuff. Like you're not like my brother and I had this discussion because I put him on this channel and I was like, hey, I don't think we're there yet. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to predict.
No, it's
And
okay. Everyone's got a viewpoint. Go for it. It's good.
yeah, but like we're OGs. Like you're not going to tell us we can't have guns. Like you're not going to tell us that the people in the military are not doing their thing. You're not going to tell us that family values aren't a thing. Like right now, I mean, when I think of us, I look at the people in the Bible, going to battle, not afraid of nothing. They might have had their concerns, but it was like, all right, well, since I got to do it, thank you, Lord. Please protect
Yep.
me. Let me not lose my faith. Let me get my gap kind of thing. So
Yeah.
it was never just, oh, woe is me. I can't get over it. It was like, I'm going to get mine because God said it was mine. So, end of story, point blank.
Yeah.
But I mean, when you're,
Is,
I,
is your brother scared or something? Is he afraid of
oh
this,
no,
the end
like I said,
times? Or?
we've always kind of talked about the in between. We did the scary movies and everything. We've all suffered from sleep paralysis. Unfortunately, like we're one man down. There was four of us, and now there's three of us now.
Oh,
And I
sorry to hear that.
think, I mean, well, my it's okay. It happened a while ago, but I think unfortunately, the in between kind of got in the way for him. And things that weren't not supposed to connect, he allowed in,
Yeah, that's too bad. Yeah, that's the
and
danger of opening
yeah,
your spirit up like that. You bet.
yeah, and he was, full out. And I still pray for him because the Lord is not, if Jesus can defeat death,
Yeah, definitely. I'm
then
glad you're
you
praying
tell
for him.
me, oh, I still pray for him. He was a very shiny soul, if that makes, like people attracted to him.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But I mean, even still, like I've had people, because I get insomnia sometimes because I, think about some of the things, that's going on. I try not to think about stuff that's going on in the world because I got my own world to think about. But,
Yeah.
you know, even still, like just going over stuff in my head, I've stayed up and I've had like roommates when I've like had to go away from work and we're sharing a hotel room or whatever. I've had roommates wake up and tell me stuff, you know. I've woken up gagging, like throwing up kind of thing.
Oh,
Like
we got to
I
get that
told,
off of you.
oh no, I'm not worried about it. It's gone. Like that was a while
Okay,
ago.
good, good.
This was when
Okay,
I
cool.
no. We were like that was when I was getting switched over, so the
Oh,
house
good.
needed to
Okay,
be clean. Yeah, because
I got you.
I don't think a lot of people know that that's like a sign that you have stuff in you. And
Yeah,
yeah, and my brother was asking me about it. He's like, yeah, I wake up doing that too, and I was like, you have to work that out because that's trash trying to get out of you. God is trying to pull it out, and you might be sucking that right back in. But
and that's
now,
great.
I might have a bet. Like I had a bout the other week because I was staying at my sister's house, and I don't know what's up in there, but I know I must have scared it a little bit because I wasn't letting go. You know what I mean? Like I rebuke you, I
Is
ban
she,
you, I
is
will
she with
knock you
Jesus?
out. She
Your
is not.
sister?
She is not.
Okay,
So
so you can feel the presence of something bad there.
yeah, I mean, even it changes your mood. You know
I
what I
got you.
mean?
I've been around that.
Yeah,
Is it any of the people or any of them psychic vampires? Do they
I
suck your energy?
I don't think it's people. I think it's people unaware. Like discussing stuff with her, she gets very annoyed. Like, okay, topic. I'll just do BLM. This is
Yeah.
a thing that happens in my household, and I am minority on that because I am like those people are trash. I'm not supporting them. No, thank you. And they are like, what are you talking about? Because we care. No, listen, you're
Darn
not going
it.
to tell me I haven't had the black experience. I have had
Yeah.
that MFer. Okay, I'm sorry, I did. All right. What I'm saying is when when you're walking with God, you shouldn't be worried about burning other people's stuff down. You shouldn't be
I love
worried
it.
about terrorizing people. You should be worrying about building up the community. All these people that are out there talking about BLM, I don't see them in these housing developments. I don't see them working with the youth. I don't see them where they need to be in political positions doing what they need to do. So you're
Did you
not going to
see?
continue to tell me
Did,
what to believe.
did you see what the leader of BLM did recently?
Oh, you mean her in her mega mansions and
Right.
whatnot?
Yeah.
Did you see the mom
Unbelievable.
come out and say that she hadn't gotten any funding? Like when they put up GoFundMe under her son's name and she didn't get any funds to bury her child?
Ooh, I didn't see
Yeah,
that. Hmm.
yes. I mean, I even explained the whole about page to them. So like they legit sent me a link and I was like, don't even start because I found the other article that said BLM changed their about page. Like you're trying to tear down the nuclear, and then they go as far as to explain that to me later on. Like, well, she came from a bad part of the area, and
They're
she was
sucked
with
in.
them. I'm not. I'm not knocking that. I'm not saying that a child that has been abandoned or has been orphaned or whatever should not be in a loving home. A loving home is a loving home. I don't think
Yeah.
the Lord denies that at all. But all I'm saying is when you're attacking people's way of life on that issue, that's a totally different thing. So,
Just remember this too, that we're trying to be reasonable with people who aren't reasonable, and remember also that when you tell me that you're standing out from the family and they're all like, oh my gosh, no man, it's all because it's the same thing with a mask, it's the same thing with a V, it's the same thing with all this stuff. Remember that
oh,
there are
I'm
people
not
who are
worried
just, it's
about
a
it, you
great
know?
delusion.
Yeah, because ultimately, foundationally, they are my people. I love my family.
And they
They're
have,
crazy.
right,
They're
there you go.
beautiful. But uh, we don't discuss things because I feel like they get emotional when I win. I don't want to say I come in there trying to win or anything. I'm just saying I bring out a lot of facts that make them ask questions. And
Good.
I think a lot of people in our world today don't like to be scratched further than the
No,
surface, and
everyone's
it makes
offended.
them yeah, it makes them bring up their hackles real quick. And
That's it,
I,
man. They're
let's
perfectly
say
programmed people.
yeah,
Triggered.
I do not I do not
Yeah,
I
you don't
guess
want to
I
make it
don't
worse. And
yeah, well the Lord said don't fight with fools, so
there you go.
let's
Yeah, don't
stop
throw
doing
your
it.
pearls to the swine. Exactly.
Yeah,
That's it.
so I mean I guess I think I
Yeah, cool.
hit everything.
Well, it's
But
nice talking to you. It was all
it was
good.
nice talking to you too,
Yeah,
man.
I appreciate you sharing your experience with us. And yeah, we're all in it in that way. I don't say I hate. We're all in it together because that's one of the slogans, right? But we really are as followers of Christ. And You're not alone. And just thanks for sharing, Suzanne. It was awesome talking to you.
Could I say hi to everybody? And
Please.
another point, hey everybody. I know I see a lot of they like to call it conspiracy stuff, truther stuff out there. Please don't be discouraged. Listen to what the Holy Spirit is telling you, because if you hear him, she, whatever, say you got enemies at your back, they are at your back. Get on your knees and say what you need to say. Do not be discouraged. Remember the fact that the Lord had put soldiers out there in the word that we're reading multiple times, and they crushed it. And you can too. Okay? Thank
Awesome.
you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Yes. Thank you, Suzanne. You're awesome. Take
All
care.
right.
Okay.
You too. Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. Awesome, man. All right. We're going to keep on moving. I got This Mortal Coil coming up next. This Mortal Coil.
Hi, how are
Hey, how you
you?
doing? I'm great. How are you?
Doing well. Happy to talk with you.
Yeah, you too. Thanks for calling in. I guess calling in kind of, but thanks for jumping in.
Yeah, I'm kind of shy, so I'm working
That's
on.
okay. No worries.
Yeah,
Nobody can see you on screen.
that's all right. So I have a couple questions, and I wanted to. I know you talk to a lot of people, so I wanted to remind you that we talked about. I think it was aliens last time,
Yeah.
and God literally confirmed everything you told me.
Awesome. You say, and tell
Yeah.
me. I want to hear if you don't mind.
I can't think off the top of my head because
That's
I had to
okay.
kind of prepare. You know what I
Okay,
mean?
no problem. I'm glad that happened, though. Thanks for sharing that.
But I can think of a few things.
Sure.
So now that I've talked to you before, I'm a little more comfortable. I can't believe I'm going to tell you this. So first it was like in memes, like just senseless stuff, when I'd be like at the bus stop or something. And then I actually found out that basically all the media I was consuming had aliens in it somehow, regardless if it was subliminal or, you know what I mean?
I do.
So,
Well, I do. Let me throw this at you. Have you seen the Apple computers? You probably know that one, right?
yeah, I know that one. Yeah.
That's an old one, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, some of the more extreme end of the heavy metal scene I was into a long time ago, it's about aliens. And I had no idea. I was like, what? Because I don't, I don't like gory stuff. I did nursing school and I did dissections, and I went into that classroom a child and came out an adult.
Wow,
Very
that really
much.
affected you. You know, I was a corpsman in the Coast Guard, and we had to get a type of a medical type training, and we actually had a cadaver with all the pins in every part of the body that we got to deal with. But I don't remember cutting anything. That would have been a little different. There's some of that made me. One of the things I had to do as a medic in the Coast Guard, I worked in a clinic, and I hated this, and I don't even like even saying it. It makes me cringe again, but I'll say it anyway. Was removing people's toenails. Oh, do you remember that? Did you ever have to do anything like that?
I didn't do that, but I took out a guy's brain.
Oh, okay. See, I was on a lower level, much lower level. I should be nowhere near the brain, but yeah, go ahead. Tell me more.
It didn't. I didn't even mean it to happen. It was like I was just with people, and you know, when you're 18, you're gonna save the world, and nothing's gonna stand in your way. You know how
Yeah,
it is.
sure.
So I picked up that tool, and I did it with the professor, and it was so scary. I was shaking. I was shaking so bad, but back to the heavy metal stuff. Like it's not all like death and decay. Like don't get me wrong, that's a lot of it, and never was too much into like the gory stuff. Like I've got friends that are into it, and we should probably talk about them too. I want to pray for them, but
Did you ever watch Get Into Guar? Do you know who they are?
oh my gosh,
I saw them live, man.
did you?
Yeah, it was amazing. Yeah, that was speaking of gore. That's all Guar is basically.
Oh, I know, aliens, you know.
Aliens. It's you bet.
Yeah,
Go
but
ahead.
yeah, the genre I was really into was technical death metal. Not just we talked about groove metal last time, because I want to just be like, hey KJ, I like tech death. What's up? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm a
So,
synthwave man myself, but go ahead.
You ever hear of Comtrues?
I've seen them in playlists. I have never played one. I'll have to try it.
You might like it. I think you would like them. Yeah, I love synthwave. I am just married to DJ, so I'm literally in every genre. Like, I'm not a metalhead. I don't even want to be associated with it. I just play that style because it's hard.
Yeah.
Literally. That's the only reason. But yeah, also like trying to play an acoustic guitar. I'm a really small person. I'm like 5 feet tall, probably about 100 pounds.
Yikes.
So when I try to play an acoustic guitar, it's kind of like hugging a tree. So
Yeah.
it's awful. And I mean, I love it. Like, there's a lot of amazing music that uses acoustic guitar. I just suck at it, basically.
Yeah.
So yeah. But oh gosh, do you remember the Dayton Bang Bang? If you get what I'm trying to refer to.
Yeah, I actually don't remember some details. If you want to, how long ago was that? A year and a half, or is that longer?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I remember bits of it. Go ahead if you want to share something on it.
I know all those people, literally. I do.
No way.
Yeah, like they're some of the sweetest people. You would think, like, I'm not even gonna say the genre of music. It's so inappropriate. Like, I can't even say the band names, and I can't even listen to it because it's just like, ugh.
It's too much, right?
It's disgusting.
Like Cannibal Corpse and some of those types of bands. Yeah.
Yeah, not a fan. Yeah, he like wrote a song about having skulls in his house, and then he got busted with skulls in his house. And it's like, come on, dude, you take this way too seriously. Like, it's not something that most people take seriously. But the guy that did that stuff, I wanted to tell you that a friend of mine, actually my drummer, I play in a prog band, but there's no lyrics yet. So if the lyrics get shady, yeah, if the lyrics get shady, I'm out. Like,
yeah, especially prog. I was just listening to Dream Theater not long ago, so yeah, I'm into prog. Rush is fun. Some of their stuff.
Yes, I love prog. I love Opeth. There's this band one of my friends just introduced me to, The Algorithm, but that has more like electronic in it. They're really good. That's more math. I'm not a genre nerd. Like, I am genre retarded because I hate labels.
Yeah.
It's more, for me, it's more like what does the technique look like? You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know, what's that one song like that stereotypical surfer song? It has like a lot of tremolo picking.
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah. I don't know that. Yeah.
Yeah, that one. And then I even listen to bluegrass. Like, I was following a couple bluegrass bands, and if you take bluegrass and that picking style, it's literally all the same. You add some palm mutes to bluegrass and it's metal. But, yeah, but
interesting.
Definitely not a metalhead. I'm everything. Like, I don't know. Like, we were talking about Ween last time, and I'm really into Arcade Fire. I don't know if you've heard of them.
Oh, I love them. I saw them at the Hollywood Bowl when I lived out in Los Angeles.
That's awesome.
It was the Neon Bible tour.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's kind of a more recent thing that I got into. But I'm spread out over everything. It's like music's in my blood. Like, I mean, there's certain Ween songs. If I hear them, I will literally have to get my guitar out. I can't control it.
That's awesome.
I have to play along with them.
Well, I'm sorry, I want to go back to this one real quick. But I'm kind of cool with how Arcade Fire got more into some of the disco stuff more recently. Yes. I'm liking that vibe.
Yes, one of my favorite songs by them is Creature Comfort. I love that song so much.
That's a cool lyrics too.
Yeah, I love that so much. Like, they are amazing. But yeah, I would love to have seen them live, but I don't know. There's a lot of bands I didn't get a chance to see.
I know, it's crazy, and with everything happening now, and I just mentioned earlier, the last live show I saw was Black Moth Super Rainbow in Oklahoma, so a while back, just before everything hit. Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah, I just saw Inoculation. They were phenomenal. And I probably shouldn't have gone, honestly, because then we had our discussion, and then I look in their lyrics, and it's about Egypt and aliens, and I'm like, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah. The Egypt thing's coming back heavy right now. I've actually got it in a new video I'm working on for YouTube, but they just paraded the Egyptian pharaohs, and that's just a little bit of it. But did you know that they buried Floyd in a golden coffin as well? Same thing they did with the pharaohs, if you knew that or not. But I've been finding there's some interesting things. There's they just found a pharaoh with a golden tongue out there, and so gold and a lot of things with Egypt. But essentially, it's it's symbolic for how America is the Jews at one point in the Bible are being enslaved, right? Like it's kind of it's
Under
everything
the shadow
working.
of Egypt. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, it's all
Yeah.
coming back. Just like how, putting the blood on the doorposts and, hiding from the crown V and all this. There was a lot of symbology with that as well. I covered it in the video, but yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, it's all coming back. The ancient gods coming back through media, all forms of media, and even in a weird spiritual sense. There's a lot more cults rising up. There's different false messiahs rising up. There's one they're talking about in Israel. Some of the head rabbis are saying that he's here and they're conversing with him. I don't think that'll be, but we'll see. But there's going to be many of them. There'll be many antichrists. Go ahead. I know we're going off of music a bit, but you know me, I ramble on sometimes.
Yeah. I don't know. You get me talking about music, I'll talk your whole ear off. I promise.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. Later on in our discussion, I wanted to tell you a scary story.
Let's hear it now. Yeah, please. I'd love to hear it. I love good scary story.
Okay, and then I had a couple questions for you first, because that's kind of what I want to close with.
Okay.
First off, I remember you telling me about Bohemian Grove, like that video that you saw that kind of woke you up.
Yep.
Was there anything else out in Hollywood that kind of got you thinking that something was up?
Well, here's what really stinks in a way is that I didn't really wake up to everything till after I left production. I did like 4 or 5 years or something, different TV shows at MTV Movie Awards. I mean, tons of stuff, man. But near the end, I was working security. My last job in Los Angeles, I was a security manager, and I drove a car from Pasadena down to Long Beach every night. And LA is a different city at night. I mean, there's no traffic. It was amazing. So I would just be cruising around all night to all of our accounts, even in Hollywood, everywhere, and just making sure my guards didn't need anything or that they weren't sleeping or whatever it is, So but having all that time is around that time that just before I moved to my last place, that's when I started that job. I stayed with my cousin. He's living in Chinatown at the time. He's a musician. And I had a lot of time on my hands. And that's the first time I ever got into social media. And what I'm really grateful for is I've always been KJ Osborne on social media. There's nothing for my real life, if you will. I've never had personal social media, but I'm really glad I didn't do that now because of how they're using it against people. But so I had time. I found that Bohemian Grove video. I was very kind of Republican conservative more at the time, but I did understand New World Order stuff because I was writing scripts about the New World Order back then and the Antichrist even back then before I knew all this stuff. Because I was also a Christian. I'd always walked with God even as a child. So it's just right. It's been a lifelong thing with me and just different levels of understanding. Anyway, when I saw that, I started seeing it was George, Bush was connected out there and his daddy and all these Republicans. I was like, there's no way, because I was hardcore kind of still into that red blue paradigm. I was also ex-military. So, even 4 years of art school didn't take that out. But so, it really shook me. And then I literally prayed. I'll never forget this. I said, Lord, please show me everything. I mean, it just woke me to the point where I was like, I want to see it all the stuff that's been hidden. Show me everything, please. And he has been, like, he's still doing it. It's been 15 years now, but he did it hardcore because I just had this hunger for knowledge on everything weird and strange and unknown. Right. And it was like 2 weeks of just rabbit hole digging, man, nonstop. And then I really started it changed everything because I realized why I'd gotten out of production because I realized I wasn't going to be staying in California. I didn't any longer want to be a horror sci-fi writer director because I'm starting to understand what energy was there, right? So I did that other thing and security for about a year and maybe a year and a half. That job ended weird, yeah. But in that year and a half is when I kept researching and I made the first scariest movie ever made, and I put it up online, and that's really how it began. Then I left. I went through a kind of nihilistic stage because we all go through things. Right. And I left good friends and left everybody. And I moved to Austin, Texas and did door-to-door sales for about 6 months. And then after that, I became a bounty hunter. That's when I did that about 2 years out there. And that was my nihilistic phase. Right. But that's also when I posted my first YouTube video. It was me just looking at with my camera at a screen of a 1010 from Steven Spielberg, and they're doing a Freemason handshake. And that's how it started, man. But I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make this all about me. So please, but no, back to you.
I wanted to ask for a long time.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I always wondered, like, maybe you did symbolism in school, like if there's like a secular, non-theological symbolism, and then maybe that was like a foot towards what you're doing now.
Oh, I see. No, I think it is that it's my personality profile. It's being an INFP or an INFJ. I think it's one of those INFP. I think it is, but I've read about that in the past, and we're the type that connect with symbols and things. And in games, I've always been really good at games. Even as a kid, when I was in the Coast Guard, I was arranging chess tournaments on the boat. I mean, I've always loved
Nice.
games, right? So,
Me
but I've
too.
been good at them and figuring things out, and that's why I went into medicine. It's why I went into, even in my 4 years as a medic in Yorktown, Virginia, I went and got my license to be a private detective in Virginia Beach, which I wasn't supposed to do because you're government property and you can't do things to put yourself in danger, right? So I never told the military. I went to it was called Alpha Omega Investigations. I don't know if they're still around, but that's the school I went to. And I did,
That's awesome.
yeah, it was fun, man. And on the weekends outside of the military, I was going and following cheaters. I was following people doing workers' comp scams, like they'd say they hurt their ankle and I'd be recording them jogging in the yard or whatever. So so I've always had the mind for an investigator. And then, like I said, then I did the bounty hunter thing. And then it's like, then this. And then I was just telling someone earlier today that I still every day am grateful. And I say, man, Lord, please, or not please, but thank you that I get to be a part of this, that I get to do this kind of stuff, and just thanks. Like I'm still grateful, and it's still amazing. No matter how much they try to censor and silence and hide and stomp or whatever it is, like it's just nice to know there's more of us out there. This is good, my therapy too, talking to you guys and seeing your comments. So anyway, go ahead.
It's awesome. And then, okay, I kind of want to change the subject here because I think I already emailed you about it. I've been seeing 33 everywhere. It is driving me crazy.
Yeah.
It's like at first I was like, okay, whatever, go away. I'm like, but then it's like I look up and it's there, and then I was like, I was not on the internet for 13 days last week, and I was like, haha, I've outsmarted you. No, I'm just kidding. I was just doing a test, and I had a lot of other stuff going on, but I did a test. I was like, I wonder if this is related to the internet. And then I had a friend come up to me. He's like, oh, guess what? It's my birthday. I'm like, oh, how old are you? He says 33. I'm like, you have got to be kidding me right now.
Confirmation.
Everywhere. Yeah, well, I don't really know what the message is. And I was kind of hoping your followers, I'm really big into reading. I read books. I read myself to sleep. I'm addicted to researching anything I can get my hands on.
Yeah.
If it exists, and, it's not going to get me in trouble with the Lord, I want to know about it. So,
yeah. Well, I'll throw this at you. Oh, yeah, it's totally okay. I'm sure that people would love to. And make sure you check back after the show's done for the comments, because people will be leaving comments for you. Remember, I always say this too, that, numbers themselves, of course, aren't evil. We know this. And 33 itself isn't necessarily an evil number, but it certainly has a lot of magic to it. I've put that in many videos throughout the past. Of course, Jesus died at 33. There's a lot of other things along with that. But that's a pretty big deal. But also 33 is the number of the angels that fell. It's 1/3, right? So, and there's so many things there. But the way they're using it right now and with the system is it's just another sign of how they're signaling to each other. We can see it. Not everybody can, but it's one of the ways. That's the only video I put up on Instagram that they blocked, or they put some kind of a warning or something on it, where I put a compilation of all the 33s. But Joe Biden had 33 in his text thing. Just a few examples, but yeah, it's how they're coding it. That's all it is. It's very simple. That's how they code to each other. They're talking to each other. It's also just a sign of the times and the beast system manifesting. And hey, I'll also get back to you on your email. I'm really bad about that lately, but
it's okay.
I'll check it out, and we'll talk music and stuff sometime too. Go ahead. Anything else you wanted to bring up?
Yeah, let's talk about the scary story. Okay,
Go for it.
I'm not going to talk too much about my case because God doesn't really want me to right now.
Oh, that's okay.
But so I know I know 5 deliverance ministers. They're kind of hard to come by, and that's kind of the line of work I'm being told to do.
Oh, that's great. I know it's scary, but that's great.
Yeah. Well, okay. The spiritual stuff, I can deal with that. It's the people. It's the people. Like watching people go through that stuff, because I went through it. like watching people go through that stuff, that's the stuff I take home with me. That's the stuff that keeps me awake at night, and that's the stuff that's like, okay, did I, present it, in a way that, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, did I
Yeah.
present it well enough? And I've done my own. It's really just hurting the lost sheep, people that I already believe. So he's definitely teaching me how to do it. But yeah. So anyway, I know these people, and they paid a visit to me, and sometime I would love to tell you about all the stuff I experienced because it lines up with a lot of the symbolism you and Casey talk about, and I'm
Cool.
kind of still unpacking all of that. So yeah, and it does. You don't have to. I don't care. It's up to you. It's totally up to you.
About
But
what?
telling you about some of the paranormal stuff I
Oh
experienced.
yeah. Oh, of course.
It's
No, I mean,
crazy.
we love hearing that because it's not, you know me. It's not. I think you guys know me, kind of at this point. I mean, but it's that I'm not into creepy weird just because but it's really for me. It's always confirmation. There's more on the other side, and I've used creepy weird stuff to hopefully break through to. I always think to atheists and agnostics. If you can kind of show them something that'll shake them that took place in the skies or in someone's house or backyard or whatever that they can't deny, right? Then I can kind of wedge in more. It's the way I've always seen it. So that's really where my love is of this weird, crazy stuff. I love it though.
Me
So
too.
yeah, whatever you want to share it, go ahead.
Yeah, it's so interesting. It's like I always want to tell people about what I'm doing, and it's like can't tell it to everybody, and if I do, I have to be really tactful about it. So, but
Yeah, go
anyway,
ahead.
if I'm talking to the listeners here, please email me if you have any information on 33. I will literally take anything you got. I just want to see what there is to see and kind of sift through it, and then the Lord will tell me
I'm
because
sure they will.
I feel
Or
like
they'll
I'm
put it in
supposed to.
comments.
Yeah. It's this mortal coil, and instead of an R, it's a 2. And it's one word at iCloud.com. Don't be mean to me or I'm not responding. So, yeah, if you have information, I would love that. But if you also, so this story, we're going to have to use our critical thinking skills. And I would like, if you have small children or, people that are sensitive to this stuff, please get them out of the room. This one isn't particularly over the top. They have told me some really freaky things, and I'm kind of desensitized to it. So,
Yeah.
so if you have small children, yeah, and I'm going to tell a little bit about how I got some of the spiritual stuff, and then I'm going to tell the story. So it'll give you time to get the kids out of the room. So here we go. So obviously I played in a lot of bands, and I know a lot of famous people. Have you ever heard of Mastodon?
Oh, of course. In fact, Leviathan, I think, is the last CD I bought of theirs. Is that them?
No way.
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah.
like,
I mean, I'm old school. I went to Pantera concerts. I actually,
did you?
yeah, I won free tickets through a radio
Wow.
thing years ago. I was backstage after the show. The tour bus was there. But what happened is it was me and two bros, and then there were three cute girls wearing hardly anything. We're both groups waiting for the boys, right? Who do you think
Yeah.
got to go? So yeah, I never got to meet Phil or the band, but anyway, got close. But go ahead,
Yeah. I used
Mastodon.
to hang. Yeah, I used to hang out with Mastodon.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I know them very well, and I met them through a band called Chimera. My ex was obsessed with Chimera. So there's a pattern here. Mark Hunter is overtly a Freemason. And then obviously, if you've seen any of Mastodon's videos, they make references to it. So I know they are too.
Oh, I got to
And
look
then,
back on now. Go ahead.
yeah, it might be Blood and Thunder. They're wearing the Masonic things.
Oh
The red
man,
cap, the Shriner. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
bummers.
Oh, yeah. And then there's probably a dual meaning to Leviathan too, because they say it's about Moby Dick, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. But anyway, and then through them I met Dino Casares from Fear Factory. And then
Cool.
I know Efferman. I've been to his house. Bootsy Collins.
No
I got
way.
invited to play with his group. Yeah. So
That's
all of these
crazy.
people. Yeah, I know a lot of people. Like there's people I haven't even mentioned. And oh yeah, they're friends with Meshuggah. Have you ever heard of Meshuggah?
Yeah, I've heard of all of them. Yep.
No way.
Oh yeah,
They're
yeah.
cool.
I like all kinds of music, but yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Meshuggah, another Freemason, and they actually embed like messages in their music if you read the tabs. It's nuts. I'll have to send it to you. It's
Oh
nuts.
yeah,
So
like I said, we'll
nothing's
talk more
sacred.
about that for sure. That's
Yeah.
interesting. But it's
Well, anyway.
interesting that they're pretty open about their masonry, though.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Mark Hunter literally told me the gematrias and everything. I don't even think I'm saying that right.
It's
Gematria or
okay.
gematria?
Gematria. I always say gematria, but I
Gematria.
don't know.
Yeah.
But hey, he's telling you the truth. That again, that same stuff that I've told people, other people like us have told people, and we didn't have to ever become a member of the lodge to learn it. That's the beauty, you know?
Oh, exactly. And well, I learned during my case, I was trying to figure out what was going on. And I was totally ignorant to the Lord, and I was using a device because I felt something in the room with me, and it said, "Join us." I was like, "No, f you, get out of here!" Psst, 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 get out of here, go away. And it was later revealed to me that I was hanging out with all these Masons, and I'm playing in bands, and it was like, it's still happening. Like where I go places, sometimes I run into people and they like know a band that I used to love. It's the weirdest thing. So I think what the enemy was trying to do is trying to get me to be a Mason. Because like if you
Right.
hang out
Eastern
with them,
Star.
yeah, if you hang out with them, you get their belief system, and I think that's part of how I got some of the attachments I had. I mean, it was more than attachment, but you get what I mean. Like I accepted that belief system. Okay, so now that you guys have had time to get the kids out of the room, we're gonna tell the story. So one of the main pastors that helped me told me this story, and actually both of them worked on it. So there was this lady, and they were called in to do deliverance on her, and they kind of traveled the country, and they had prayed with her over and over and over again, and then one day she finally accepted Christ. So this is where we got to put our critical thinking caps on, guys. So, you accept Christ, you can't be taken over anymore, right? So, they ended up praying with her for lingering stuff, and she had a day where she was really clear, and she had been dealing with this stuff for almost 40 years. So it had been working on her for a really long time, and she acted like herself, and her husband said she was super normal. It was like he hadn't seen her in 20, 30 years, So they go to bed, and then he wakes up, and he looks over, and she's gone. And he's like, okay, whatever, maybe she just wasn't feeling well. Goes back to bed, wakes up again, and he's like, okay, something's wrong. So he gets out of bed and looks for her, can't find her anywhere. And he ended up going up into a loft, and he found her. She had shot herself, and in blood was written 666. And then he got a message. Well, I think he got the message a day after that this was not a suicide, it was a murder. And we know where that comes from, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But
wow.
I know. Like that's nothing compared to the stuff he's told me. Like it doesn't have, that's not your everyday thing that you're going to deal with, but
right.
It was like usually it's minor stuff, so I've got to kind of be prepared if the Lord's going to throw something like that at me. But think about it. She accepted Christ, right? She accepted Christ. You have until you die to accept Christ, and once you accept him, you're fine. And that woman suffered, believe me, she suffered. She was totally taken over for years. Could you imagine living like that?
No.
She was in pain. And, sometimes people don't have the logic or the wisdom to be able to totally be free from all of that stuff. I mean, they will eventually if they have a relationship with the Lord. But
yep.
The belief is that, she's going to be with the Lord when he comes back, and all is well. So that's my story.
Good. Thank you for sharing. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I know I've got to get moving on. But that it's always good. Like we can just keep on, all y'all. Every time I talk to one of y'all, I just want to keep on going, but I got to keep moving on. But I'll get back in touch with you though online, and we'll talk about the music stuff more. I'd like to hear some of those stories. And anything else you want to say just before we go?
Oh, will you guys pray for my cats? They're missing. I'm freaking out. Please.
That's terrible.
Yeah. His name's Goop, and then Chichen. They're missing. I'm worried sick. And just pray that they're returned to me, because I can't sleep, so that's it.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. We'll do that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Talk to you soon.
Good talking to you. See you later. Bye-bye. All right, guys, we're going to keep moving. It's up to Mike D. Man, Mike, thank you for being a trooper, and all of y'all. Thanks for. Oh, if you don't mind, turn the volume in the background down.
Okay.
Thanks. Let me see if that's it. Yeah, that's better.
Good to go.
Mike, how are
you?
you?
Thanks for having me on, KJ. I really appreciate your show, and thank you for your incredible service to the people who watch your program.
Well, thanks. You're welcome, sir.
All right, so KJ, I've had a wild life, man. I was born into a family that was surrounded by the occult from day one all the way to now, like unbeknownst to even them. And when I would tell my family about it and like be like, oh, "This is all around us," they were just they just kind of glazed over. They all thought it was just a joke, but in reality, it's like deadly serious. So, without getting into too much stories, I'll keep it kind of short.
And that's okay. Sounds like I'm okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll ask you again, Mike, just to turn down the volume a little more if you don't mind. Sorry.
Okay. I'll try. Even. I'm talking to you on my cell phone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, now that's better right there. That's perfect.
Okay, good to go. You're the captain of the ship after all.
I'm trying. Hey,
okay.
For real though, you. I just want to say you already sound fascinating. Like there's a lot to tell us. So don't feel rushed and start wherever you like. And I'm just going to shut up now. Go ahead.
All right, brother. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so when I was a little kid, I used to have these dreams about past lives. And I would dream that I was an old man surrounded by my family in Ireland and ancient Celtic lands, right? And I would keep telling the people that were surrounding me, I go, "Oh, don't worry, I'm going to the next world. I'm going to the next world." And so I would tell my mother about this, and she'd be like, and I'm only 3 years old, so I don't know where I came up with this stuff. But she's like, "Oh, Mikey, you're just dreaming about things." Then one day I'm downstairs in my room, and I lived out in the wilderness in a place called Fallbrook, California, on an avocado farm. So if you looked outside my window as a little kid, it was just darkness as far as the eye could see, right? And you just see coyotes and stuff howling all night long. But one night I looked out the window and I saw a 6 foot tall black being with fiery red eyes. And I jumped up because I was just a little boy. I jumped up and ran away. But before I could run away, my bookshelf fell on top of me. Whoa. So I woke up the next morning underneath my bookshelf and I told my mom, I said, "Hey, Mom, I'm really afraid. A horrible monster was outside of my room on the other side of the window and it was coming for me." And again, it was, "Oh, Mikey, you need to stop watching TV." It was only 3 channels back then, of course.
Oh, but, gosh, I remember those days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, you need to stop. You need to stop. Watching these things. You're having weird, make believe. You have such an imagination. So after that, I started having night terrors, and I'd like wake up in all parts of the house. But as a little kid, I was never afraid of monsters in the closet or monsters under the bed or monsters anywhere. I was always afraid of the monsters coming through the window.
Oh, I never had that one. Yikes.
Yeah. So all my life, I'd have this phobia of windows, and I could never sleep at night. I'd be up all night staring at the window, just constantly mortified of what could come through. And then as I grew up, I started listening to Art Bell. And
oh yeah, me too.
Art Bell, that was when I was first introduced to the concept of aliens. Of course, E.T. and everything was an alien. But then when the thing came of like alien abductions, I was all like, wait a minute, is this it? Is this why I'm having weird nightmares and waking up in different parts of the house? Like what's going on here? Like because I like you have an inquisitive mind. I started putting things together. And so as a little kid, I started to study all of these books, all of the things I could possibly study. Karl Marx, Friedrich Nietzsche.
Oh yeah, I went through a Nietzsche phase myself.
Yeah, I went through and I studied as much as I could. So I became like this 12-year-old boy who was reading like the Communist Manifesto and the Book of Revelations and all these things, like trying to piece it all together.
That sounds familiar. Good. I love it. We have a lot in common. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh no, I was a filmmaker, and believe it or not, I was a security guard in Hollywood too.
No way. Did you ever do movies?
No, I was just a film student. But that's
So was I.
Yeah.
Hey man, the worst gig I ever had as a security, because I did security before I became a manager for a company and was driving. I would go to movie sets, and I didn't do that one long, but I really hated it. I eventually moved up, like I said, but one of the worst jobs I ever had was on the Seth Rogen movie Green Hornet.
Oh God, he's horrible.
He's just and it wasn't even, he really is, but it wasn't even just him. I didn't ever meet him, but it was having to sit, in these empty lots just outside of, the industrial part of Hollywood or Los Angeles, and watch stupid equipment for 12 hours at a time. And
I was
right. Go ahead. That was the worst for me.
I was the security guard at a museum. And my guards in the middle of the night would call me and say the ghosts were attacking them.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. So I quit that job.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I digress. So my parents got a divorce, and I was raised by a man who was who was really the only father I ever knew, and he was an avid reader. And he had all these occult books. And he gave me my first book I ever read, which was The Hobbit. So I was like super obsessed with fantasy and Tolkien. And eventually that got me into games, and I started making up Dungeons and Dragons worlds. And I was, just a complete nerd, right? So I'm just reading, and I got more and more into Dungeons and Dragons, and then I got into Magic cards, and then of course I played the Steve Jackson Illuminati card game, and I had all the cards before 9/11, and I of course, and at the time, you never realize that you're slowly inviting all this weird occult symbolism into your life, like Warhammer 40K is a miniatures game, and I've been playing all my life, and it's like really like a thing where you buy models and you put them together.
Oh, Mike, I'm sorry. Let me jump in real quick and just say again, it's eerie how similar we are. I used to play Magic the Gathering too. I did it for years. I even had a couple of the Power 9 cards. You remember those things?
Oh yeah.
Lotus was one of them. I can't remember the other. Black Lotus, I think I had.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Man, so I used to play in the back of comic shops, especially when I was in Virginia, when I was in the Coast Guard. I played in the back of comic shops, played tournaments, and we were right next to the Warhammer guys. I never got into Warhammer, but I was totally into that subculture for a really long time. I love it.
And you know what's funny?
Tournaments. Go ahead.
What's hilarious is I just came home from deployment. I'm in Norfolk, Virginia right now.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. So, but again, so I got into all this, and eventually, so I've been playing games and stuff my whole life, and I began to analyze the world and start to see the symbolism in things, because I began to see that the world was a game, and that it was all about role playing, and that people would take on certain roles to pretend to be certain things because it benefited them, and that all of it was a systemic game based on like social tokenism. And social tokenism is like reciprocity and exchanges and stuff, right? So when my uncle died, the guy who raised me, he gave me a copy of Morals and Dogma by the illustrious Albert Pike.
A lot of truth in that book.
I have this book, and I could read through it and everything, and I got an invitation to join Freemasonry. And this is the same uncle who taught me how to read the Rider-Waite tarot card deck. So I was reading tarot cards my whole life. And so I you know, and this uncle would always tell me, he goes, you know, Jesus was a real thing, you know, but he was always saying that we are the son of God. Like they misunderstand the Bible. Like the people who wrote the Bible did it to manipulate and control mankind. They were corrupting what Jesus actually meant and what he actually says. And it's our job to interpret it for ourselves. You know, we can't rely on these religious people to tell us what's going on. And I'm like, okay, you know, because you trust him. He's your relative. You know, he's the person taking care of you, right? So again, so I go on with this, you know, and all my life I have these fears, but the fears, you know, the fears began with that weird, like, interaction I had that led me to studying everything, that led me to games, and then that led me to the occult, right? And so eventually I started studying. I just like you was hardcore into like Nine Inch Nails, Marilyn Manson, Tool, all that. And I got really invested into being like a goth punk person. So I had like the long black hair and the metal leather jacket and the Doc Martens and then the shaved head and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm just like, you know, I grew up in Los Angeles, so I've been around this stuff my whole life. Like, and the more, if you walk down Melrose or Sunset Boulevard, you can literally see eyes everywhere, painted Illuminati eyes, even posters of Satan, Baphomet everywhere.
Wow. I'd like to see that footage if somebody ever gets
I'll
that.
get some. I'll take some photographs for you when I get back. Right.
Okay, cool.
So my friends have been begging me to do a podcast for years. I tried to do radio broadcasting when I was in college, but I joined the military after I had a failed romance.
Oh, they ran away, huh?
Yeah, I just got a heartbroken.
Good place to go. It changed your life, though, didn't it? I'm glad I served. I mean, I'll say that, but I was Coast Guard.
Well, yeah, I'm in the Navy. So to catch up with that, my mother was working with these girls who were models, and these girls, when I was like 13 years old, like fell in love with me, and they were all like hardcore, like goth model girls, and I was all like, holy smokes, I've like lucked out, like hot girls are talking to me. What?
Scene girls. Did they call them scene girls back then?
Oh yeah. So these girls would tell us about astral projection and how they would contact Amun Ra and have like psychic sex with them. They would just tell us these stories, these fanciful stories, like a full-on acid trip, right? And so they would tell me that like you're like one of his people. You're like one of the chosen ones. You're like of this special race.
Oh boy.
And I was all like, yeah, sure, whatever you say, pretty girls.
Yeah, exactly.
So years later, I was a journalist, and this is before the military, and I was doing a investigation into this thing called the Quest Haven Harmony Grove Spiritualist Retreat Center, which is a place in North County, San Diego, where they have spiritual sightings and all kinds of occult activity. And we used to get drunk and go out there and just like spoof these people, right? Because we're drunken kids. But I went there to like fully investigate what was going on. So they invited me to one of their masses. And of course, like I'm there in an all black suit and everything. I and the witches, when they're talking to me, they say the same thing. They look at me and they say, you know, you have a heart that flies with wings, and all you need to do is pick it up, and you'll have everything you ever wanted. You know, that just and then, you know, they go off on this wild tale, you know, and I'm all like thinking to myself, how do you people have all this money to have your own private plot of land and all this secretive stuff here? You know? Yeah. and I of course go, yeah, whatever, thank you, and go on about my life, right? Because I at the time was fairly agnostic about everything. So I want to get married to this girl. She breaks up with me, and and I join the military, and I embark on a quest around the world, and I go to Africa. And when I'm living in Africa, I'm living in this place called Camp Lemonnier in East Africa, just north of just a little bit north of Somalia. And I decided to quit drinking. I quit doing everything because I'm in the military and I'm trying to get sober and trying to be right. Well, I go out to town, and me and my friends are, going to this place, going to this casino. But before we go to the casino, we're supposed to go to this restaurant. Well, I walk up to the restaurant and I go, I don't want to go inside here. It's full of white people. I just don't trust whatever this is. I got a lot of work to do tomorrow. I don't want to get sick. I'm not going to eat any food prepared in this town, right? Because the Djiboutian city is not the place you want to eat food. It's just it's not a tourist town, So we leave there. All my friends say that I'm a complete buzzkill. We go to the hotel. When we're at the hotel, like a few hours later, we get a phone call. That restaurant was blown up by Boko Haram.
Whoa.
Yeah. So my friends were like, Mike, how'd you know? I go, I don't know. I just have this bizarre intuition. I don't know why. I always have these weird abilities to like feel something or see something, and I've dodged these things, right?
I know what you mean. Yeah, the Holy Spirit right there with you.
Yeah. So then, meanwhile, all my friends back home are DJs who are like all house DJs who do electronic music. And so I've become like the military square conservative dude, and all my friends back home are now DJs spinning parties and stuff. And they're building stuff for Burning Man. So I leave Africa, and I get to go to Electric Daisy Carnival in Las Vegas. Well, I don't know if you're familiar with Electric Daisy Carnival. It's one of the largest electronic music festivals in the world.
I think I did it.
What was that?
I put a little footage from one of those in some videos I've done because of all the occult symbolism, but go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So I'm walking around with my friend, and I look at her. I go, why are there giant owls on all the statues? Why are there giant owls up there? Why does it look like a cathedral? Why does it look like a cathedral? Why does it have to look like a cathedral? Why is there a pyramid with a giant eye over there? Why? And then you look at the map of the place. I wish I still had it, but it looks like a pentagram. If you look at the map.
Not even surprised. Yeah, that not even. They even have a huge pentagram. If you look in Google Earth over Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
Right, because they have the capital of the Illuminati capital out there in Estonia. I can't remember the name of this.
Yeah. It's disturbing. Yeah. So I'm like, I like look around and I'm all like, whoa, I'm seeing it everywhere. There's like no escape. And it's like, and I've been kind of classically trained by them. And I don't know if it's because they wanted me to be part of them from the get-go.
Well, probably, huh?
Yeah. So it's like, so I was thinking about this thing where in Hermeticism, they have oaths, as you understand, like blood oaths. So when you're part of the order, you're part of a secret society, you have to go through rituals and take a blood oath to become a member. So one of these oaths in the Aleister Crowley, religion of Thelema is the oath of the abyss, where you look at a thing and everything in your life from that moment is a divine thing, meaning like everything is a sign. There's nothing that is not a sign to them. So when you go, but they say if you take this oath, like you're driven mad because you see everything from like the wind to bowel movements is a holy sign, you know, and
Oh
you're
boy.
just like, yeah. It's but that's part of their madness, right? Where it's all like, it's kind of the principle that everything you do is a divine act. Everything you do is a prayer, you know, to whatever it is they worship, Satan, I suppose.
Right.
So anyway, I'm like, are you still following me, KJ? I haven't lost.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm with you. Go ahead.
So I left there, and I got to go to Burning Man to hang with my friends, and I had the greatest time. It was super fun. I never everything about it was a great time. I left going, wow, that was really a quote unquote magical experience. But when you look at everything that goes on there, you realize that it's totally based in the occult. There's no denying that the Wicker Man is an occult symbol. There's no denying that all of this stuff around you is occult in some regard.
Yep.
And it's like suddenly you attend these, and like it's just like your former listener said, the person who came on before me. She was like, if you hang out with these people, you'll eventually become them. You'll eventually, you know, and that's really what happens is and it's like that whole Anton Xander LaVey thing where you become a Satanist and you don't even know it. You know, so when we backtracked and looked over my life, I was like, whoa, I've been surrounded by the occult and Satanism this whole time, and it's been ever so slowly trying to bring me in. Like they wanted me to join like Freemasonry and then go into Scottish Rite Freemasonry and all that. But I told him, I said, hey, I don't feel comfortable with this because I'm an agnostic. I don't want to lie to you and say that I believe in God, despite the fact that I'm not 100% sure. So I'm not going to do it. So I didn't at that time, right? So I go to I go to Afghanistan. So when I'm in Afghanistan, we're just getting mortared day in, day out, man, like every single day. And like, and the mortars are dropping, and we're and we start to question ourselves as to whether or not like you're going to live, you know. You're like, once you realize you're getting mortared all the time, you think, holy smokes, I could die at any time. Like that. I live on the second floor of that building, so if mortar hits me in my sleep, I'm toast, right? So one day I'm asleep in bed, and it's 5 o'clock in the morning, and there's rain outside, and I hear boom, and there's a guy outside who's been blown up. Like a guy. There was an insider attack, and the soldier stops him, asking him where he's going to go, and prevents him from getting to his final destination. But this guy blows himself up, and he's blown up right outside my room. So seconds later, the alarms for ground attack go off, and me and my roommate look at each other, and we're just like, okay, this is it, man. Condition 1, it's time to go. Like, you know, I told him, I said, listen, nothing stops us from going home. Like, whatever happens outside this room, we're just gonna like fight our way out of it. And he's all like, that's right, 100%. Like, so we made a promise to ourselves, you know, that we were gonna go back home. So, you know, after that, I was like, truly, this was the second suicide bombing, and this is like one of the multitude of times that I've come close to or been adjacent to death, you know. And this guy was going to a hall full of soldiers who were about to do like a group marathon run around the base. So that really disturbed me. That really struck it home, right? So it's like, so I get on the plane to fly out of Afghanistan, and the first 2 times we get on the plane, it doesn't work. So like you go on the tarmac and you're about to take off and there's electrical problems. So we keep getting stuck there. And at some point it gets funny because I'm like, well, I'm glad the electrical problems are happening on the ground and not like 1,000 feet up.
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
Yeah. So we so eventually, like, we on the third one we fly up and we fly out, right? And there's a guy, one civilian on the flight, and I sit next to him. He has a Hobbes doll from Calvin and Hobbes. So I look at him with all my body gear and stuff on, and I go, "Hey, are you like a Bill Watterson fan? Is that Hobbes?" He's like, "Yeah, it's Hobbes. You're the first person to recognize it." So I'm talking to him, and it made me talking to him. He's like, "Okay, so what are you going to do when you go home?" I go, "Well, like, me and my friends, we like to build stages and stuff, and we we like to do all these fun things."
Mhm.
Well, my friends' camp that they build are all pyramids made out of stained glass. And then when I look at it, I'm all like, huh, why are they pyramids made out of stained glass? That seems a
It's
little
everywhere.
strange. Yeah.
It's also just a common part of everyone's subconscious, now.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, but go ahead, and if you don't mind wrapping it up, I don't mean to be rude, but I got.
Oh no, by all means.
So go ahead.
So there's just like this endless sea of connections, and you see the symbolism everywhere, and there's really no escape. It's kind of bizarre, but it I wanted to briefly touch on the whole electronic movement and partying, and just how it seems to be a pervasive cult-like thing. But to talk about one last thing to wrap it up.
Okay.
One day I wrote a plan to save the Philippines from a super typhoon. We were doing a role-playing session, and I work in logistics in the Navy. So we were trying to plan a super typhoon like line of supplies for the people of the Philippines if they got wiped out, right? So I write up the plan and I organize it perfectly. And my chief goes, "Okay, go give this to XO because you did it all. You did a perfect job." I take it to XO, and my XO looks at it and he says, "This is amazing. We'll take this back to the strategy cell just to show him," right? So I get some time alone with him, and XO was an 05 in the Navy, and he works at a supply facility in Japan. So I ask him, I go, "Hey, sir, just as a crazy question, like, how long do you think the United States could fight off UFOs?" And he says, "We couldn't, because logistically, if you could travel across time and space, there'd be no way for us to defeat you because our supply lines would be wiped out like momentarily."
Yep, makes sense. They're preparing us for it anyway. Yeah,
and I looked at him and I was like, "Oh, okay," because that's kind of terrifying. But I feel like the logistics question is the thing that proves your theory that it's more so likely that they're interdimensional beings crossing over into this world, and that we used to just call them demons and now we call them aliens because of the consciousness, the change of perceptions.
Oh yeah, that's it.
So
prepped for it.
Yeah. So anyway, thank you for listening to my rambling sea stories. I hope they were entertaining to you,
Mike. Yeah, man, you're welcome. Thank you for sharing.
Oh yeah, God bless you, sir. You have a great day.
You too. Thanks, Mike.
Okay,
I didn't mean to rush you off. Okay.
Yep.
Thanks. Hope that wasn't rude. I didn't mean to be rude. I just want to make room for people. Guys, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and I'm putting the link into the chat now because I still got Great Hope, Fictional Machines, Midnight Lantern, Matt, Seraphim, Wid, Average Joe, and Caleb B coming up. And then after that, I'm going to probably call it. Hope you guys don't mind. We've gone over 3 hours, which is good. And I'm still feeling good. I just want to, give our folks here a chance. And I need to go ahead and call it at this point. And like I said, I'll do it again soon. Okay. I'll get another show as always, like in a few weeks or whatever. Okay. Moving on to Great Hope. Hey, Great Hope. How you doing?
No way. Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh man. KJ, what's up, man?
Hey, it's good to talk to you.
It's great to be on. I'm really excited.
That's cool. Thanks for your patience too. I know it takes a little while.
Oh, yeah, no, that's what's so great about these shows. I listen to them at work over and over because they're the best shows on YouTube.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah, the way you're calm and just taking your time. Everybody has such great stories and content. It's great. These are the best shows. You could do as many as you wanted.
Thank you, man. I love doing them too. I appreciate it.
I just kind of wanted to encourage people because, like, the times we're in, people are going through so much right now, and especially being believers, it could wear on us, So I believe that, like, we're really got to stay focused on the mission. There's not much time left, and a
That's
lot
how
of
I
people
feel.
are suffering and going through more than us because really they don't have any anchor, they don't have any rest, they don't have any peace.
Dang,
You
that's a
know,
good way to look at it. You're right.
Yeah, so my empathy's just been turned up a lot. So I just try to think about others more than myself, and I have found that gets us through.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it. You bet. Treating your neighbor like you want to be treated.
Yeah, and if we stay mission oriented, it gets us out of ourselves and trying to figure it all out or trying to piece it all together. Because that could be very repetitive.
Yeah.
And so, um, I just want to thank you, KJ, first off, for everything you've done. If you're ever going through discouragement, like, just think about all the stuff that you've already done has been more than enough.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, thank you. How's Chubbs doing?
He's fantastic. Thanks for asking. I just clipped his nails today, so he's a little grumpy with me, but he'll come around.
Nice. I have a chubby Basset Hound Black Lab mix.
Oh, nice.
And
That's a cool dog.
Oh, she's the sweetest. Her name's Bashful.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah. I was wondering during the hard pause, do you think that our pets will get to come with us?
Oh my gosh, this is so crazy. Look, okay, I was literally thinking about that today, and I had a couple hours where I put the computer away and everything and just laid down on the couch for a while, and Chubbs came up, and I was talking to him, and I even was saying to Chubbs, I was like, man, I wonder if, when we go away, if that's what plays out, if you guys get to come with us, and I even prayed. I was like, Lord, I know it's a weird thing, but I hope he gets to come with me, or maybe after, or whenever it is. But I hope I get to still see him up there, and my other pets. I have great pets through my life, But
oh, me too. They're the best.
Yeah, it's funny you bring that up, man. I was really thinking about that today, and that's great. Hopefully.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, why not?
I think they're a gift from God, totally. Because imagine life without them.
Man, me too. I think the same way. They're their own kind of medicine for us.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah. So hopefully, man, I hope so.
Also, I heard you mention about a UNICEF commercial with Obama. It wasn't the classroom one.
No, there's a different one, and it's up there with some videos. It's very hard to find, but I've got a copy of it.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could post a link in the comments.
Gosh, I'd have to go dig for it, and I'll find a way. But because the thing is, I never label my videos exactly what's in there. I've been doing it like that forever, so I can't even recall which. Oh, I know where you can find it. You'll find it in "Dare Not Call Them Aliens." I did that about a month and a half ago. Yeah, look through that, thumb through it. I know it's in there. I put that in there. And yeah, so it's a great one, but it's Obama walking, of course, with a tall white, they call him, a plebeian. Some people use these terms. They're all deceivers, in whatever shape they come in. But, and they're stopping tanks, and they're stopping people tearing down trees in the forest. And they're talking about, the alien is, we've been here all along, and we're, now we're coming at a time in your history where you really need us again. So total setup stuff, man. It's unbelievable. And of course, then the other one with the little reptilian alien child in school with all the kids. Just come on, people. But the programming on that's so heavy, and that's why I know it's going to come into play somehow. I don't know exactly how. We have our theories and our ideas. It may be the way, of course, a lot of people say that they'll describe what happened during the Harpazo. There's a catching away, and suddenly there's going to be planes crashing and cars crashing and chaos everywhere. And that could be a perfect way for them, the aliens, to come down, maybe the Antichrist, it looks like Jesus comes out of the spaceship. Maybe it's Obama. I don't know exactly. I've got my ideas, but maybe that would be a perfect scenario for that. That's the way I think. You know?
Yeah, I think the Antichrist is going to look a lot like those pictures of Jesus.
Jesus,
You know?
I thought that too. If not him, like I said, or maybe an Obama. I would go back and forth on him. I know people who are convinced it's Obama, and I have nothing against that because there's so much on Obama that he's certainly an Antichrist, if not the final. We'll see. But it's interesting.
Correct.
Go ahead.
And yeah, because I heard this the fallen ones were bound up for a certain amount of generations since the flood, and it seems like, you know, in the past 100 years, you know, for 6,000 years we didn't have any technology whatsoever at all, you know, and then boom, you know, like I don't think human beings just figured that out, you know. I think it was given to them, you know, like all the stuff.
Yeah, that's why I'm with. I think I don't buy the Roswell story about, you know, oh, they've been back engineering what they found in Roswell. Really, from what we saw, that little space. Come on, yeah. There's something else, and I think it goes back to the whole. There's a another video. This is one that YouTube removed. It's in my banned videos section on my website, and it was a chauffeur. It was a limousine driver chauffeur for the high up type, you know, Rockefellers and all these people. And he did it for years. And he went on a show. It's called Brad Metzger's Decoded. I don't trust the show because it went into conspiracies and stuff, but Brad Metzger's a Freemason himself. So it's one of those things where it's all tilted and slanted a bit. But as with every good deceiver, there was a lot of some very good information that came out of the show, right? And it's up to us to use our spiritual discernment and critical thinking and whatnot to kind of differentiate what's what. But in this episode, and I thought it was great, it was just a short segment, a longer episode. The guy met him at a church, this limousine driver, and they were talking, and he said, hey, you reached out to the show and you said you had something you want to talk about. He said, I've been out of the business. The guy's an older man, like elderly almost. So he'd been out of it for a long time. And he said basically that what he learned doing it all these years is that a lot of the elite people, billionaires and whatnot that he drove around, that they have these secret meetings, and that some of these people are talking to what they call the Council of Nine. And it's apparently these 9 different spirits. All right. Very hard to find. Again, YouTube no likey. They took it down, had it up for quite a while, they took it down. But it's still out there. But if y'all want to try to find it, Brad Metzger's Decoded was the name of the show. Limousine driver for the so-called elite. And they were talking to the Council of Nine, like ascended masters, fallen angels, demons, whatever you want to throw in there, but all from the same source ultimately. Go ahead. Sorry for rambling on your time.
Oh, no, it's great, KJ. You never ramble. So I think where it's all going is the nanotechnology, though. You know, I almost believe they have it. I saw some videos of there's like these little black fibers in some of those surgical masks or whatever.
Yeah, I'm working on a little video about that. There's a lot of that stuff coming out now.
I have I'll post the video I saw in the comments for anyone who wants to check it out. The guy puts it under a microscope, a couple of them, and right out of the package, and you know, and he blows on them and they move and go back to the original shape. It's insane. Yeah. So that movie Transcendence with Johnny Depp, you know.
That I did see it. Yeah, I probably did a video on it. I know I did. I put it in a video. Yeah, that's another one about the God Man. You bet, transhumanist God Man, which is what they're trying to create.
Right. Yeah, it fulfills the temptation that got it all started to become like gods. You know.
Exactly. Yep. Exactly.
And it also correlates to the scripture that men will seek death in those days and death will flee from them. I often wondered, how is that possible, right? So I think the nano in people won't be able to let them, harm themselves or perish, or, you know, they'll repair them instantly, stuff like that.
Ooh, that could be. Yeah, that's a good theory. I like that.
I always wondered how that was possible.
Now we see, right? I mean, it's starting to make more sense. That's the other thing. And that I was hoping I can't tell. I can't gauge how many people are waking up and how many aren't, just from my perspective and where I'm at online and stuff. I just don't know, you know. But I was hoping that once the lockdown stuff, the entire planet got locked down, that people would wake up a little more. And now that the V thing, they're starting to push the whole, well, you can't do this or that without it. it's all becoming so obvious. But again, man, it's just, it can be a bit disheartening because some people are still so deeply asleep that I don't know if, they may have to wait till the AC shows up and things get purely satanic on this planet and openly satanic. It won't be hidden. They won't have to hide anymore. It's going to be straight up. And
Yeah.
maybe that'll be the time when I'm hoping that'll be when a lot of people kind of, because there is going to be a remnant. There's also going to be people who are saved in that time, a lot of people. So, it'll be interesting. I don't want to be here
Yeah.
to see it, but we'll see how it goes.
I don't either. But like you said earlier, if God has us here, let's
There's
do
a
it.
reason. Yeah, let's
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
I'm going Mad Max style, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, because we got the protection of God. It'll be like Book of
Right?
Eli. Bullets will bounce off of us.
Oh, I love Book of Eli. It's a great movie. Go
Oh,
ahead.
I know. It's one of my favorites. But I think the nanotechnology, I think it's dormant right now. And to activate it, they're going to have to use the electromagnetic frequency, to
That
turn
might
it
be
on.
yep, with 5G kicks in, you bet. Like, I've
Yeah.
wondered that. That's a good theory, man.
Yeah, I like
We'll
piecing
see.
the puzzle pieces all together, the best I can. None of us really know for sure, but we can see it. It's not, they're not hiding it at all.
No, not at all. But it's good. I'm glad we're there. Like I mentioned earlier, I remember doing this stuff back when it was like, huh? You're getting comments, oh, okay, retard. Like nobody's seeing anything. And then we had the explosion of this stuff back when people like Vigilant Christian were, you know, and that guy, and I don't like talking ill on, but I'll just say that my issue with him always was same issue I have with a lot of people that got into this for a while, this kind of exposure stuff, is that he was an Illuminati conspiracy bottom feeder. That's the way I always saw him. And again, no, not to be mean about the kid, but he would go take knowledge that others of us have found all throughout the years on this stuff and just plaster it on his channel, and it was always cheesy. But again, this kid was getting like millions of views, hundreds of thousands of views all the time, and probably one of the biggest channels there for a while. Not to go off on him. Now I'm thinking about it. If you ever want to see a very interesting story, though, follow the whole rise and fall of the Vigilant Christian. It was very interesting because he really fell really far, man. He got into some pretty wild stuff. They found I feel like a little gossip queen. It's the Wendy Williams show, everybody. They found him doing some naughty things with pictures and showing himself to people and fans, and it just got crazy. But again, to me, he was a good example of kind of the more religious-minded type Christian people. Not all of them, but some of them that are just so blind by just the religion side of it. And he was obviously into the money and the stuff like this, and probably thought he was fine because he goes to church every Sunday and God's got me. You know what I mean? The whole thing was a great example of just the dangers we have with our faith, and makes me think of, are we close to God or not? And there's scripture talks about in the end days there'll be people yelling, Lord, Lord, we did this for you, we did that. And he'll say, I never knew you, kind of in that same vein. But I don't know.
Yeah, you can't fake the funk.
Right. I know I'm going off too long on Vigilant Christian, that kid, but there's a bunch of them, though. Remember, there was a couple of years where the truth thing was really big on YouTube. Alex Jones was still on, all the other people, and all of us were getting tons of views. I used to get hundreds of thousands of average for a while there for a few years myself. But again, you can't be a view queen about it. You just have to realize that what it is a spiritual fight we're in. I'm just grateful to still be here, and that's why I've been diversifying more just in case. But because let's say the harpazo does happen, I want hopefully to still have an imprint in this world digitally. I still want my stuff to be out there. I hope the movie's still out there somewhere, and that people can find these things, because some people are going to be looking for answers once hell comes onto the earth,
Yeah, that's for sure. They're going to be so confused.
Yeah, sorry, I go off on my own thing, but go ahead. What else you got?
It's just been a pleasure to call in. I love these shows. They're my absolute favorite.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, you really do a good job. I got to thank you for letting our Father work through you the way He has. I know you're a humble man, but man, you really do a great job.
Man, thank you. And my thing is always asking the Lord, I hope I'm doing it right. I hope I'm good with you. I know I'm good with Him because He works. I mean, but then, yeah, thank you, man. I'm always wondering, and I think I need to stay that way. It's just my nature. But
yeah, no, and it's also, the first law of warfare is to win the war before you start. And then you do that by knowing your enemy. And then in scripture, we're called to expose the enemy. So you do all those three kind of mingle together and makes it real easy for us to, expose the evil.
Yes,
And,
thank you. I'm glad it's helping.
Yeah, no, because I kind of do the same thing with my Facebook. So I try to just show people like that the world has gone crazy and I'm just pointing it out,
Yeah, it's good.
So,
No, and you're fighting, man. That's it. That's all we can do. We have to, still be here, right? Still hang out, and got to be here as things are happening. But we're still the light in this world, and we have to remember that. And same thing. I try not to focus on self. When I'm out around people, and even just in public, going to a store, I ask the people, "Hey, how you doing, man? You doing all right today? How's your day?" Just try to be nice to people and spread good, the best you can. Because man, people are really good. Like you said, the people are going through some really crazy times, man. And those who don't have Jesus right now, oh, good Lord. I mean, I could just imagine, what they're going through.
Yeah, I can't. I couldn't imagine it at all. Like, why would there even be a reason to continue?
Yeah. I agree. Yeah. Well, we'll pray for him, and thanks so much, man. I really appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was nice chatting with you. Great hope, and keep fighting out there and plugging away. And I'll see you at the wedding feast. How's that sound?
All right. God bless you, brother. We'll see you there.
Okay. See you later, man. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
All right. It was great. Coming up next, Fictional Machines is coming up next here. Fictional Machines. Are you there, my friend?
Hey, KJ, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. How's it going?
It's going good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for checking in here with us.
Yeah, my phone's a little hot, so if I lose you, it means my phone exploded or something. So.
All right, man. I hope not. But thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, my wife and I have been listening, watching your videos probably 8 years, I'd say.
Thank you so very much.
Yeah, I've debated on calling in a couple of times. It was cold and rainy here today as well, and I figured today's the day. So
there you go.
But you've outlasted so many people on YouTube. It's unbelievable. I mean, I saw they just took down Corbett the other day.
I saw that too. I tell you, I was talking to, I think it was Jacob Israel. He's a friend of mine. We talk on the phone and stuff. He has a YouTube channel. But we were talking, and I told him the same thing not long ago. It's just like, isn't it crazy? Like, I feel like we're looking around at almost the top of the hill, and there's not many of us left. I mean, they took out, of course, the AJ, they took him out, was the big one, but it was all downhill from there. And gosh, they're taking out, I mean, smaller channel. I was subbed to so many channels that had under 10,000 subs, but I loved what they were doing. And they just, right? So I'm right there with you. But thank you, man. Yeah, it's all by the grace of God. I'm telling you, I pray about it all the time, and just the protection of the channel to keep it here. And, again, if anything happens, I know to put my prayers in and I'll just go with the flow, but I'm rambling. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No, it's fine. It's like, I keep thinking of the Jim Morrison line, strange days have found us, and
so true.
And I'm in an area, the local government's trying to do the right thing. They got rid of the mask mandate, probably a month or maybe 5 weeks ago. But the thing is, you still go in public, and at least 80% of the people are still doing it.
Yeah, I went down to Texas a few weeks ago. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but just to share, I went down there a few weeks ago myself, and the mandate was, of course, off. But yes, just like you said, every business I go into is still requiring it. So sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just I observe a lot of these people. We know now that there's a lot of weird stuff with the testing. They've come out about the carcinogens in the hand sanitizer, and all the stuff that's in the masks, and obviously all the stuff coming out with, as you call it, the V. And it just seems like a literal bombardment, but it's being done in the guise of keeping you healthy.
It's so disgusting. Yeah, that's the thing is, I was telling a friend recently that's kind of believing some of this. You got to tell me that little Dr. Fauci guy you see on TV and Bill Gates and people, you think they care about your freaking health? Come on, guys.
Well, I grew up in the Midwest like you. I'm a couple states north of you. I lived in the mountains for about 8 years, and around the Vail area, all the ski resort areas up there.
Lucky
man. So, it was an experience, but I ran a health store for a couple of years, so I personally heard people's horror stories about the medical system coming in there.
Oh, wow.
And it was an eye-opener for me even. I had been through an experience right before that myself. much like some of your other callers, it was a near-death experience about 13 years ago, and I was in the hospital 7 days. It's been 13 years, so it's almost like I think of it as two separate lives at this point. I stopped drinking, became sober, became very healthy about how I ate, so on and so forth. And it kind of coincided with being reborn, all of that as well.
Great.
But I was getting people coming in, we were curing things they had with herbs and supplements. And they were just shocked that their doctor had been milking them for medications for years and years and years,
Yeah. You're a hero. I'm a huge fan of the holistic healing. So continue, please.
Yeah. Well, I actually mainly an artist. Fictionalmachines.com is the name of my site. I've had that for 9 years. I think you've been on YouTube about 10, right?
Yeah, 11 now. Yeah.
11? Okay, so we're around the same time era. But during this whole last year and a couple months, I've been doing a lot of drawings. I just put up a drawing today of a crown of thorns I did. And whoever buys that one at the store that's linked, I'm going to donate that money to the local food bank, try and help some more people out with the food prices and everything.
Oh, that's cool.
But it's been just a crazy last, 14 months. I remember there was Last Messages, that YouTube channel. Are you familiar with those guys?
No, I'm not.
Well, in January, they were putting out all these crazy videos from China. And at the time I was asking, how are these videos getting out if they have this stranglehold on the internet, supposedly? And I know, Rick on True News, he's questioned if they were fake videos, and so
I think so too, because remember the ones we saw of them, people falling dead in the streets from the V and our Crown V.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then we had the butt ones recently, and that never manifested in anything. But yeah, go ahead.
But did we see any of those videos really from any other countries?
I know, right?
I mean, not really. I haven't anyway. I don't know if you have. Maybe you've seen more than I have, but
no,
I haven't seen. But sorry.
Oh, sorry. I just said no. I haven't seen any other ones. So I think it's mainly China.
You're right. Yeah, I don't know. It's just getting crazy. I have a mother-in-law, my wife's mother. She was very apprehensive about getting the shot, and I thought it was pure evil. Her sister has 2 kids, and she pressured her. She strong-armed her, saying, "If you're going to visit the kids, your grandkids, you have to get it."
I'm hearing a lot of those stories. That sucks.
Yeah, and she gave in, and she got it, and she had a strange dream. In fact, much like you were talking about on last night's show, and she didn't remember a whole lot of details, but she woke up and called us in the middle of the night after having the dream. This was just a couple of nights ago, and there were people that she couldn't see in the darkness, and she was cleaning up what she described as some blood with a white rag, and they were telling her she had to wash away the blood of Jesus. And this was right after she got the second one.
Wow. Well,
and so
I'll continue, and I'll share something. Go ahead.
No, I thought I'd mention it because I heard you cover that one story on your show last night, and it made me think of. I mean, that call had just happened a couple of days before you covered that, so it was just really bizarre.
No, that's cool. That's all I was going to do is recall that as well from last night, and I didn't even show you guys. There's another link I had, and I guess I didn't put it up last night, but it was all of these different stories, like on Twitter and other, TikTok. People are talking about the same thing. There must have been a dozen stories on there. People are saying that ever since my friend or my family member got that, they've completely changed. They're acting this way, they're acting that way, and that's some scary stuff. That really is.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's connected. I remember the stories where they were talking about locating the area of the brain. I think it was the frontal cortex, where they believe it's responsible for faith and faith-based. The what?
The God gene. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And so I don't know if that's part of it or if it's something totally different. It's pretty eerie, though. I mean, it's. I was just in a grocery store here today where they're giving the V, and there was just people lined up. They were acting almost frantic, I don't know. It was something else to be. I've never even had it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say, it's literally watching humanity being divided, man. That's what it is. It's not easy, That's why we really need strength through the Lord, and I know we have it, but it's crazy, man. Same thing. I see it all around me. Go ahead.
How long do you think? Do you have any estimate or guess on how long you think it's going to be until it is a literal divide where, like, you can't work or go into a grocery store or, things of that nature.
Man, when it comes to the idea of the harpazo, if there is a catching away or a rapture, as some people call it, but if that actually takes place, I feel like that could happen any time because it happens. The idea is it correlates with the appearance of the Antichrist. So Biden's obviously not running anything, neither is the camel. So we know it's, the Illuminati is literally taking over the government. So it's just a matter of time. And I feel like that could pop off any moment sometimes. And then as far as when they're really going to start putting the crank on us in America, I think by the end of 2021, possibly, it could be getting really bad. We'll see. I guess it depends on how long people hold out and fight. But Biden, one of his administration folks, yesterday I saw the story that he's talking about another lockdown in America. So we got to remember, I know it sucks, but we have people who are just pure evil who are in charge right now of everything. And the only reason they can't run it all, I believe, many of us believe, is because we're still here.
Right.
That's the idea of the harpazo, right? But man, I don't think it's long as far as like when we can't go buy, sell, or trade without a V. I think it's coming in really quick, and any time we get is all just a blessing from the Lord. Really, it's just like a restrainer still being here, of course. As long as that's here, I don't know. Maybe we'll be okay. I wonder that too, the timing of everything, and are we going to have to go through that? Because that's a total game changer when it comes to that. When you can't go buy food anymore, right, and stuff like this. I don't care if I miss a concert or whatever it is, or bowling or something. That's fine.
Or if you can't go on a plane, or
right,
all of that big deal, right?
That's that's the huge game changer. But shoot, man, I don't know. I guess when that happens, I think that the Lord will guide us all, the communities and groups, and to be with us, be with each other, possibly if we have to go through all this. And I'm open to any role I can play if I have to be here for it. Maybe I can help get people together. We'll go find some place. I don't know. Isn't it crazy? We're talking about this, but it's true. Like, this is real stuff, but these are real conversations we're having to have. So we'll see.
Well,
go ahead.
Similar to you, I was a teenager in the mid to late 90s before all the events of 2001 and all the ramifications or repercussions of all of that. The good old days when there was hardly a security camera anywhere and nobody had smartphones or all of these things going on. But to see how much it's changed just from those days till now, it's fairly jaw dropping at times. And I don't know, on a separate subject, though, I did recently go out with my camera. I followed around the sandhill cranes on part of the migration.
Oh, cool.
And I don't know if you've ever done that. It's something else. There's just, hundreds of thousands of them coming through the Midwest. And they're in the,
but I like it.
Yeah, they're in the fields all day. They're sleeping, roosting on the sandbanks at night. But even out there in nature, before the migration, I was out there taking some pictures, and someone had posted a mask sign literally in the middle of nowhere. Like, no, I mean, I don't even know who went out that far to put it out there or why. I don't understand. I see people every day wearing the masks, walking in the sunlight, driving alone in their cars.
It's painful, man. Trust me, I'm right there with you. It's painful. I live by a university, and I drive through there sometimes to get to the other side of town, and it's all these young people, perfectly healthy, running around with their little masks on, and it's just, again, I get it. We get it, and I know what time it is. And I don't let it end to where I get mad or anything. I just kind of shake my head. It's like, I'm trying, Lord, we're trying. There's a lot of us out here trying to get them awake, but also we can't believe we're some kind of superhero. We're not going to wake up the world. And there are people who aren't going to make it, and it sucks, but it's a part of it,
They've really scared the hell out of a lot of these people with this stuff. I mean, it's like almost like a psychic scar with some of them. You can just see the fear, and totally. It's really sad. Especially like what you mentioned earlier. I saw that clip in, I think it was LA. It was California anyway, where they were holding down the mentally disabled they look like younger kids. And,
there's a few videos out there.
It's just harrowing to watch. I mean, the one screaming and fighting and somehow instinctually knows better, and they're just holding him down. And then what was it, like 2 days after that, they recalled that one. And positive. So I don't know.
It's all a mess. It's so gross.
It's something else. Did you read the Dark Tower series by Stephen King?
I never did. I tried to watch the movie, but it was terrible. I thought so. But I never read the novel though. But I like obviously the idea. It's just like I did a video on The Stand not long ago. Stephen King was definitely a conduit for that stuff, and I don't know how deep he was into the occult, but there is an old picture you can find of him from back in the '80s where he's wearing a T-shirt with a huge all-seeing eye on the front of it, which is
Yes, he's used that as a author's photo a couple times even. But the reason I bring it up, he did parts 5, 6, and 7 back to back, and a reoccurring theme in those 3 was the number 19. And you might look into it because there's numerous times in those 3 books where it's like, beware 19, look out for 19, on and on and on. And that came to mind, with all of this happening, the fact that number was just repetitively driven home in those 3 novels, But I don't know, man.
Like that. Well, even recently, Prince Philip died at 99 on the 90th day of the year, I think it was. It's things like that pop up. So, yeah, it's all connected, man. And it's almost like when people say they take what's the name of that hallucinogen you can take that really blows your mind? DMT. When people take when they take DMT, I've read a lot about the experience. Never took it. I've taken other things throughout my life, but never DMT. But that's where you can actually see the fabric of reality and all that stuff starting to connect, and it's just crazy. But because those lines do exist, and it does all come out spiritually, and maybe we don't always know what it means, but those synchronicities matter for sure.
Yeah, before digital film, I captured a few ghost photos back when you had to actually develop the film. And one of them was at the Anasazi Ruins in New Mexico.
Oh, wow.
And I'll maybe send them to you sometime or something. You'd probably get a kick out of it. But the tour guide there had even told us, a lot of people get weird stuff on their film here, even on their home movies. And sure enough, it looks like a screaming transparent skull with like some faces along the side of it, but you can see through the whole image at the actual, building behind it and everything. But I haven't had any of them show up on digital film, so I don't know if it was something about, the old school actual film or not. But
I think there's something to that, even with anomalies happening on camera when you see what they call shape shifting, and you see things kind of just going haywire in people's faces. My minor's editing, in college, so I know that there's a difference between a digital artifact and some of the other things we see. And I've seen people talk about that through the years, that once they switched everything over, that I don't know I can't remember which way it went, but that one way, as far as the filming, digital or otherwise, one way you could capture these things, and then the other way you can't. But I'd have to look up my notes to find out more on that. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you probably are aware when they were first developing the TV, they thought they were going to be able to communicate with the dead through the TV and all that.
Gosh, I don't remember that, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I was in something on YouTube years ago. They actually showed, old news articles about it and everything. But
that's so crazy.
I have encountered a lot of people with the AC that have speculated that it might be artificial intelligence. It doesn't seem. Yeah, it doesn't seem to fit the scripture very much, but there might be something to it.
Well, I think it could be that. I think it could have something to do with virtual reality, is what it'll be, and it won't necessarily be like just some AI fake god. It's going to be perhaps the man. Maybe there'll be a transhuman thing happen with him. Maybe he'll do the thing first and then ask everyone to get the mark. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, remember that picture they had of a Mark Zuckerberg walking into not a stadium, but a theater to have a discussion, and everybody was wearing VR goggles. You saw that before?
Yes, I do remember that. Yep.
It's a lot. And when I saw that, it hit me in my head, and that's what I was thinking, was that maybe that's what it's going to look like in the future, is because 5G, a big part of 5G is virtual reality. I put that in the video way back, but it's a big part of 5G, and I showed tons of articles on it. So VR is going to be a really big deal with what's coming. So that's what I'm thinking. I think it could be a thing where if you're not working or whatever, you're plugging into your VR to focus on this person or whatever, and I don't know.
I've never really seen like raw numbers. Did that really take off for them, or did that kind of flop? I mean, are a lot of people using that through Facebook and everything?
I see the technology coming. I don't know how big virtual reality is right now, but again, I just see that it's such a push that I feel like it's for a purpose, that they're going to use it for something. Again, I can only speculate right now, but I could be wrong. Maybe it will be some. I don't know. Again, I don't think it's going to be a full-on AI, but that's just me. It's like you said, the Bible doesn't really give us that indication. It's going to be
Yeah.
a human, right, from what we understand. But then, we'll see. What do we know, right? We can kind of speculate on that at this point. We'll see.
What are your thoughts on the famous quote, Matthew? I think it's 10:34. That I don't come to bring peace on earth. I come to not to bring peace, but to bring a sword.
I love it.
I don't think I got it word for word, but you know what I'm saying. But,
no, yeah, I do. Well, I've mentioned that to people before too. That Jesus isn't coming back to give us hugs and kisses. He's coming back to slay. He's coming back with a sword. He's coming back to finish the system for the 1,000-year reign.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know. There's a lot of wars brewing. I've seen so many stories lately. Hopefully, it all fizzles out and nothing comes of it. But so many conflicts brewing in so many areas. It's just
wars and rumors of wars. Yep, exactly. Earthquakes in diverse places, or diverse places. Some people say it's all there, man. And that's where I don't know. I get how some people want to think it's going to work out. When I see people on TV or whatever saying, "Oh, in 50 years we're going to look back," and I just want to scream like. This is my own opinion. We don't have 50 years. I mean, I really think it's super close, man. I mean, it's all moving very fast. It's moving quicker than I ever saw coming. I mean, I was doing this kind of lost in the woods there in the beginning, and I knew I had to do it. I knew something was coming, but now we're here, and it's like, oh my gosh! Like, I mean, it's so fast. So,
it is.
Anyway, I don't want to keep rambling on. Anything else you want to share with us?
Well, like what you were just saying, kind of bouncing off that, I think it's really crucial, everybody listening, like do every little thing you can to be that light against the darkness, and even if it's a small kindness, anything you can do just to kind of counterbalance all of, I mean, when everybody focuses on something negative, it has its own effect on reality, and that's all they've done to everybody pretty much worldwide for over a year now is just saturate their minds with fear and doom and gloom, and
Absolutely.
anything you can do to offset it and to bring some kind of positive energy to balance it out, go do it. This is the time, like don't hide away at your computer,
Yes, sir. Great message. Thank you. Two Fictional Machines. You guys check out his website too. Check out his art.
Hey, thanks a lot, KJ. I really appreciate it, man.
Hey, you're welcome, and nice chatting with you. Thank you and your wife so much for watching for so long. I appreciate that. Okay.
Yeah, no, tons of great work over the years. I hope you have at least a couple more years. Hopefully, you can keep using the coded language to avoid all the censors and everything. So
me too. Hey, I'll always find a way to continue as long as y'all are there. It'll be great, man. But all right, hey, take care, and I'll talk to you next time.
Yeah, it was awesome talking to you, man. Have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye. All right, guys, still moving on, doing good. Everyone's been awesome tonight. I got Midnight Lantern, Matt, Seraphim, Wid, and I think that was it. Sorry, guys. Some people are in the thing, and I don't know if I'll get to you guys. It's going to be 7, 8, 9, 10, almost 4 hours we're on. So I'll do another show soon, though, I promise. We'll see how we do, though. Let's kind of go one at a time. How about Midnight Lantern? You're on the show. Hello, Midnight Lantern. Hopefully you haven't fallen asleep. That happens sometimes. Are you there? Midnight Lantern, you are on. Okay, we may have lost him. And that has actually happened. I can't blame it. Some people stay up really late, get up really early for this. So Midnight, I'll come back to you. I'm going to mute you for now, and then I'll jump over here to Matt R. Matt, how you doing?
Good. How you doing, KJ?
Really good. Thanks for checking in with us. How's things?
I'm blessed, brother.
Good to hear. Good to hear. What's on your mind?
I want to tell you, buddy, I have a lot of love and respect for you, and you just don't know how much you've helped me over the years. I've watched your show, listened to you, learned a lot from you. I don't know, maybe 7 years, 8 years now or so.
Thanks so much.
But I want to bring up 2 points. I want to try and keep it quick so we can do, keep it moving, man. But,
you're okay. No rush.
A little background. I'm 27. I live in Florida. Things are kind of like the Wild West here all the time, but we are not really most people will wear the mask to Walmart, to the grocery store or something. But you know, a lot of people around here kind of see where it's kind of just a bunch of BS, you know, and I've seen a lot of people that buy into it. Like, it's mainly the millennial people like my age, you know, that are really scared and nervous, and a lot of the older heads, you know, they've been through enough already. I guess just living in Florida for years, they're not really falling for it. So we're still kind of liberated here. But I wanted to talk
That's
to
good.
you. I want to talk to you one thing about this guy I heard today on Mysterious Radio with K-Town. It's a podcast. I don't know if you check it out, but you should. It's on Spotify. They talk
I
about
will.
some topics that you would be interested in. And he was talking. His name is Jim Wilhelmson. Wilhelmson.
Oh
And
my gosh, sounds very familiar. I may have heard his work before. Go ahead.
yeah, and he was talking about the Hollow Earth and you know, Nazis and well, maybe I shouldn't say that.
That's okay. That's where I've heard his name though, because I'm interested in the Hollow Earth, and I know I've seen him speaking about it before. Go ahead.
They're already attacking it. You know, if you watched Godzilla versus King Kong, that was a big plot point, and that movie had tons of Illuminati symbolism. I mean, I'm a Godzilla fan, you know, and I was watching in theater with my wife, and dude, it was all over that movie, all over the place, and making the conspiracy theorist podcaster out to be like a lunatic. But he was right the whole time, right? So, you know, whatever.
Of course, always.
But he mentioned something that I thought was pretty crazy, and he was, you know, he talked about Kerry and you know, Barack going down there to Antarctica many times, and going down there recently, and he mentioned Buzz Aldrin and all that. But he said something about the ice shelf melting and melting away, and that it could potentially release a gap in the continent that would, you know, make it more apparent that there's an entryway there. And I wanted to bring back IPEC Goat 2. It always goes back to that, you know. If you remember the part of that video where you had the, you know, the whore Babylon up there in this ice tower, and she's kind of like freaking out, and they had just done the Shiva dance, and the tower melts and falls and crumbles, and then the AC comes through on the boat there, out of this cavern, out of this, you know, ice cavern.
Yeah. Which looks like a womb, even.
Yeah. I know you remember it, man. But I wanted to bring that up to you because he was talking about fallen angels and the UFO connection to that. He's actually a ordained minister. He brought this up, and he's not trying to get a ton of money, but he's just been trying to wake people up like you for years. And God's kind of given me these confirmations in life because I'm kind of like Jacob, you know. I wrestled with God for a long time. My father's a minister too. He wasn't always one. I had a really troubled childhood, a lot of violence and abuse and stuff. And I was a heavy metal fan as well. I even broke one of my fingers opening up a circle pit for Mastodon.
Oh, there you go.
And we, the friends I was with, we still get together and play Magic the Gathering every now and then. But I'm kind of turned away from it. I use it to be with my friend, you know, and talk to him.
It is fun. I never stopped it because it wasn't fun. I loved it for probably four years solid there. I mean, I was going to hotels that were having big tournaments and playing tournaments. I was really into it. But yeah, same thing. It was years ago. But after we wake up the way we do, it's just not the same. It's just like most movies I watch, yeah, you can't know what you know. I mean, most movies I watch are just to make a video or something, but there's some movies I won't even watch anymore with actors that I just can't stand, or actresses that, you know, do evil, wicked things off camera, and we see their stories, and it just changes everything, you know, especially right now. A lot of them are pushing the V. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right, man. Yeah, so I'm a lot like the rest of the people it's called, you know. It was crazy hearing all that, you know, more confirmations for God to me personally. But so I want to talk about these fallen angels. They're masquerading as beings of light. And if you listen to Stephen Greer, he's kind of starting a new agey cult himself, and talking about this raise your consciousness, you know, elevate your consciousness. I agree. And raise it up. And like, you know, they're kind of preaching this framework, getting it started for people to accept that they will be like gods. And that's the same lie from the garden. That's the same lie from the serpent. And it's just right in front of people's faces, and they just don't read the Bible, you know. And God even says that my people perish for a lack of knowledge, you know. And I don't know. It's crazy seeing this stuff. And my family's always kind of thought I was the weird one. I was a bit of a black sheep, and, you know, but lately I've just been beating them over the head with it. You know, my parents are Bible believing Christians. We're all Baptists, you know, and I've been talking about it more and more and more, trying to get them to wake up. And I remember years ago, I was talking to them about a coming civil conflict in America and something they should be on the lookout for. And it would be built on lines of ethnicity and politics. And they were like, yeah, okay, man. All right, go smoke another one.
Yeah,
You know?
okay. Yeah. Well, you know, let me throw this at you real quick, and not to stop your train of thought, but I just want to share that even with my parents, there's a few things I've told them, because I was raised in church and same thing. And my parents are very good people, and they really are salt of the earth. And also my attitude is that if people already have Jesus, I don't need to twist their arm with the things I'm showing people, because what I'm doing mainly, for the most part, is hopefully to get new people, to shake some of the people in the world awake. And then a lot of people that are awake are with it because, you know, they see it, you know, they get it, which is good. I love the audience, of course, but I always tell my folks that when there's a nuke that pops off the coast of New York City, somewhere in that area, and causes a tidal wave over New York City, I want you to remember I told you this is coming. Oh, okay. Why do you say that? I'm like, it's on the money. And so is the Hoover Dam getting blown up, the birthing canal, right? So I told them that. I said, when you start seeing stuff like this, also, if you see Obama come back somehow behind Biden and the camel, if this happens somehow, come talk to me, okay? But no, you really think it's going to be? And I'm like, it's a possibility. I'm like, guys, we're there. I mean, but again, just like you, man, you know, you can't break through. My mom even asked me a while back, I was going over there for something, and she said, oh, and we don't want you to talk about your stuff tonight, okay? I was like, oh, okay, Mom, cool, I love you, I'll see you in a little bit. I'm cool with it, I just roll with it, you know what I mean? But because beyond that, beyond the awareness of these things, everything's perfect. Like, they're loving, wonderful people, and I'm really blessed to have a great mom and dad. But yeah, man, it's tough. But like I said, even with them, I have to just be like, okay, they already have Jesus, but I still pray for them because they're running and getting these V's. They've already got 2 now. So I'm like, Lord, please, you know, if it be in your will, right? But go ahead.
That's my struggle too, man. That's exactly what I'm dealing with, because I'm trying to, like, I'm also a father, you know. I have a 6-year-old daughter. I'm kind of like Joseph, man. I'm a construction worker. I'm hard headed and stuff, and it's people don't usually give me too much credit, and it's part of that's my fault, because I really was a wild child for a long time. Like I said, I wrestled with God. Even though I knew the truth, I would wander, and then he just waited for me to be completely brokenhearted and in the worst place in my life last year, to just like stir up everything in me and just bring me back into the fold. Even though I was still trying to walk with him, I still was like a lukewarm Christian, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, I know. I was the same way. I mean, I had God my whole life, but then you look at, like, one of the big ones is sex before marriage. I mean, that's a big that's the thing, you know. And I struggled with a lot of these different things growing up, but yeah, when I finally woke up in LA to this stuff, it just really that's what took my faith to a whole new level. When I started making the first scariest movie ever made, I was on a whole new level, and that was the beginning of my real being close to the Lord. Because I always talked to them. They called me Bible Boy when I first showed up on my boat in the Coast Guard for the first couple months, because I had my Bible with me, but I never pounded over the head. I just had it, walked on board. Oh, here comes Bible Boy, you know. But so I always talked to the Lord. But wow, right? Once we woke up to the system and see what it is, what a whole new level we come up on. And that's the tough one, right? Because a lot of people who have God and Jesus already just can't see it. Sorry, I'm rambling.
No, I like listening to you, brother. I look forward to your videos. You know, you don't have to apologize to me. They call me Moral Matt. My drinking buddies used to call me Moral Matt, you know, because I'd always try and tell them, well, don't do this. You know, that's going to end up hurting you, man. Like, you know, think a little smarter, look out for them. But
yeah.
So I know what you mean. Where was I? So trying to teach these people around me that I love is really difficult. My wife, though, she's been right on, right on the same page as me lately. I've just been telling her, don't believe anything about a second coming. Pinch yourself. If you see somebody claiming to be Jesus, pinch yourself. If it hurts, it's not him. There's supposed to be no more pain, no more tears. You're like if you belong to him, you're supposed to be raptured up. I believe that is a fact. I don't know when that happens. I'm not going to put dates and stuff, but I think it's really close. I've been looking in the sky every day. Back to the fallen angels thing. They really are building a religion, and I think we're going to lose a lot of people to it. A lot of people will be deceived, like the Bible predicts, and it breaks my heart seeing it coming. I worry for the kids that don't know no better, and it's really difficult to come to terms with, and I've been struggling with it. But I've realized that what's important is that I stay focused on God and trust and faith, and just keep doing like what you said earlier, like little acts of kindness. Put it out there. Do what you can. Mention it to people. It also says it's not all doom and gloom. It says in the end of the days, he'll pour out his spirit. And I really believe that's happening in my life, because there's so many things that are happening that I just like verses in scripture just come up in my head. It's hard to think of it on the spot, but recently I've been praying a lot more, trying to be more diligent in prayer, trying to put down every negative thing in my life. Like I said, I was a big metalhead and I drank heavy and I did, drugs, all that kind of crazy stuff. And it was stupid, man. And it only hurt me. And I thought it was going to give me peace, but it never did. And I feel like that was God, trying to tell me then, but I still didn't listen because, it's like my dad told me, if you're going to be dumb, you got to be tough. And he really tried to make me tough, because I was so dumb. And I'm finally getting it, man. It's finally coming through. I feel like my faith is a lot stronger, and I pray for all the people that are listening now that they, that it's happening for them too. Because when you look at it this way, it's like you said before in other videos, there's the wheat and the tares. If you belong to him, you'll hear his voice. You'll know his name, he will call you and you'll hear him.
Yes.
And I worry for those who are kind of like I was before and lukewarm, and they're scared and unsure, and they've kind of lost a lot of faith, because, you don't want to go injecting this mystery juice into your body, not knowing what it is, even if it's not Morgellons or any of that other stuff. Still, you're an experiment, and
it's a total experiment.
Unless they're going to come arrest you, and you got to run for the hills, you got all the freedom and the liberty in the world to turn it down. It may not feel that way, but it's still a free country right now. It won't be soon though, because like we're saying about these spirits, man, these unclean spirits promising you'll be like gods and all this elevated consciousness crap. That's not going to happen. Okay, guys, it's a trap, and I want everybody to realize it's all a trap. Don't fall for it. You said it earlier, that he comes to conquer and bring the sword. The real second coming, he'll split the sky open. There won't be a hologram. There won't be an actor. There won't be some guy pretending, looking like the traditional pictures of Jesus. It'll be a glorious thing, and all the true believers and his children will know it's him. We'll be called up too. So, to move past that, I wanted to say thank you very much for all the hard work you do. I hope there's never a day where I can't find your videos again, because I really
me too,
man. To kind of end this, on a good note, I went through all that crap, got my faith strong again, walking closer with the Lord, and I finally got into the ministry, and I'm teaching Sunday school for 4-year-olds every week, man.
Great.
It's the biggest blessing in my entire life, just to sit there with these little kids and teach them about Jesus and just try and get it in their heads,
Love it.
Yeah.
Good for you. Well, man, you're welcome, and thank you, Matt. I mean, I appreciate it, and it's folks like you guys out there that I appreciate y'all just as much. I tell you, if not more, because without y'all, I'd just be hanging out with chubs, and it's nice to have an audience. And I appreciate y'all, man. Thank you so much for sharing with us tonight, too.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I'd love to call back again, but would you please give me any info or anything I might be missing on the whole Hollow Earth, Fallen Angel connection, something I might have missed that, be really interesting for everybody listening?
Man, I wish I had something. Here's what I've got. I've got a folder called Antarctica. I keep folders in my computer and I put news stories in there because I've been trying to build something on Antarctica and the Fallen Angels for a really long time. A lot of things I found from some people is a lot of speculation. There's nothing solid I can grab onto, and so when I find it, I'll put it together. But I am working on it. I have nothing for you off the top of my head. I have to go through my folder and look up stuff. But there is a lot of really weird things happening in Antarctica. So
Yeah,
I'm just kind of waiting for the rest of the pieces to fall,
Yeah, there's all those old Lovecraft short stories too, where that was his whole thing, man. That guy was definitely channeling some
Yeah,
some spirits, man.
just like Stephen King, he's a conduit. You bet.
All right, brother. I know you got to move it along, but thank you for your time.
You're welcome, man.
God bless you, bro.
Hey, thank you. You too, Matt. Good luck with the Sunday school, and God bless you, man. Hang in there. You're a warrior.
Hey, thanks.
I'll see ya. All right, guys. Moving on. We got Seraphim coming up. Wid, Caleb. All right, let's do Seraphim Order. Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. How are you?
I'm pretty good, thanks. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but do you still have a PO box?
I actually just got a new one. So if you go to, do you have, or I don't know if you watch KJ's What Happened on my other channel, but if you go to, oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say I don't always stay on the internet like for very long. Sometimes I come off and then I come back on.
Oh, no problem.
So, yeah,
It's
so
okay.
like I have like maybe 10, 15 videos of yours just
great.
to look at. Yeah,
Great, thank you. Well, what I was going to say is if you get a chance, I have another channel called KJ's What Happened. And if you go to that one, my last show, which I did just last night, look in the About section, and I updated it with a brand new PO box. That's where you can find it right now. I'll post it on the community tab or something maybe, but I'm going to have it for a few months. I'm doing it for my Patreon people mainly, but if anybody wants to send anything to the PO box, on the last KJ's What Happened, in the About section at the very bottom, underneath all my links, you'll see the PO box. So if you got something to send, that's great. I'll be looking for it.
Yeah, that's why, because I don't usually use like Patreon, and I try to keep my online presence as minimal as I can. So.
Smart man. It really is a smart man these days. Look at how much they're destroying people's lives from tweets they did 10 years ago and things like this.
Actually, yeah, that is something that I learned. I guess it was a decade ago when I got off of all of those things. No Instagram, no Facebook, and you know how it is. It's like an addiction.
Oh yeah.
It's an initial like, oh my gosh, my life is so boring. What do I do with my life? And then you just find other things to fill the gap. That's when I started reading the Bible more often, extra biblical texts, and I don't regret it now.
That's great. So you probably read like the Book of Enoch and the Book of Mary and some of those.
Yep, I've looked at those too, and I mean, I even look. You always got to go with your shield up, so to speak. But I even look at a lot of what the enemy has to say. You know that saying, "Keep your friends close, your enemies closer."
Man, I couldn't have said it better myself. I've done that my whole life. I pray about it before, but I've read some of these occult books. I've looked into the Satanic Bible and all that stuff throughout the years. Books on witchcraft, yeah, just so I can understand the enemy.
Exactly. And it's just like you. I mean, my mom would be afraid sometimes, and some of my other relatives, why are you looking into this? I was like, well, I'm not. I was doing like you. I would pray before, I would pray after. It was like, a way to cleanse myself and prepare myself for what I was getting into. And I mean, the stuff they say, it's like there's some truth sometimes in there, but I'm sure as you've seen it yourself, it always comes with these strings attached that, a lot of people.
Them. Yeah. And you probably, and I've mentioned this through the years, why you have to be careful looking into that, because you can start falling in love with the knowledge of it and forgetting about Christ, which we have to keep as our anchor, especially looking into that stuff.
Exactly. Like I've spoken to a lot of people like that. I usually talk to people not online either. Is if I meet somebody, and I become friendly with them, I don't really hide. I've turned off a lot of people because I'll just be blunt. I'll be like, yeah, I'm a crazy conspiracy theorist, and they look at me like, oh, you're one of those. I was like, yeah, but if you want, ask me whatever you want, and I'll be more than happy to have a discussion with you about anything, that you want to know more
Yeah.
about. And some do kind of like, all right, yeah, it's like being that fisherman, and you get a little bite from somebody every once in a while, and I'll go through all those things with them, everything that we've learned, and of course it's always shocking too, because they're like, oh, I never heard about that. I didn't know it was like that.
Yeah. That's
Let's
good.
see.
You're doing good. As being a fisher of men is what you're doing, and we're being wise as a serpent while we're doing it, gentle as the dove, of course. But yeah, that's the same thing. It's why I've had people. There's always someone trying to call you a name or a shill or a bad thing, and I've had some people try to do that through the years because I'm on YouTube, and it's like, hey man, I'm doing what the enemy does to us. I'm hiding in plain sight. We have to use their tactics against them.
Exactly. Like, yep, a lot of people don't seem to realize that's what I meant too. I was like, they'll come at you. Well, you again getting it in bulk, but I'll get that, oh, so you've looked into yoga. I was like, yeah, and I understand that yoga, is associated with Hinduism and paganism, but it is a form of meditation. And a lot of people, they hear you say meditation, they're like, oh, that's evil pagan stuff. It's like, no, it's not. Prayer is meditation too,
You bet.
And just what you said about the anchors, like the problem is if you listen to how these people speak, that's where you start to see the difference. You speak to somebody who has, the light in them and has a relationship with the Most High, and they'll be like, just what you just said. Your compass, your anchor, that is who it's supposed to be. That's what the Bible is supposed to be. So when you go into the spiritual realm, you're not gonna just fall for anything. But when you listen to the pagans, they're like, empty your mind, just let it get filled up with anything. I'm like, nope, stop right there. You're
Yeah.
going down the wrong way.
Yeah.
So
Good point.
but yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, like I said, I didn't want to take up too much time. I really just wanted to know the stuff to send, because I know a lot of people who are here, probably are not as blessed as I am. I have quite a few friends who are like us, and they don't
That's
live
great.
far. So
Good
we
for
get
you.
together and yeah, we just chat about everything that everyone who comes on to your channel tends to chat about, every topic.
You're blessed.
So yeah, really. So
Good. Well, say hi to all your friends for us, okay?
I will. So have a good night, KJ, and to all right?
You too. So nice meeting you. Thank you so much and have a good one, okay?
All right. Thank
All
you.
right. Bye-bye. All right, guys. I got Wid. Wid is coming up next. Oops. Here it is. Wid, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me, KJ?
Yes. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. I'm starting to wind down a little bit. I'm still in it. Don't get me wrong. I think I got Caleb next, and a few people jumped in after, folks. I don't know if I can get to you. I'm sorry tonight. I want to do Caleb probably last. That'll be over 4 hours, I think. And then I'll be, the next few weeks, I'll do another show, and I hope you all can get on. Sorry about that, but I got to start shutting it down. I go to bed pretty early. But anyway, go ahead. Enough about me. How are
So
you?
I'm great. The first thing, I won't take up too much time. I did want to share my at the very end, because hopefully it'll be uplifting for people that aren't believers or are on the fence. And hopefully that will happen. But I wanted to, because usually I can't get through it without crying. So,
oh, that's all
yeah.
right.
So what I wanted to really say is to thank you so much. In my journey that I found you, the Lord led me to you, and I know it. You've helped me in my spiritual journey of my awakening. Just the information, I wanted more knowledge, and I was led to your channel, and you put out very good information, and it has helped me so much to find the Lord.
Oh man, well you're welcome. Thank you. All glory to the Lord, of course. And but I'm really glad that anything I've done has helped people out there. That's what it's all about. Thank you.
Indeed, and I don't want you to be down and think you're not doing enough, because I believe you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. And
Thank you for that. You know what? Honestly, it's a blessing and a curse, but he gave me such a spirit of humility that it's just like I almost don't take credit for anything. But still, I think I need to be that way. You know what I mean? I don't want to have an ego with this stuff, and I can already get a little fiery with people in real life when they're being dumb about things. It's true, you know, about not seeing it, and I keep that in check. But I'm always keeping myself in check. But either way, thank you. I appreciate it.
yes, no problem. I definitely wanted to call in and tell you in person. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And
Thanks.
and also, you know, we sow the seeds, and the Lord will water the ones He wants. So the ones that come to you, He's obviously watered. You know, that's just the way I feel about it.
I think it's a good attitude. Good way to look at it.
Yeah. So, like, I throw stuff out there. I throw my seeds out, and if the Lord wants them, the Lord will water those seeds. That's not up for me to decide. So, anyway, we'll go. I was listening to other callers, and they touched on the one that was talking about the nanobots.
Yeah.
I believe that completely. I've always been led back many years ago, and I know the technology has increased and you don't see a lot of it. It's called Thescariestmovieever. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
You should look that up.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, it's what they are is kind of like, I don't know if you've ever seen toner ink.
Yes.
The powder. And this was like 6-7 years ago, so I know it's advanced. But anyway, they put the powder in like a jelly, or like a mixture could be in your body. And then they applied the Tesla field to it, and they make a connection. They grow, they connect.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, it'll blow you away.
I'll look into it because I'm doing a video right now. I'm doing a couple short ones. One's about all the people suffering from the V, and also I'm going to add in the stuff with these little, maybe Morgellons or whatever it is. Those little things are nanobots.
Little fibers.
Yeah.
Yeah. They so the 5G would be like the Tesla. If the frequency is connecting these, you know, they can turn it on when they want to. You know, It's just a thought I had. But
no, it's a good thought. It's interesting.
I just keep getting led back to that. So anyway, I'll let you. I'm going to tell my near-death experience that happened to me, and
Please.
it at the time I was young. I just got out of the Army, and I was going to college. I got out of college. I had my new career as a computer engineer, and basically, I had money. You know, I had a good job. I had a good career. I had no reason to, want to die or anything like that. I was never spiritual. My mom was a Mormon and my dad was a Buddhist. So I really didn't have any guidance growing up as far as the Lord God, the Bible. I never read it or anything. So, make a long story short, that's just a little background. I had a jet ski. I had my little toys. I had money. I was living I grew up in Long Beach, California. And
I love Long Beach.
Yeah, I grew up there back when the Pike. You remember the Pike? I don't know. You might be too young for that.
I don't remember that, but I lived out in LA, and I loved the music scene in Long Beach. There's a cool local music scene out there all the time. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So I always would go to the river. I went to the Colorado River and Lake Havasu. And so I had my jet ski up there, and I was having a fun weekend. I think it was a Memorial Day weekend or something like that. But when I was cruising around this and that, I was taking my jet ski out for the last run, and I got hit by a boat. The boat ran over me.
Ooh.
Yeah. So the boat was behind me, and when I turned, it ran over me. So it knocked me out, I guess. I had 72 stitches in my head. My skull was cracked, and then my arm was hanging down, my right arm, because I went under the boat, and the prop cut my arm.
Ooh.
Boat, yeah. So basically, I bled out, I was floating face down, and they pulled me out of the water. I only know from reading, the police report and all this stuff what happened to me. So, because the last thing I remember was waking up in the hospital, and this nurse, she was grabbing my toes, and she said, Deborah, and I woke up, and I'm going to tell you this. I never had such hate ever in my life as I did at that moment. At her. I said, why didn't you leave me where I was?
Did you see anything there?
It's this is kind of hard to express in the words we have. What I experienced when I died, she goes, we didn't know if you were going to come, that you were going to make it. I guess I had died, or they brought me back. I was in a coma for 2 days. And then, so when I woke up and I saw I was in a hospital, I had no idea what hospital I was in. I didn't know what happened. So I had that hate, and I never felt that before in my life. I never hated anybody, really. I mean, but I was where I wanted to be, where I went, and what I saw, if you can call it seeing, I call it a knowing. You don't see, you don't have eyes, you don't have, like, if you look down and you're trying to look at your hands, you don't have hands. You don't have hands. It's a knowing within you. I had no hunger. I had no pain. I didn't want for anything. Nothing. Everything was perfect. If you can kind of imagine that. Everything was beautiful. It was strange. It was very strange. I had no idea because I wasn't spiritual. And when I brought back, all I know is how I felt. And all I can tell you is that it was a knowing. It was, you didn't have a physical body. You don't have, if that makes any sense.
Sure, it does. Yeah, I've heard that in other experiences. That
Really?
Yeah. I love listening to near to the experiences, and many of them have that same thing, that they're not in their physical body anymore, and right, they're just a spirit. And I've heard also described. Some people have different experiences. Some people can feel their form or see their form. It's always different. But I have heard that before, that you didn't see yourself.
Well, you think you can see, but it's really not a seeing. It's like a know. It's like when you see something, right? Like, I know that light is right there, or I know, and you think it's coming from your eyes, but really it's coming, I guess, your spirit, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, I mean, I didn't see a bright light and go into the tunnel or nothing like that. It was just like a knowing, is the best I can describe. It was pure bliss.
Yeah.
I mean, beyond bliss. So every day, this happened about 30 years ago. And do you know, every day of my life, I have thought about that. I've held a gun to my head twice throughout my life, throughout wanting to go back. And I heard in my spirit that you can't get back there that way.
Good.
I think the Lord was saying, you can't kill yourself, because I didn't know anything. You know what I mean? I didn't know, But
you're in a good place now with him, would you say?
Yeah. And 3 years ago, like I said, I broke down and I just said, I just want to know the truth. What's going on? And so he showed me, and he led me to the truth and the word.
That's great.
I love the Lord, and I pray that he forgives me for turning my back on him and coming into the system. And I ask him every day to please forgive me. And I accept the responsibility of what I did.
Well, you know how it is. Once it's wiped clean, and he knows your heart and everything else. And, it's good. It's a great story. Thank you for sharing that.
I think that he sent me back because, like what you said, he knew my heart, and he says, I'm going to give you another chance.
Beautiful. I'm glad he did.
Yeah. So I just wanted to share that with you. And I say to people that say, well, how do you know he's real? I says, these people that are here in this system now, with all the Satan stuff and them, all the signs and symbols, they're everywhere.
It's obvious.
And I said, if it wasn't true, why are they doing that?
Yeah, exactly.
Why are they doing that? Makes no sense. Why are there starving children? This is not God's world. He said, this is not my kingdom.
No, and it's only getting more disgusting, and it really is. Right. And again, I don't say that to be the bummer, but we all see it and we understand. And It's okay. I always try to keep in mind to rejoice about it. I really
Yeah.
do. I don't want to be a bummer to people about it because,
No.
but we know that it is going to be a bummer to the majority of people on this planet, which is,
Right.
it's that quandary. It's a situation we're stuck in. It's a trap in a way, but we
It
just have
is.
to endure to the end and be strong and have these kind of conversations with each other and know that we're not alone and spread
Right.
the love.
And I just want non-believers to just really think about it. And I'm telling you the God's honest truth. I don't lie anymore. And I pray for all my brothers and sisters to awake.
I love it. It's a good prayer. Is there anything else you want to share with us?
No, sir. I'm good. I just want to especially thank you. Thank you so much.
Wid, you're so welcome, and I love it. I appreciate talking to you. Thank you so much for sharing your story, and thanks for watching. Hey, thanks for watching.
No problem.
God
I'll keep
bless you.
watching. Bless you
All
too,
right.
man.
See you
Bye-bye.
later. Bye bye. All right, Caleb, I think you'll be the last tonight. Again, guys, I'm sorry. A couple of y'all came in late, but I got to cap it at a certain point, and we're almost up on 5 hours. So no offense, G-Man, Sammy, I'm sorry. Average Joe just came in. I will do another show soon, though, I promise. I always do one in a few weeks, and we'll get you guys on there. Hopefully, you guys can get in quick. So no offense. Thank you so much for your jumping in and trying to be on the show, but I just gotta, I know when I start winding down, I can feel it a little bit. You know what I mean? I'm still with you, but as soon as the show's done, I'm crashing. That's no offense either. I love doing these. I love doing them, but I think almost 5 hours is a good stretch. Caleb, how you doing?
Good, man. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, you sounding good.
All right, cool. Well, thanks for having me on, man.
You're so welcome. Thank you for your patience. You've been waiting a long time.
Well, I actually came in kind of late when you were about at the 2 hour mark. So
okay, not too bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I just wanted to first off, like a lot of other people have said too, just really appreciate how God has used you and the work that you're doing. So I'm a photographer, and graphic designer. So often when I was like zoning out at work, different jobs or anything, I would actually just listen to your live talks a few days later and stuff like that, or whatever
Thank
it was.
you.
So, yeah, it's always
Thanks,
been
Caleb.
awesome. But yeah, so I'm from Colorado. Grew up in Missouri, but out here, I just kind of wanted to briefly talk about a few like more spiritual warfare stuff that I've dealt with over the years.
Go for it.
I'm a believer. Accepted Christ when I was like 4. My dad's a pastor.
Did you walk a fairly straight and narrow path as a pastor's son, or did you go through the tough stuff?
No, my brother and sister rebelled a tiny bit, and I learned from them.
That's good.
Yeah, so I kind of stayed away from, waited till I was like 21 for the most part. I had like to drink and other things like that. Had a little rebellious spit in 7th grade, but yeah, but being a pastor's kid, there's a lot of pressure. You're end up having like 50 different parents that are constantly like watching you like a hawk, and you're not allowed to date any of the other girls in the church and things like that.
Right.
There's something on you. They're all watching you. But but yeah, so one time in high school, or junior high, my sister was still at home. We were watching Final Destination. And 180 is throughout that whole movie. I forget which one. Are you familiar with it at all?
Oh yeah, I liked those. I probably saw them all actually. It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's like the one where like the truck wrecks or something, or maybe I'm confusing. Either way, no, it's the plane one, 180. So they all get off the plane, and it was like the flight 180, and the last person that passes away in the movie, a sign falls on them 180 and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
So we're watching the movie, and then it's done, and me and my sister get up, and it's in the basement, concrete floors and everything. And I say that because there's no vibrations or anything going around. We walk into her room, and a book falls off of her shelf. And it says 180 days. It was her high school like yearbook. Yeah, so it's just people are always like, oh, so like skeptical of things that are going on and not really seeing it for what it is, like the spiritual world that we're it is very supernatural. We're fighting against evil things, and there's angels and demons constantly fighting around us and stuff like that. But it's just kind of a interesting thing.
Synchronicity. Well, I like that a lot because I don't know if you saw this, but back in 2012, I did a video called "I See 111 Everywhere." What does it mean? Yeah, man. Gosh, I've got so many stories. I still get them to this day. And every time I started this about 3 years ago, I said, Lord, every time I see it, I'm going to just say hi to you and thank you because that's the way I see it. So every time I do, I take a moment and say, hey, Lord, thank you. Hi. It's because that's how I see it. He's been guiding me in that way. And my car got stolen probably 5-6 years ago. I think it's before I went to Costa Rica. My car got stolen in Oklahoma, and I'd gone to a wedding party. And when I walked out to get my car, it was gone. And I've been telling my best friend at the time about the 111. Somebody looked, he said, dude, look. And I was in parking space 111. Right. I mean, it's been nonstop. So I'm with you on that. I know that's how one of the ways it communicates with us is through these synchronicities.
I don't, and I have other like stories like that with like evil presence being around me and angels ministering to me and stuff like that. But just going off of your 111, I was listening to one of your other podcasts a couple of days, or today I think it was. I own an Amazon bookstore, and one of the books that was printed out right whenever you said 311. Oh, there's the 33 again.
Right.
It's hilarious. The book that printed out was 333. So it was just funny to me.
I love it.
But
there it is.
Yeah. Speaking of books, one of our biggest sellers is 1984.
Wow.
People are like really, really getting into that. And I've kind of wanted to make a note to tell that to you, that I think some people are waking up,
That's good to hear. Thank you for sharing that. That's good.
Yeah.
That's a big eye opener right there. I mean, that's huge. 1984 is just.
We can't keep it on the shelf.
Wow.
It comes in. I counted it the other day, and so we have shelves down the hallway. I picked up, for orders that come in, I picked up 6, and then my manager that I hired, he picked up 1. And they had just all been shelved like 2 days before.
Ooh, that's a good idea. Yeah, those are going to be worth something. Obviously are now.
Well, yeah, I don't know how much it's actually worth, but it's just really interesting to see how quickly it's going and how hot topic it is with everything going on in the world.
Are people buying the Illuminati card game, or do y'all not have that? Or
I haven't sold any of those. Whenever we opened our business and stuff, we decided not to sell anything with pornography or anything like that. But something I have been passing through is like witchcraft books, and one of the reasons why is I'm probably one of the last people it's going to I'm the last person that's going to touch it, so I just kind of pray over the book and just ask that God would just use the book to bring them to Christ. Because they're going to buy the book no matter what. So at least by the just like the I think it was the cripple lady. No, it was the lady in the Bible when Jesus is walking by, and she just, if I can just touch his clothes, I'll be healed. And Jesus knew what her thoughts and hopes were, and he turned around and stopped and said, you're healed. And so it's kind of a really cool little impact in trying to find ways that you can serve the Lord and the kingdom, like wherever you work and stuff like that.
No, that's a great point. I like it. I've said that in the past too. We're all watchmen and watchwomen, and we don't have to have a YouTube platform to be successful, right? Like you need to talk to your friends, your acquaintances, your loved ones, your family, and we all make impacts in our own way.
Yeah, and it's really hilarious to me and sad that all the different people that I try to get to listen to your podcast that just no thanks. Like 5 hours long, no thanks. But we'll listen to Joe Rogan for 4 hours. But yeah,
of course,
like
yeah,
yeah. Kind of going into some other like spiritual things. So I went to a camp down in Arkansas for 14 years consecutively. I was a camper, and then I was a counselor. I was a director 1 year.
Was it a Christian type camp?
Yes, it's called Ponca Bible.
Okay.
It's kind of my sanctuary down in Arkansas. It's not too far away from Fayetteville, Arkansas,
Cool.
Northwest
Arkansas is awesome. It's beautiful, man.
Yeah, I think you're not too far away from there. I went to
Nope.
John Brown University, if you know it.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are just right next to us, so yeah, we're not far.
Yeah.
I've driven through there twice. I've gone cross country a couple times, but yeah,
Yeah.
that's all I remember. Is just it was absolutely beautiful, and I love the people because it's a little more. It's weird because we're kind of side by side in a way, or real close to each other, but it's definitely way more southern than Oklahoma as far as the way they talk and just the whole
Yeah.
vibe. But it's the good kind of southern, you know. It's
Well,
like
I mean,
very loving and cool.
I didn't really get to know any of the locals in Siloam Springs very well, but since I was mostly at the university. But
all right, so you're at the camp 14 years.
Yeah. So there was constantly, obviously, you know, that it's like a sanctuary. It was a big time. Like you could just feel either God's presence, and then you could also just feel the eeriness. And not the eeriness in a I shouldn't be here, like, you know, it's more of there are angels and demons fighting over the souls of the children that come here. And so 1 year, one of my friends from high school, his name is Miles, he had been in Zimbabwe in Africa, and he had actually witnessed some exorcisms and stuff like that. And it actually, whatever like he witnessed there, just started kind of following him and attacking him. And he made it back to Colombia, and his atheist roommate was like having terrible nightmares and stuff like that. And, you know, he had, I think what you guys had called sleep paralysis, where he like woke up, but he couldn't move, even as a Christian, but he was like physically being attacked, and he could feel something like pushing around his throat. So he like prayed out of it and stuff. But that summer he came to Ponca, and there were so many different stories every morning in our Bible studies. From, you know, one of them, one of the girls had woken up in the middle of the night, and all of the kids, about, you know, I don't know, maybe 10 children, they were all sitting up in their beds with the lights off. And she had woken up, she looked over at the wall and just saw like a darker spot than like normal shadows. She started praying, and the darker spot like went away, and everyone just kind of went back to sleep. You know, kids were feeling like something touched them on the leg and stuff like that. And so it was just, that entire week was every night, just like constantly, you know, by the blood of Jesus Christ, flee from here, you know, we rebuke you in the Jesus name, and just like praying over the children. And it's just really encouraging in a really strange way, like whenever you're on the front lines for God. And I say all these stories out of encouragement to people that don't know if all of this is real or not. You know, people feel called to join the military. People feel called to stand up for people, you know, whatever's going on. And it's pretty interesting how, you know, we can be in just everyday life with all of this stuff that's going on around us, and just pray in Jesus's name, and we're on the front line. So it's just pretty crazy.
That's great, man. I love it. I think you got it. And you're right. You know, it's all we can do is just maintain. It's, again, I always say it because it's a crazy time to be alive, but also amazing. I just can't. I mean, can you imagine some of the things that people on this earth are going to see? Like when the pit opens and those things come out that sting people that don't have the seal of the Lord on them. I mean, I'm a horror sci-fi writer
Yeah,
originally,
no,
so I
yeah.
can't help but think of just wow. I mean, they already got the dogs, the little digi dogs now walking around in public. And this is really starting to come out, and it's fascinating. But hey, man, we'll be all right. We're on the right side. You know that.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it's just crazy. You were just talking about, like they'll have appearance of locusts, and like you were talking about the pit being open, and
Wow.
some that are like still locked away, that have been locked away for this time, and that's going to be a really. I'm optimistic that I want us to be raptured before, but the disciples weren't just taken up. Was it Elijah? I think it was that was taken up with the horses and fire. But the disciples were all like had not a easy
Horrible
life.
endings. Yeah, they all
I
like
think there was
died.
only one that wasn't martyred.
Right.
And
I
I
see.
say that just because the other guy from Florida had mentioned it, and I know that a big view, and even what I grew up with, is all pre-trib. And if that's how it is, then wonderful. I really hope for that.
Me too.
But if it doesn't go that way, I just don't want people to lose faith.
That's always what people. I'm sorry, but that's always the thing, right? A lot of people say that. I've thought that, so because we hear it's a very common idea is that if the rapture doesn't come, think of all the people that are going to fall away. And we know there's going to be a falling away. I think it's already happening now, the falling away, and it could be a thing. And it's all we can do is pray for those people and hope for the best, because if that's the Lord's plan, it's His plan, and if it does play out like that, wow. And especially if the aliens show up, right? Like on top of all that stuff, if they do that, the fake aliens.
Yeah.
Right? It's going to be, whoa, it's going to be total bonkers world. Like beep, bop, beep, bop, beep. I mean, it's going to be, so, but I'm with you, man. I do the same thing. I pray for the catching away, but I also pray, for the people, and I'm already good, but, just to make sure that those of us that have to endure to the end, and we can find each other and, help each other out. We're going to be hunting and fishing and camping. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, it'll be good, man. And
yeah,
I agree with the whole fake alien thing too. I don't feel like Jesus dying on the cross for us and other beings being out in the universe.
Yeah, it's all a lie.
It just seems like it cheapens it.
For sure.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting way of bringing. I think you've said this over and over, of like bringing the whole world together. You watch old alien movies, like Independence Day. The whole world all of a sudden is one team.
That's it.
Just the one world order type junk. But
yeah, they're pushing it for a reason. It's going to come into play somehow. But is there anything else you want to share with us, though?
No, I'll get off. But it's been an honor being on here, and thank you guys. And it's a really good group. So
thanks, Caleb. It's been great talking to you, and thanks for sharing. I hope you don't feel rushed off, but
no, I knew I would have to be real fast.
No, you've been good. I hope it wasn't too quick. I mean, really, I don't want you to feel that way, but thank you though, man. Thanks for sharing what you did. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for watching the videos and all that. And thanks, man. You're the last one tonight. So hopefully we'll catch you another time. Okay.
Yeah. Take care, guys.
Right.
Thank you, KJ.
See you later. All right, guys. I think that's going to wrap it up. I had a few people come in at the end. Sorry, guys. I'd mentioned I was going to stop at Caleb, I believe it was. So but I'll do another show soon. One of these kind of shows. I've got a big video coming for YouTube, and as always, smaller videos I'm doing off YouTube. So I don't have my links up yet, but as soon as this show's over, I'm going to go grab all my links, put them on the About section underneath the video. Please check them out. Emergency Food Supplies, my only sponsor. If you're interested, check them out. Not just for me, not for the sponsor. For yourself, get some emergency food preps if you like. You don't want to do it that way, take a 50 or $100, go to a Dollar General or something and stock up on dry beans and dry rice. Not a bad idea. Don't forget your pets either. Maybe have some big bags of pet food hidden away that you don't want to use just in case something happens. Power goes down, crazy weather events because they control the weather, and nuclear bombs, China invading. I mean, who knows? Exactly. Who knows? But just always be prepared. Tons of links down there for my other social media. Much more important. Check out the other links. Check out Rumble. Check out Brighteon. Get BitChute. All of them down there. Also, I'll have my PO box down there as well. If you're interested, I'll put that down there too. Enough about me, guys. Big shout out to the moderators, as always. Thank you all for being here. So Blake, Mia, Tamara, Taryn, I think you were here too. So yeah, you were. So good seeing you all. Thank you very much. Always a big shout out to my Patreon and PayPal supporters, guys. Thank you so very, very, very much. You have no idea. Just really appreciate you. You've been a blessing to me. All of y'all who hung out with us tonight, we had over 800 consistently, for a while over 900. That's huge to me. Thank you so much. It's not for me, hey, the ego. No, it's just so cool that we have really a community of mostly like-minded people or somewhat on the same page. We all have different variances there, but we're all in here together, which is great. And it's always wonderful to hear from all the people. That's what I really want to do is major shout out to all of you who came on tonight. It was a real pleasure meeting you all, real pleasure talking to you. And thank you so much. Thanks for your kind words. Thanks for sharing your stories. It was wonderful. I always love this. So, as I said, I've got more videos coming. I'll do another live show here soon. This main channel I'll still be using, of course, but also I'm operating a lot more off of this channel. So like I said, please check the links below to the other sites. I'll end with a short prayer. I'll just say, Heavenly Father, first off, thanks so much for the wonderful people I got to talk to this evening. Please bless them all. Bless all the people listening, all the people watching. Be with us all, Lord, because we certainly need it. We need you in these times. You even hear with some of my own confusion sometimes on, will we go away? Will we have to endure? Guide us all in that. Some people are positive one way, positive the other. Some of us aren't sure. But it doesn't matter, because one thing we're all very sure of, many of us at least, is that we know you're coming soon. So please, Lord, stay with us as this world continues getting so crazy. Help us to stay at peace and to cling to you and to be okay through this, even prospering, still doing fine as the system is collapsing. I know you're with us, Lord, so thank you so much. And again, Lord, please bless all those out there listening, all the folks we had on tonight. Thank you so much, and I love you. And in Jesus' name I pray, amen. All right, guys, I'm going to shut her down. I'm going to go find Chubbs. He's probably crashed out somewhere here. I'm going to go to bed in a little bit, and I'm going to start working on these other little videos tomorrow. So I'll be back in touch with you guys soon with something. Once again, I want to thank my wonderful guest tonight, guys. Thanks again. I'll be doing another show soon so I can catch some of you that didn't make it on tonight. And other than that, y'all take care. Have a wonderful weekend, and I'll be putting something else out there new soon, okay?